Welcome to Novel Love Hearing. Get ready for heart-pounding action, thrilling adventures with fresh and unique elements, a touch of romance, and a dash of harem. Everything you're craving is right here. We're excited to have you join us on this journey. So come along to Novel Love Hearing, we're waiting for you. As a small favor, please consider sharing Novel Love Hearing with your friends, family, in YouTube comments, on Discord, Reddit, or anywhere else you hang out online. Happy listening, and enjoy the ride, Chihankai said. Everything is going smoothly. The two skeleton teams have moved into the next city. Supplies and rescued personnel are being continuously brought over. Wu Hang nodded. Good. Oh, the skeleton team from Yaong's sister's area has entered High City. They heard that there are Russian researchers contacting them via radio, asking for help, Chihankai recalled suddenly. Russian? Yes, it's a good thing we found some foreign language operators earlier, so we could understand what the other party was saying. Basically, they're asking for help, no longer expecting a local rescue team, Chihankai explained. Has our operation spread overseas? What are these researchers studying? Wu Hang asked further. Chihankai responded, they said it's a new project called an electromagnetic cannon, not sure if you've heard of it. An electromagnetic cannon? Are the Russians developing this too? It hasn't been mentioned in the news. Chapter 595, Blushing Maid Belly. Even if it could be useful, given the current environment, it probably wouldn't be of much use, Chihankai expressed her thoughts. Even though Chihankai hadn't paid attention to the electromagnetic cannon. After the news came through, there had been some discussions within the base. After all, someone had seen related news. A simple explanation of its use could clarify the general principle and function. In the current environment, firearms are not very effective against zombies, not to mention weapons that require a large amount of electrical energy for power. Most importantly, they were still in the research and improvement stage. They hadn't been deployed at that time, let alone now. On Wu Hang's side, the considerations were a bit different. The first thing that came to mind was its use in the other world. Installing it on a warship or for positional defense were both good choices. The main issues were the supply of electrical energy and whether this weapon could be used stably. Can the skeletons rescue them? Asked Wu Hang. Chihankai nodded. That shouldn't be a problem, but we have to change the original plan and cross the border to rescue them. At this point, what borders are there left? Let Li Yaong organize a rescue. Even if the electromagnetic cannon isn't useful, they are still cutting-edge researchers, and might be useful to us, Wu Hang said. I will notify Sister Yaong right away to organize the rescue, Chihankai readily agreed. She also understood the importance of talented individuals. The base was unable to proceed with several projects precisely because they lacked the relevant technical personnel. After discussing the electromagnetic cannon, Wu Hang asked, is there anything else? Nothing else, everything at the base is normal. Wu Hang nodded, stood up, and said, come on, take me for a tour around the factory. Chihankai also stood up, taking her small owl along as they walked outside. It was still raining outside, and the two walked out of the dormitory building under an umbrella. First, they headed to a factory building. Upon entering the main gate, they saw several humanoid wooden targets placed at the entrance. The targets were wearing stab-proof vests, which were covered in scratches. King, Sister Chi, Kazekage greeted, walking over. The other personnel behind him also stood up and saluted. How is the stab-proof gear? Wu Hang asked. It was evident from the scene that Kazekage and his team had not been slacking off. The pile of worn-out stab-proof vests had formed a small mountain. Come this way, Kazekage led them further inside to a wooden target. The vest on the target had numerous cuts, but only the fabric had been split open, no major threading had come undone, nor had the iron plates inside fallen out. This is our improved fabric, and it has performed the best. We increased the fabric's toughness, and on the inside of the iron plate, we added a net of iron wires woven together with the fabric, preventing any unraveling or falling off, Kazekage explained, showing a prototype for demonstration. The front side was an iron plate, and the inward side was welded with some wires, woven together with the inner fabric. It was quite an innovative approach. After finishing, he added, there is still some gap compared to the original stab-proof gear. Karam. Wu Hang called out. The skeleton attendant Karam stepped forward with his sword, slashing diagonally. A harsh metallic squeal rang out. The stab-proof vest was marked with a fine, long scratch, but the iron plate was still inside and hadn't fallen out like before. Wu Hang pondered for a moment. This method had resolved the issue of the iron plate falling out but had added an extra step to the process. It was much more complex than the initial concept. Document the materials and processes, and I'll have someone produce a few samples to see how they perform. Continue improving, and let Chihankai and Li Yaong coordinate the personnel and materials you need, Wu Hang finally decided. Kazakege's eyes lit up. The others also showed expressions of surprise. It seemed that their efforts over this period were not in vain and had been recognized. "We'll write it up tonight and hand it over to you tomorrow," Kangxi promised. "Good." Wu Heng agreed and left, as Kangxi and his team immediately began organizing materials and writing down the processes. After leaving the factory, Wu Heng followed Chi Hankai to visit Jiao Rong's mechanical research lab and a bullet production workshop. He took a look at each, effectively making his presence felt. Finally, they ate lunch in the cafeteria. Then he returned to his room and went back to Gold and Silver Island. Exiting the boundary door. After releasing all the ghosts, Glenda went off to work on her articles, and Zhao pouted, translating 2 newly purchased bard skill books. Bella watched as the 2 ghosts busied themselves with their tasks. Wu Heng opened the door and went downstairs to the courtyard. The maids were playing shuttlecock in the courtyard. The 3 domesticated flying dragons, like household dogs, lay in their cages watching the people laughing and playing. As Wu Heng came out, the maids waved and greeted him. "Carry on, I've got nothing to do," Wu Heng said directly. The maids nodded and continued kicking the shuttlecock. Wu Heng walked to the other side of the courtyard and directly activated the mansion skill. A crack and a stone door appeared. It revealed the artillery behind it and the crowded skeletons in the hidden arsenal cave. The number of skeletons in the cave had increased due to the clearing of the Heaven Destiny cult. It was now bone to bone. "All of you, come out," Wu Heng ordered. With a clatter, the skeletons jostled out of the hidden arsenal cave and stood on the open ground of the courtyard. Wu Heng began making some arrangements. The mutated skeletons re-entered the hidden arsenal cave, and the remaining skeletons were kept by Wu Heng. Chapter 595, Blushing Maid. Bella skeletons above level 10 were kept at the Island Lord's mansion, while those between level 5 and 10 were assigned to patrol the island. The lower level ones were sent to the construction sites in the expansion area to handle some of the transport tasks. The numerous skeletons were divided into 3 groups based on their levels. Wu Heng set his gaze on a particularly stout skeleton. Skeleton Warrior, level 17, the Great Knight from the Heaven Destiny cult. Injured by his own grenades, then beheaded by Babuzi, who seized the opportunity. On the same level as the skeleton Ronin, Karim. Though he had not reached level 18, his level was still quite high, considering there were only 2 level 18 skeletons on the island, the Skeleton Prophet and the Skeleton Grand Boxer. He was considered among the top combat forces. As a level 17 warrior, he could also serve as a skeleton attendant for people close to him, providing protection. As for reaching level 18, Wu Heng had thought the same when he made Karim his skeleton attendant. But to date, he had not achieved level 18. The experience from killing zombies could not be shared with skeletons, so their level advancement was very slow. "Once Karim reaches level 18, I will help you level up. For now, you handle the security of the Island Lord's mansion," Wu Heng said to the level 17 skeleton warrior. Then he assigned him to a position near the building to take responsibility for the mansion's security. All the skeletons were arranged. Wu Heng returned to the lounge chair in the courtyard, lying down, enjoying the sun, and watching the maids romping. As dusk approached, Andre Willow returned from outside. They had dinner together, casually chatting about amusing incidents on the island. Night fell. After taking a bath, Wu Heng returned to the study and glanced inside. Glenda floated over, saying, "I'm thinking of publishing a new short story in the paper." Wu Heng looked puzzled at her. "The great detective stories pull in good reactions, won't missing an issue affect that?" "It might affect it a bit, but I also want to try publishing this short story to see how it goes," Glenda said seriously. With a flick of her hand, she controlled an object with her mind and the papers on the table floated over to Wu Heng's hands. "Take a look, and if you disagree, that's fine. The final decision is yours," she said. Wu Heng nodded and began to read the papers. The title raised Wu Heng's eyebrows. It was called Blushing Maid Benny. From the title alone, he knew it had to be a story about Benny. Looking up at Glenda and then at Benny off in the distance, he focused on the story. It was a simple tale, about Benny who lost her parents when young and came to Blackstone Town with a leather-selling carriage from her village. Initially, she worked as a barmaid, handling tasks like serving drinks and meals, until Wu Heng's arrival, where she found true meaning by offering crucial information that saved the town's children. After Wu Heng left, unwilling to continue just being a maid, she ventured to spy on the evil cult that had level 18 professionals. As expected, discovered by the cult, Benny seized the information in her hand, denounced the cult and those villagers under its spell, and courageously walked into a great fire, consumed by flames. Glenda's writing was exceptional. Benny pointed out the suspect's identity straight away, demonstrating great insight. Finding out that she indirectly saved children from town made her appear kind-hearted. By this point, her identity as a barmaid was less important, overshadowed by her intelligence and kindness. in the end going after the level 18 professionals, denouncing them, and walking into the fire showed her inherent integrity and bravery. Even professionals might not achieve that. With over 2,000 words, the story vividly portrayed a girl of humble origins and great integrity facing the fire. Thrilling as the tale was, it left a somber tone. Wu Hang glanced over at Benny, who seemed evasive in the distance. Benny said softly, "It isn't Lady Glinda's fault, I told her the story willingly." Wu Hang smiled. "The story is fascinating, but the ending is rather somber. Aren't you afraid that people will turn against the Island Lord's mansion?" Glinda responded, "That wouldn't happen. I haven't rescued Benny yet, so hearing this just fills me with guilt." "You also want to publish it? We might lose quite a bit of the reputation we've built up recently. Nobility won't decline, but reputation is another matter. There is an ending where you go out and summon her as a ghost, also killing the evil cult, avenging the villagers and Benny," Glinda added. "Then why didn't you write it?" Wu Hang asked. "I wanted you to read it first," Glinda said with a smile. "Then add it, and let's go tell the skeletons about it, so we can print it tonight." "Good." Glinda wrote the ending. Wu Hang, accompanied by a ghost, headed to the printing press warehouse. The next day, early in the morning. Early on, people gathered around the intersection, sitting by the roadside or wandering aimlessly. When the newspaper boy came by, the crowd surged forward, scrambling to buy newspapers. The bard Sabin, having grabbed a newspaper from the crowd, frowned at the bite mark and teeth imprint on his pancake and turned to curse, "Who bit my pancake? Can't you buy your own?" Afterwards, he went off to the side, puffing in annoyance as he nibbled on the remaining pancake while starting to read the newspaper's contents. As per the arrangement with a tavern, after the newspaper came out, he was to go to the tavern to read the news immediately. Of course, he also needed to preview it himself beforehand to have an idea in mind. After having read the news of the surrounding kingdom cities, he turned his attention to the serialized story in the corner. Blushing made Benny. "An erotic story? Not a great detective story? What is going on? The whole island is waiting to find the murderer, and you stopped the serialization?" Frowning, he read on, his brows furrowing slightly with the story. A sense of indignation rose in his heart. He didn't know if not reading the great detective story would displease the patrons, but he knew this story was equally captivating. From his perspective as a bard. A different genre, yet not lacking compared to the great detective. Composing his feelings, Sabin put the newspaper away and quickly walked toward the tavern. Thud, thud, thud. Wu Hang sat in his study, waiting for the new newspaper results when suddenly the door was struck sharply. The sound was sharp, like someone knocking on the door panel with a twig. Wu Hang frowned. If it had been the maid, she would have knocked and asked if he was in, and if not, she would not have come in. Why was there persistent knocking today without anyone speaking? Curious, he opened the door. There he saw an alchemy skeleton with 6 arms. Its lowest 2 arms each held an elixir, which it handed over directly. Wu Hang frowned, guessing as he looked at it. Enhanced strengthening potion, the names of the 2 potions were the same. Level 3 corpse nucleus potion? Wu Hang looked at the skeleton, his heart leaping with joy instantly. The alchemy skeleton nodded slightly, confirming it. It had been a long time since he had seen this potion. Wu Hang thought a potion could not be produced anymore. But now, it brought him a surprise. Joyfully, Wu Hang took them in his hands and then asked, "Continue to concoct other corpse cores after returning, and tell me immediately if any material is missing." The alchemy skeleton saluted and turned to head toward the upstairs alchemy room. Wu Hang then closed the door again. Looking at the potion in front of him, he pondered for a moment, then opened the door and shouted, "Minnie." "What's up, master?" Minnie's voice came from downstairs. "Come up here if you're not busy," he replied. The sound of rapid footsteps came from the staircase, and Minnie, dressed in a maid's outfit and carrying a tray of cut fruits, hurried upstairs. Curiously, she asked, "What do you need, master?" Wu Hang glanced at the potions. He said directly, "I'm about to take a new kind of potion, keep an eye on me, and if there's any problem, remember to use the detoxifying potion and the healing scroll." A worried look appeared in Minnie's eyes. "Is it that kind of strengthening potion?" "Yes, the enhanced version," he said. Minnie replied, "Let me test it first, if it's safe, then you can take it." Wu Hang smiled and rubbed her head, "My constitution is high, nothing bad will happen." Minnie nodded. Wu Hang took out some potions and scrolls. Taking a deep breath, he opened the potion and drank it down with his head tilted back. Chapter 596, Keratin Carapace Lighthouse Street. The bard, Sabin, quickened his pace on his way to the Golden Sail Tavern. Even after having read the newspaper once, he rushed over immediately. Outside the tavern, a crowd had gathered. Seeing Sabin approaching, they made way for him. "Mr. Sabin, we've been waiting for you." I've brought the newspaper, let's get started right away. Sabin smiled as he greeted familiar faces. He briskly made his way through the cleared path and entered the tavern. Passing the seated patrons, he stepped onto the wooden platform, unfolded the newspaper in front of him, and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, let's start with the reports from different places." The patrons fell silent instantly as Sabin began to speak. Inside the island lord's mansion, in the study, Wu Heng swallowed an elixir. A scorching pain flowed into his belly through his throat. Then, the burning sensation rapidly spread throughout his body. It was as if countless bugs were burrowing into his veins and running amok. Sweat covered his body, and he began to tremble. Minnie knew the elixir had side effects. Still, she was startled and quickly walked over to support him in her arms. She held a detoxifying potion in her hand, ready to use it should his condition worsen. Wu Heng still clenched his teeth and endured as his bones cracked and his muscles seemed to tear apart before reconstituting. But the condition did not worsen, and the side effects gradually subsided. At that moment, a system notification appeared. Constitution +3, Strength +4, Agility +2. Immediately after, a sense of power filled his entire body. Wu Heng felt joy in his heart. Such a potent effect from a level 3 potion, with such a significant increase in attributes. "Master, are you alright?" asked Minnie, concerned. Wu Heng sat up. "I'm fine, much better." Minnie stood up, took a towel from the side, and began to wipe the sweat from his forehead and neck. Wu Heng then shifted his attention back to the recent notification. In total, 9 attribute points increased. According to the attribute increase from leveling up, it was like gaining more than 2 levels. That was quite a lot. It was only a pity that he hadn't awakened a superpower. After Minnie wiped off his sweat, she went to pour him a glass of water. Wu Heng sat and rested for a while. He chatted with Minnie as the side effects in his body completely dissipated. After waiting a while and feeling much better, he picked up the second bottle of elixir and drank it down directly. Fierce pain struck him again. Even having experienced it once before, his body tensed and began to shake uncontrollably. Minnie gently embraced him, waiting for the side effects to end. Constitution +3, Strength +3, Agility +2, Perception +2, Special Trait, Keratin Carapace unlocked, a special trait appeared. The system's notification distracted him from the pain of the side effects. He wiped off sweat. He opened his attribute panel for a look. Attributes: Strength 48, Agility 35, Constitution 53, Intelligence 50, Perception 31, Charm 32, Special Trait, Keratin Carapace. Keratin Carapace, a thick layer of keratin forms on the outer layer, providing certain defense and resistance to blows. The changes in attributes were quite significant. Since it was a strengthening potion, a strength potion, the primary attributes that increased were Constitution, Strength, and Agility. Now, Constitution had increased to 53 points, becoming the highest of all the attributes. Constitution's importance is no less than that of intelligence. It not only enhances resistance to toxins, negative effects, and abnormal states, but also reduces the physical strain of overcasting spells and the side effects of using special items. The higher the Constitution, the more it can mitigate these effects. Furthermore, the frequency of Wu Heng's use of special items was gradually increasing. So, an increase in Constitution was needed. Intelligence remained unchanged at 50 points. With Strength at 48 points and Agility at 35 points, he wasn't far behind close combat professions anymore. Then, Wu Heng focused his attention on the Keratin Carapace trait. This ability had appeared on mutated zombies before, forming a layer of black keratin on the surface of the body. It can greatly increase the skin's defense. Wu Heng immediately looked at his hands, which were still ordinary skin. He then stood up and began to remove his shirt, revealing his shoulders and chest. Minnie whispered, "Master, what are you doing?" Wu Heng asked, "Minnie, there's no change in my skin, right?" "It seems to have become whiter and much smoother," Minnie said with a smile. Wu Heng nodded. It seemed that it didn't appear directly on the body. With a thought, black keratin appeared on his hands, quickly spreading up his arms. Like wearing a pair of long black gloves. With concentration, the keratin on his arms quickly disappeared and reappeared on his chest. Wu Heng's eyes brightened. Unlike the fixed keratin on the zombies, his could be controlled. "Master, are you alright?" Minnie asked cautiously, looking at the black keratin on his chest. "It's fine, it's a newly awakened superpower," Wu Heng explained. "Wow, Master is so amazing," Minnie cheered. Wu Heng put an arm around her shoulder. "Only you cheer me on. Let's go downstairs and test the new superpower's effects." "Okay." Minnie nodded. The two left the room together, heading downstairs. After Mr. Sabin finished the information from the newspaper, he took a sip of tea to moisten his throat. There would be a 2 or 3 minute interval for the bard to recover his state in preparation for the next serial story. The tavern patrons began to talk among themselves. I heard that those planning to switch to the coroner profession are buying the newspaper to study the reasoning and analysis over dead bodies on it. It's practically becoming a professional manual, one said, taking a sip of his drink. Not just that, the patrol guard are copying the reasoning experience from it too. Now when they are on patrol, they look you up and down, they scrutinize people as if they're looking at naked women, added another patron at the same table. I think the biggest impact has been on the taverns. The taverns on the island are so busy now. There was never a time before when it was this lively, and now you even have to compete for a spot, another person chimed in. The island master really is remarkable. Just one newspaper has changed so much on the island. The liquor industry must have multiplied several times over, remarked yet another. I hope today's story will be just as exciting. For most of the island residents, information about the surrounding countries was more for the sake of excitement and they didn't care too much about it. They mainly came here to listen to the great detective stories. As everyone spoke, the bard, Mr. Saban, stepped onto the stage and cast 2 positive effects on himself. He held his head high with confidence. As soon as he took the stage, the crowd below instantly fell silent. Mr. Saban's gaze swept over the audience, recalling the short story he had just watched in his mind. A sense of indignation rose in his heart again. Taking a deep breath, he began with a bow. Ladies and gentlemen, today's newspaper does not feature the serial story of the great detective, but a short story that you can hear the ending of directly. Just as exciting, I'll tell it to you. Whispers erupted. It's not a great detective story? Why change the story? Have they changed the writer? I came here to listen to the great detective, I really want to hear other stories. Is anyone going to City Hall? Let's go ask together what this means. The tavern erupted like boiling water, with a cascade of shouts. Mr. Saban paid no attention. His voice, amplified by his skill, reached the ears of everyone present. Bella, an orphan since childhood, her only younger brother left the village with a passing trade caravan and never returned. At 12, she went with the villagers to the city to sell furs and became a maid at a tavern due to her good looks and hard-working nature. By 19, she had worked in the tavern for 7 years, laughing and frolicking with the patrons, flirting, and managing to survive, living an unremarkable life. As Mr. Saban spoke, the patrons' chatter quieted down, their brows furrowed. A tavern maid's story? Being a tavern maid was not regarded as a good profession in current society, especially the maids on Gold and Silver Island, who were even more liberal in their behavior. What's so interesting about this? Why take up the great detective story to tell a tale of a tavern maid? Then, a second character emerges in the story. One day, a strangely dressed patron entered the tavern, clean and fair, with black hair as if wearing a black top hat. Bella judged with one glance that this person was definitely not a local. Mr. Saban paused slightly at this point in his narration. It's the Island Master. Someone exclaimed. Chapter 597, My Heart Aches. The others began to react with realization. Anyone entering was marked by their black hair and black eyes. It was about the Island Lord. Not too different from the stories of the great detective. Now, everyone began to grow interested. Island Lord Wu Hang had appeared. Which meant, this was still a real story. The stories of the great detective started from Watson's perspective, but this time it was Bella. But what business could the Island Lord have with a maid from a remote place? It must be the Island Lord, probably part of his experiences. Maybe the Island Lord's lover. When I was young, I grew up with the help of Ophelia at the tavern. If it's that sort of story, I really want to hear it. Enough talking, I want to hear this story. The male and female protagonists appear, and the story became easier to understand. Bella, seeing him for the first time, recommended a kind of alcohol with a milder taste, and Wu Heng invited her to sit down and inquired about any outsiders from the Hueco kingdom with a southern accent. After pondering, Bella provided the clue of the person she had encountered. Asking for a clue, still a detective story. Looking for a person from the south, must be a fugitive. The crowd whispered quietly, their thoughts following the narrative. After receiving the information, Wu Heng left. He then found the criminal hiding in the city based on the information provided by Bella, killed the criminal, and rescued the missing child. In the tavern, they met for the second time. Wu Heng brought her a share of the bounty, told her about the rescue, and the gratitude of the child's parents. Hearing this, Bella smiled, knowing she had helped rescue the missing child. Wu Heng left, and Bella gazed long at his departing figure. Later, Wu Heng came to say goodbye to Bella upon his promotion. Bella felt reluctant, wanting to leave with him, but felt inferior due to her status, and did not speak up. The next day, she stood at the back of the crowd, watching as Wu Heng boarded the train to another city. The two seemed to have lost all connection. One became a captain, and the other continued working in the tavern. Everyone frowned. It wasn't a romantic story, nor a detective story. The case was resolved too smoothly at the beginning, getting the information and directly killing the target, nothing like the exciting tales of the great detective. Just when everyone thought the story had ended, and were about to curse the story as trash, Mr. Saban's story still continued. He shifted the topic, starting to introduce a cult. Heaven Destiny Cult, a cult wanted by the association, with a leader above level 18. Many high-level professionals inside went to the northern part of the kingdom, spreading their doctrine, recruiting believers. But neither the association nor the locals had received this news. Bella heard some news about the cult in the tavern and went to the association intending to investigate and exchange it for the status of a secret speaker. Heading to Gold and Silver Island. Clang. A tavern patron's glass fell to the floor, splashing liquor everywhere. The story implied that a common person was investigating a cult with level 18 professionals. Could she survive that? Moreover, even if the information was gathered, such a small place couldn't contend with such a cult. As if verifying everyone's speculation, Bella was discovered by the cult while sending a letter outside, and they trapped her inside a house. Facing the mockery and scolding from cult members, Bella went from being terrified and timid to steadily fierce, cursing the level 18 leader and all the cult members who killed villagers. The leader was furious, and the cult members were extremely angry. Just when they were about to seize and execute her, Bella knocked over a lamp and slowly walked into the fire. Standing in the scorching flames, she still said that the ghosts of the villagers would wait for them, and Wu Heng would also come back to avenge her and the villagers. The fire grew fiercer, engulfing her figure. The audience was silent. From the corner of the tavern, the quiet sobbing of the tavern maids could be heard. Damned cult, I really want to tear them apart. What's the association doing? Letting a common person investigate level 18 professionals, making a commoner a spy. Such a pity for such a good girl. Where's the island lord? The newspapers even reported it, and he didn't do anything? At least he could have sought revenge for her. Level 18 cult, not near Gold and Silver Island, how to kill them? My heart aches, today's story is too painful. The patrons clenched their fists, muttering curses, and the growing sobs around them made the atmosphere in the tavern even more depressing. No one expected this kind of story. A tavern maid had done what most people wouldn't dare to do. Mr. Saban exhaled a sigh from his chest, then continued reading the last part. Bella's relatives could not be found, so the local association sent a letter to Gold and Silver Island. The sobbing stopped, and the patrons also quietened down. They all stared intently at the stage, hoping for a better ending. Island Lord Wu Heng went to the place, casted a spell to awaken Bella's ghost, and Bella revealed all the information she had gathered. Wu Heng contacted the local association to conduct an eradication of the evil cult, killing them all, for Bella, and the villagers of the 3 nearby villages to seek revenge. Sigh. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed like a decent outcome. At the very least, Bella had gotten her wish to stay by Wu Heng's side, and those from the evil cult were all dead. The tavern became lively again. Meanwhile, on the stage, Mr. Saban's gaze sharpened, and a surge of energy rose from his body, deepening his understanding of the bard profession. Mr. Saban, what's wrong? The bartender asked quietly. Swallowing hard, Saban whispered, I've reached level 10. The association. Ophelia had returned from an outside mission. Looking at her sister, she asked, is there a new newspaper? Did the culprit appear? Shiyali handed over the newspaper from the table. Today's story isn't about the great detective, it's about Wu Heng and a tavern maid. A tavern maid? He wouldn't, would he? Ophelia asked as she removed her battle armor. Read the story below for yourself, Shiyali said. Curiously, Ophelia looked down and raised an eyebrow. Bella. A maid at the tavern. So, his outing a few days ago was for this matter. Ophelia sat down on the chair. Curious, Shiyali asked, aren't you jealous? It's quite good, a righteous necromancer, Ophelia commented, then realized, why would I be jealous? Island Lord's mansion. Wu Heng was in the courtyard, testing his new characteristics. The effect was very satisfactory, equivalent to wearing 2 pieces of leather armor, which was quite impressive. It significantly increased his safety. He hadn't expected to complete the development of the level 3 potion that day. Naturally, it was a good thing. Once developed, the subsequent production would run smoothly, like an assembly line. Thinking about this, he casually opened his panel. His gaze sharpened. Level 18 257,831 out of 305,000, fame, 1848,552 out of 48,000, fame exceeded the limit. This wasn't just the fame gain this time, but also the cumulative increase from the London City newspapers and this current issue. Last time he went to London City, his fame had already reached 33,000. Up to now, 2 issues of London City's newspapers had been published exactly when the story was most explosive. Exceeding the limit was quite normal. The fame is over the limit, but there's no change, he mused. He analyzed and concluded that although the fame was sufficient, the experience needed for the level hadn't been met yet. Fortunately, the fame was still accumulating and wasn't being disregarded. Turning around, he said, "Minnie, I'm going back to my room. You girls have fun. Do you not need me to take care of you?" Minnie asked. "No need for potion now, I'll call you if needed." "Okay, master." Minnie responded and went to the orchard with the other 2 maids. Wu Hang returned to his study. The 3 ghosts he had sent out also returned from outside and floated in the room. "How was the story's impact?" Wu Hang asked. Even if fame couldn't all be attributed to this issue. But it was clear the effects were quite good. It was explosively good. Zhao flew in excitedly, then said, "Sister Bella became famous, almost the whole island will recognize her now." Lady Glinda's tone was calmer as she said, "At first, when they heard it wasn't a great detective story, people were somewhat resistant, but after hearing the story, the feedback was quite good. Yes, when they heard about Sister Bella being engulfed in a great fire, the whole tavern was in tears," Zhao added quickly. It appeared the story's impact was indeed good. Being able to move the reader's emotions proved it was a success. Bella's story had been somewhat altered. It didn't mention Blackstone Town, and the Heaven Destiny cult was changed to the Heaven Spirit cult. Although the probability of the newspaper reaching the remnants of the Heaven Destiny cult was slim, precautions were necessary. Changing the name didn't affect the overall story. Wu Hang looked at Bella and asked, "Bella, how do you feel?" "I don't feel anything special, just that Lady Glinda exaggerated my greatness. If I had known it was that dangerous, I wouldn't have gone," Bella said, laughing. Bella had worked in the tavern for several years. She wasn't shy, even hinting that the place in the newspaper for Wu Hang's story should be hers instead. It felt like being looked after. Wu Hang nodded, then continued, "Let's continue with the great detective story in the next issue. We still need to gather fame through it." "The next issue can be released 2 days earlier," Glinda said. "That works too." Chapter 598, Necromantic Torrent Night. Wu Hang lay on the bed, recalling today's events in his mind. First was the successful development of the level 3 potion. It greatly enhanced his attributes. This meant that from now on, level 3 potions would be produced like an assembly line, and his attributes would see a significant increase. Even to say that although his own level wasn't enough, his attributes would approach those of a hero. Secondly, there was the matter of reputation. Wu Hang crossed his arms behind his head. The reputation is enough, just a bit short on experience points. The distribution of newspapers significantly accelerated the collection of his reputation. Milo, serving as a steward on the island and being a prince of the elf race, probably couldn't match his speed of accumulating reputation. "What's left is to increase my own experience and also help Bella level up," he said. For Wu Hang, accumulating experience points was not a difficult task. The zombie world provided ample opportunity for him to accumulate experience, it was just a matter of how quickly time passed. The reputation needed at level 19 will likely be more. Gold and Silver Island has been almost drained by me, I need to spread it further. If I could collaborate with the headquarters of the association and distribute newspapers from there to everywhere. No, that would be too showy. There are definitely many professionals above level 18 at the headquarters, and I'd probably be targeted by many people then. I can't afford to make more enemies. I need to stay low-key for now. I have potions, I have the zombie world, sooner or later, I will reach the status of a hero. I shouldn't be too hasty. Having resolved his thoughts, Wu Hang also affirmed the direction for his immediate future. He turned over and closed his eyes to sleep. The next day, in the zombie world, Wu Hang stepped out of the boundary door and picked up the walkie-talkie to call Chi Hankai. Shortly after, a knock sounded on the door, and Chi Hankai entered with a stack of materials in hand. These are the processes gathered by Kyang Tsai. The materials were about the anti-stab vests discussed previously. Wu Hang took them and stored them in the space ring, then asked, "How are the Russian survivors doing?" "They have been rescued, we are organizing their data, and also looking at a lot of their equipment to see if we can transport it here. If not, we might need to establish a base," Chi Hankai said. After pondering for a bit, Wu Hang responded, "It would be best to transport it here. We can't afford to build that many bases. There weren't many survivors, and establishing too many bases would be a burden due to the transportation of food and supplies. It was better to concentrate the population." "I'll talk to Yang about it later," nodded Chi Hankai. "Anything else?" Wu Hang inquired. "No, that's it." Wu Hang then asked, "Are there any areas in Yangtong City that have not been cleared? Let's go clean up the zombies." Chihankai replied, the surrounding areas haven't been cleared. I'll get the vehicle team over, and we can set out shortly. Good. Soon, the vehicle team assembled at the gate. Wu Hang climbed onto a truck and, escorted by the skeleton army, headed for areas that had not been cleared. The Ibata district. The dense crowd of corpses was like a tidal wave, rushing madly this way. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sound of air being torn came from above as several skeleton flying dragons swiftly passed over, heading towards the distant zombie horde. From inside their chest and abdomen, the missile bays opened, and a dense shower of metal rained down upon the horde, raising plumes of thick smoke. After 2 rounds of bombing, the zombie horde instantly disappeared. The remaining zombies continued to charge toward them. Broken limbs dragged on the ground, leaving behind sickening trails. Bella, let Glenda bind one for you. First try to devour one, Wu Hang instructed from the side. Bella was only at level 2, so Wu Hang was worried. If he let her out and she got absorbed by another ghost, that would really be the end of her. Glenda said, it's not difficult, those are just remnant souls, they have no intelligence and their level isn't high. Zhao also chimed in to comfort her, if there's danger, I and Auntie will come to save you. Thank you, I'll do my best, Bella nodded. As the horde drew closer, Wu Hang ordered, turn on the strong flashlights. The skeletons positioned on a nearby rooftop turned on the flashlights tied with soul-capturing jade, and an array instantly covered the area in front of the spear array. Immediately, the horde crashed into the spear array. They roared, tore, and the spears pierced through their bodies. Wave after wave of zombies fell, and remnant souls floated up into the sky. Glenda flew over, seizing a ghost. This one will do. Bella nodded and flew straight over. The 2 ghosts entwined, beginning to draw each other in for fusion. Ghost has advanced to level 3, agility +1, perception +1. The system notification appeared as Bella completed the absorption. How do you feel? Bella said, it doesn't seem difficult. Wu Hang nodded, Glenda, let her absorb a few more. Glenda nodded and controlling the floating remnant souls, allowed Bella to absorb them. Ghost has advanced to level 4, intelligent +1, perception +1. Ghost has advanced to level 5, after reaching level 5. Glenda no longer controlled the remnant souls. Bella directly charged into the group of remnant souls, starting the devouring process. As each one was absorbed, though the advancement slowed, it steadily continued. Ghost has advanced to level 6, Ghost has advanced to level 8, Constitution +1, Intelligent +1, a vast number of remnant souls were devoured. Bella's level advanced rapidly to 8. A ghost, as long as it could devour other ghosts, could level up much faster than normal professionals. Upon her return, Wu Hang directed, Karim, lead the skeletons forward and kill the remaining zombies. Karim, who stood by his side, moved to the front of the formation. Killing a crawling zombie that had lost its legs, he led the skeleton spear array onward to kill the remaining slow-moving or incapacitated zombies. Chapter 598, Necromantic Torrent. How do you feel? Wu Hang asked. Bella did a half-turn in midair. I'm fine, thank you Wu Hang, thank you Lady Glenda, and Miss Zhao. Glenda and Zhao both nodded with a smile. Wu Hang said, do it a few more times and your level will rise, no need to rush. I'll listen to you. Bella smiled. Raising Bella's level was also part of the plan. Level 2 was simply too low. Wu Hang was afraid that one day when she went out, a profession with high perception might discover her and kill her with some trick. So, it was best to increase her level as soon as possible. Zhao flew to midair and glanced at the skeletons advancing along the road. She asked, Uncle, why haven't you summoned your glowing knight? Let's not be in a hurry to summon it, let's see if we can get Karim's level up to 18 first. Oh. But I still think the light knight is cooler than Karim, Zhao said. Being cool is useless, practicality is what matters. Still not as cool as the light knight, she retorted. Wu Hang shrugged, when Karim comes back, I'll tell him you spoke ill of him. Uncle, they're created by you, they don't understand these things, Zhao earnestly told him. Wu Hang was stunned, Zhao had become smart. Zhao didn't continue talking to him and, hearing Lady Glenda teaching Bella about the remnant soul, she also went over to share some experience. Wu Hang opened his own experience points to take a look. Level, 18, 295,713 out of 305,000, he had gained almost 40,000 experience points. There were about 10,000 left to go. Not too much remained. Even if he didn't kill zombies himself, with the 2 skeleton armies advancing outward and continuing to fight and kill zombies, he would almost be able to level up. He stood to one side and waited, and the battle up ahead was nearing its end. Clean up the battlefield. Wu Hang ordered. The skeletons instantly dispersed, beginning to sort the bodies and transport them to different locations. Wu Hang separately transformed the evolved skeletons and mutated skeletons, collected the corpse cores, and continued to unleash a wide range of battleground of remains. A large number of bones slowly stood up and joined the ranks. Chi Hang, take people to check the surroundings. Wu Hang pressed the walkie-talkie and spoke. Roger that. The convoy drove over from the rear. They began to scavenge the shops along the way. This was a general scavenging operation, marking certain special shops and buildings. The next day, more convoys would arrive to search the items thoroughly. The survivors loaded some important items onto the trucks. That was about it. Chi Hang came back and said, "We can go back now. I'll bring people over tomorrow to search thoroughly." Wu Hang nodded, boarded the truck with the skeletons. The convoy began to adjust positions, surrounded by the escort of the skeleton army. They started the return journey. After arriving back at the military factory, Chi Hang went to contact Li Yaong. Wu Hang went back to the dormitory, opened the boundary door, and returned to Gold and Silver Island. The next day, Wu Hang arrived at the association early in the morning on a horse-drawn carriage. Standing in front of the steward's office, he knocked on the door and went straight in. Inside the room, Zai Ligui was sitting behind the desk, and her assistant Shi Yali was cutting out the stories section from a newspaper. "You wanted to see me?" Wu Hang asked. Yesterday, Zai Ligui had arranged someone to find him at the Island Lord's mansion. He wasn't there at the time, and by the time he returned to Gold and Silver Island, it was dusk. So he came over today. Zai Ligui nodded. Rewards were sent over from headquarters, probably for killing members of the Heaven Destiny cult. Your records have been updated with the eradication of an evil cult, and you've been awarded first-class merits. Considering the timing, the reward should indeed have been issued by now. His return from Blackstone Town had taken quite some time. What's the reward? Wu Hang was somewhat excited. A skill book. Zai Ligui took out a skill book and pushed it across the desk. It wasn't an accessory for the robe of 100 soldiers. This had to be deliberate from headquarters. Why not prioritize the accessories for a set? While thinking this, his gaze still fell on the skill book. Necromantic Torrent. Description: you will cause the necromantic power underfoot to form an energy torrent, enhancing undead creatures within the region and eroding living beings with necromantic power, inflicting both physical and mental harm. Seeing the description of the skill book, Wu Hang's eyebrows raised. Based on the description, the effects of the skill seemed quite good. An area of effect skill that boosts undead creatures within range while afflicting the living with necrosis. For him, indeed, it was a rather fine skill. Especially now with so many skeletons at his command, the effect would definitely be better. Thank you. Wu Hang collected the skill book and then said, "Can I request a reward? I'm still missing one piece from my last set." Zai Ligui pondered, "That I'm not sure of, but when you report your merits next time, just write a letter and I'll send it along." "Alright, I'll write it beforehand next time." "If they give it, great, if not, so be it," Wu Hang replied. Anyways, the headquarters should be distributing rewards according to the profession and characteristics of the recipient. By specifying what he wanted, there was a good chance he would get it. After discussing business, Shi Yali came out from the back, sat next to her sister, rested her chin on her hand, and looked at him. "Is the evil cult in this story the same one you went out to kill last time?" Wu Hang didn't hide it. "Yes, its name was changed in the story to avoid drawing their attention." Zai Ligui followed up with a question, "So, is Bella's story true as well?" "True. And now? How is Bella doing?" Zai Ligui continued to inquire. Wu Hang looked at them both as the sisters stared back with wide eyes, waiting for an answer. Chapter 598, Necromantic Torrent. She's become my ghost, and the last reward wasn't awakening the soul spirit. It was using the skill to awake her. Wu Hang thought for a moment and then decided to tell the truth. Zai Ligui knew about 2 of his 3 ghosts. One was Zhao. Last time, a mage looking like Gandalf came to the island and directly inquired about the little ghost. At that time, Zai Ligui was present as a vice executive. The story about Bella was published in the newspapers, and she also knew about his skill. She could pretty much guess the rest. The story of Miss Bella spreads quickly on the island and is also a positive publicity for the guild. Zai Ligui pondered for a moment and then said, "Shi Yali, write a proclamation to commend Miss Bella for her contributions, and the local archives to record assistance of first-class merit." "Okay." Shi Yali nodded. Wu Hang was somewhat surprised by this decision. But for Bella, it might also be a good thing. "I thank you for Bella. She deserves it," Zai Ligui said, then asked, "Is the next issue about the great detective?" Wu Hang smiled, "Yes, don't worry." He chatted with the 2 sisters for a while. Then Wu Hang also left the association. Although he didn't get the desired suit accessories, the skill book was indeed pretty good. He would try it himself when he got the chance and see how effective the skill was. He called a carriage at the door and Wu Hang returned to the island master's manor. Sitting in the stone chair, he thought for a moment. Getting up again, he greeted Minnie. In the open space of the courtyard, he put on the train captain's hat and boarded the train. Heading for Lopez City. Snake Badge Consortium, VIP room. Footsteps sounded as an elf beauty in a form-fitting long dress, Ritili, opened the door and walked in. She glanced at the figure sitting on the sofa. She recognized him carefully. "Guest? Is it you?" Ritili asked cautiously. Wu Hang smiled. "Miss Ritili, I've come to return the cloak." He came this time to return the cloak. He had promised to give it back to her, and now half a month had passed. Wu Hang was wearing the faceless one's skin, and his face resembled that of a fisherman. Ritili immediately smiled. "You've brought a mask? I almost dared not recognize you." Wu Hang nodded and pushed the neatly folded cloak across the table. "This is the cloak." Ritili opened the door and instructed someone outside. Two middle-aged men came in and started inspecting the cloak in front of Wu Hang and Ritili. Wu Hang did not say much. It was good to do so, to prevent any trouble later on. The staff inspected the cloak. Ritili, meanwhile, quietly observed the other party with her eyes. Male, good temperament, his body well proportioned. From the wrist revealed beneath his sleeve, he was definitely young in age. Which family's prince or young master? Soon, the staff declared the inspection complete. "No problem. Take it out and register it properly," Ritili said. "Yes." The two men nodded, took the cloak, and left. As the room returned to just the two of them, Wu Hang then asked, "How's the collection of corpses going?" "We've collected some, please wait a moment," Ritili said, opening the door to give instructions again. The door opened, and 4 coffins were carried in. They are all level 15 corpses, 1 alchemist, 1 shipbuilder, and 2 blacksmiths, Ritili explained. Wu Hang nodded and took the corpses away. He continued, "A new commission, add a mage's corpse, level 5 or above is fine, no limit on the number." Ritili's eyes narrowed, and she glanced at him curiously. Gold and Silver Island, port side. A giant cargo ship slowly docked. An aged figure in a mage robe, accompanied by 2 burly attendants, slowly set foot on the island. "Mr. Virgil, do you want to go to the association directly?" one attendant asked. The mage elder gazed around and then said, "No rush, let's check the tavern first." Chapter 599, How did he do it? "If it's just over level 5, it shouldn't be difficult," she said softly, her arms crossed in front of her chest. "In the room," Ritili said this quietly. Wu Hang looked at her and asked, "From your tone, is it harder than collecting the bodies of civilians?" Ritili's sapphire-like eyes glanced up at him, and with a smile, she said, "Literacy, intelligence, long dedication to research, each criterion eliminates some people. Not everyone is qualified to be a mage." It was different from the game. In this world, being a mage was not a common profession. Even if profession change scrolls were made available, few would choose this path. The first requirement was literacy, a good understanding of professional terms and magic terminology. It was not just understanding by oneself, more often, one needed a teacher's guidance. Otherwise, even a skill book would be unintelligible. Then there was the family's economic situation. Not everyone had the luxury of time to delve into magic without considering the cost of living. Of course, Wu Hang also heard flattery in her words. She guessed that he was a mage. Her words also praised the prowess of mages. "Write the commission, and try your best to collect," Wu Hang said indifferently. "Okay," Ritili nodded and bent down to fill out the commission form, her low-cut neckline revealing a glimpse of her whiteness. Then she casually said, "Recently, the surrounding countries have been chaotic, there might be some unexpected gains." Wu Hang didn't say much, even though needing bodies, he didn't really want any country to fall into chaos. From the situation in Blackstone Town, it was evident. When a country was in turmoil, ordinary residents suffered as well. A newly established Heaven Destiny cult had killed so many people. After filling out the commission, Ritili went to the door to hand it to a staff member outside. Wu Hang also didn't plan to stay any longer. He stood up. "I'll head back too, and come again another time. I'll walk you out." Ritili stepped forward, affectionately linking her arm with his. Wu Hang paused as he walked towards the door. Ritili also stopped, a trace of self-doubt flashing in her eyes. "I'm sorry, Wu Hang glanced at her, naturally wrapping his arm around her waist, the smooth sensation under his hand. "Aren't you afraid I'm an old man?" Ritili's face broke into a smile again. "You couldn't possibly be an old man." "So certain?" Wu Hang was curious. Ritili sounded confident, a woman's intuition, and I'm always very accurate. The two continued down the corridor towards the hall, and when they were close to walking out, they slightly distanced themselves from each other. Ritili still had to maintain her image. She walked Wu Heng to the front door, waving goodbye. Gold and Silver Island. Virgil, accompanied by his attendants, walked down the street, observing the small island. The bustling crowd moved ceaselessly, workers in brown shirts carried goods, well-dressed merchants moved gracefully, and elegant ladies in gorgeous long gowns, their hat feathers fluttering with the wind, were out strolling and shopping. Vendors energetically hawked their wares, a flower girl promoted fresh flowers from her basket. A lively, prosperous island. Virgil and his companions' expressions were peculiar. Before arriving, they had specifically looked up information about this island, which was founded on a base of pirates. Even after that, it was Wu Heng who served as the island master. But it hadn't been for long. Now, there was nothing that resembled a pirate island, rather it looked like a flourishing royal city of a prosperous country. After a few more steps, a shout came from the head. Newspapers, 65 copper each, news of the surrounding kingdoms, the story of Miss Penny. Those who can't read, don't buy, go to the tavern to hear the bards read the content aloud. Miss, I'm selling newspapers, please don't put your hand on my buttocks, it's not included in the sale. Looking up, he saw a newsboy standing on the edge of a flower bed, waving his newspapers, while he spoke to the crowd gathered around him. Buy one, let's take a look, the mage, Virgil, directed his companion. The attendant stepped forward, elbowed his way through the crowd, and came back with a newspaper. Walking quickly back, he said, it's already the 6th issue, the story is about a tavern maid. Virgil took the newspaper and quickly scanned it. He saw the title of the story below. Blushing Maid Benny. It wasn't Wu Heng's own story. Was the newspaper story just for sales? He quickly scanned the content then stowed it into his space ring. Let's go, let's check out the tavern first. Golden Sail Tavern. As they entered the tavern, the bard's voice came through. By age 19, she had already worked in the tavern for 7 years. Living a mundane life. Then one day, a strangely dressed guest entered the tavern, clean and fair, with black hair like wearing a black top hat. The bartender came over with a slight apology. Guests, it's full. Virgil nodded. Let's go, we'll try another one. Black Crow's Nest Tavern. The next day, Wu Heng delivered the bounty to Benny and told the story of rescuing the children in the town. The bard glanced at the newspaper and said, Guest, even the private room is filled. Please check other places, the bartender said. The trio stepped out again, seeking another establishment. Red Shell Tavern. Benny looked reluctant, yet she lacked the courage to go forward. The trio saw that the tavern was fully occupied. Not waiting for the bartender to approach, they turned and left. Drunken Moon Inn. A tavern that seemed to have been refurbished from an inn. Do you have a spot? The attendant asked. The trio had checked several places and were getting a bit irate. There was something amiss with this small island. Where would you find every tavern bustling in the middle of the afternoon? Yes, please come this way, the bartender hurriedly cleared a spot for them. The trio sighed in relief. Following him, they sat down. There were others at the table, including a big bearded short person. But at this point, any available table was fine. The trio ordered some drinks and food, their eyes also drawn to the bard on stage. From frightened and timid, Benny gradually became resolute, cursing the level 18 leader and all the congregants who killed the villagers. Benny knocked over the oil lamp and stood amidst the flames. There was no fear in Benny's voice, only hatred for those from the evil cult outside, shouting, Wu Heng will return and avenge me and the villagers. The fire grew more intense, completely swallowing her figure. Woo woo woo. Soft crying sounded from a corner. Bang. The short person with the big beard at their table slapped the surface, angrily saying, has the association eaten shit, to have sent her to investigate a level 18 professional? The three mages, looking at the irate short person, felt as though they were being scolded too. But upon further thought, they realized the criticism was aimed at the local association that had arranged for this maid to head out. Yet, there was also a trace of surprise in their eyes. This newspaper was really remarkable, capable of stirring everyone's emotions. Even after listening to the story, they too felt pity for the maid named Benny. Such a good girl, to have died like that. This island master, what a method he came up with, quite impressive, one attendant remarked. The other spoke, the newspaper isn't unusual, it's similar to the stories issued by the association, it's mainly because of the writer afterwards, who made the story so engaging. Could it be, as Mofati said, she was reincarnated as a soul? If that were true, Mofati would have had a reason to take action on the spot, seeing his apprentice being bullied? Virgil sipped his drink and spoke indifferently, I am also curious about him, I will see what kind of person he really is. After cursing, the short person at their table sat back, looked at the trio in surprise. When did you change? The Phantom Train appeared. Wu Heng, accompanied by Kaizayu, disembarked from the train. They returned to the city, hailed a carriage, and headed back to the island lord's mansion. Sitting in the carriage, passing by a newspaper stand, he slightly opened a slit to look outside. The area around the selling point was crowded. Aside from those buying newspapers, there were also some who, after purchasing, would read out loud to others. The gathered crowd thus increased. Why are there so many women buying newspapers? Isn't it because of this edition's tale? Every tavern made buying several copies, talking about boosting this edition's sales. Princess, the newspaper is bought, there are too many people here, let's leave first. As the carriage moved past, voices were heard inside the carriage. Back at the island lord's mansion, Minnie helped him remove his coat and hung it aside. She asked softly, "Did master have lunch?" Wu Hang felt his stomach and said, "Not really hungry, let's have dinner together in the evening." "Then I'll prepare some more delicious food for dinner," Minnie said with a smile. Wu Hang patted her little head, "All right, as you wish." He sat in the living room and enjoyed the air conditioning for a while. The front gate of the courtyard was knocked on, and Minnie hurriedly went out to open it. Then, Minnie returned, bringing in Macintosh with 6 arms. Macintosh wore a deep gray-purple cloak with a hood, underneath was a deep blue long dress, gold earrings, and a gold necklace around her neck. Highly distinctive in appearance. Entering the living room, Macintosh placed 3 of her arms across her chest in greeting, "Lord Island Master." "Sit down," Wu Hang said. Macintosh sat down nearby, and Minnie brought over some iced tea. "Lord, just afternoon, 3 people arrived on the island, one of them appears to be of the mage profession, the other 2 are attendants following him, their levels might be above 15, even possibly 18, Macintosh directly stated her purpose. Chapter 600, all in Pinion. Wu Hang raised an eyebrow. Another mage had arrived on the island. Suspected to have reached level 18. Luan's master had reached level 18, and now here was another one at level 18. What have they been doing since they arrived on the island? Wu Hang continued to ask. After arriving on the island, they went to several taverns in a row, seemingly to listen to the newly released stories, and ended up at the Drunken Moon Inn. The Drunken Moon Inn was originally just doing in business and only recently turned into a tavern. "Do you feel that they pose any danger?" Macintosh pondered for a moment and said, "At the moment, it's impossible to determine their intentions. Wait for me for a while." Wu Hang got up and walked to a room at one side. He released all 3 ghosts. He said, "Glenda, a mage and 2 attendants have come to the Drunken Moon Inn, suspected to be level 18 professionals. Go and see what they're up to, keep a distance, and don't let them detect you." Mages could easily detect the presence of ghosts. Even if they couldn't see them, they could feel them. Maintaining a certain distance could still reduce the likelihood of being discovered. Using spirit vision from afar to track, there was no fear of losing the target. "Okay, I'll go now." Glenda responded and turned to leave through the roof. Zhao also followed, saying, "I want to take a look too." "No need for you to go, the more who go, the easier it is to be discovered." "How is the skill book you're translating for your mother coming along?" Wu Hang looked at her. Zhao immediately became sheepish. "Still writing." "Continue with your writing, we'll deliver it to your mother tomorrow," Wu Hang said. Zhao hesitated, then nodded and while flying upstairs, muttered, "The pressure is still so big." Wu Hang continued to look at Bella. "Bella, help keep watch over the island lord's mansion from the sky. If anyone approaches, notify me immediately." "Okay." Bella flew out as well. All 3 ghosts were given their tasks. Wu Hang returned to the living room, sat down, and said, "I've sent people to check. Is everything still going smoothly?" Macintosh took a sip of tea, smiled, and said, "With you backing me up, naturally everything is smooth." After defeating Luan last time, Macintosh was also clear about the gap between himself and Wu Hang. The other was just younger in age, but in terms of strength and level, far surpassed his own by too much. He had also lost the initial unwillingness he felt at the beginning. He even felt like he was clutching at a strong thigh. "Continue gathering intelligence, and if you need anything, let me know in time, I'll help you handle it," Wu Hang said indifferently. "Okay." Macintosh agreed, took another sip of tea, got up, and said, "I'll be going back now. If there's anything, I'll send you a message." Wu Hang nodded. Macintosh stood up to leave, and Minnie escorted him to the door. Macintosh left. Wu Hang also stood up and said hello to Minnie. He went straight upstairs. He walked into the study. After waiting for a while, Glenda flew back in and said, "They are indeed level 18 professionals, and the other 2 attendants are both level 15. Good grief, there were quite a few level 18s on his side. Lately, one level 18 mage had followed another onto the island. It was just unknown what the purpose of this visitor was. "What are they doing now?" Wu Hang asked. "They've gone to the association." Ligui personally came out to welcome them. They must be members of the association and hold a high position, Glenda said. Their level spoke for itself here. Level 18 professionals, even without holding any positions, would still be given certain courtesies. Wu Hang felt a sense of relief in his heart. As long as they were people from the association, it would be much safer. At least there wouldn't be any destruction. Their actions would also have to be within the association's rules. He wasn't afraid of them suddenly making any moves. By the time, whatever their intentions were, Ligui would also inform him. It's good if they're from the association, no need to keep an eye on them, Wu Hang said. Dusk. The voice of the maid calling for dinner came from outside the door. After going downstairs, dinner was already served on the dining table. As they ate, Andre Willow said, several more caravans have signed agreements with City Hall and will order 50,000 copies of the newspaper for distribution everywhere. This is great news, they'll be selling for us, Wu Hang nodded. Andre Willow smiled and said, newspaper sales are getting better and better, and they may even become a source of income for the island. I'm not counting on the newspaper to make much money, Wu Hang said as he sipped on fruit wine and added, find a few caravans and order some paper and ink. Okay, Andre Willow nodded. Once they finished dinner together, the maids went to the training room for practice. Wu Hang also went back upstairs. Inside the study, he rested for a while, and took out the skill book he had obtained today, spreading it open on the table. The name was Necromantic Torrent, a spell that manipulates necromantic energy. Within the range of the spell, undead units would receive an enhancement. It was an enhancement to the units, even the enemy's undead units would be boosted. Living units, on the other hand, would suffer from the erosion of necromantic power while standing in the spell. Of course, the spellcaster would automatically provide some resistance. But they wouldn't be able to stay in the torrent for an extended period. Wu Hang could think of was using the spell to enhance the skeleton army. The torrent would cover all the skeletons, and the effect was bound to be good. He flipped to the last page of the skill book. The prompt appeared soon after. Skill unlocked, Necromantic Torrent. It had finally been unlocked. Wu Hang stretched lazily, closed the book, and placed it back on the shelf. Zhao, how's the translation going? Wu Hang looked to the side. Zhao said, it's done. You've been working hard, Zhao. Zhao shrugged, I have no choice, after all, it's for my dear mother. Let me see. Zhao used telekinesis to float a book over. Resounding words. Wu Hang glanced at it and frowned instantly. He looked up and asked, why is there so much pinyin? Zhao replied naturally, I can't write the characters, so I had to use pinyin, and there are many characters in this world that I don't recognize. Wu Hang wanted to say something, but he swallowed his words before they left his mouth. On second thought, it was indeed challenging for Zhao to translate these. I'll do the translation, in the future, we'll find a way to train a few skeletons. Yay! Zhao immediately cheered. Wu Hang cut open the thread binding the book, marked the pages, and divided the book into 6 parts. With a thought, 6 versions of Wu Hang separated from his body, one for each part, and began translating. Ow, uncle, you can even do this, and you never help me. Zhao, flying above his head, complained loudly. Wu Hang ignored her and continued to translate quickly. Zhao went around commenting, this uncle, your writing is out of line. And you, be steadier, don't rush. Zhao, like a supervisor, kept commenting non-stop. The skill book wasn't thick to begin with. It only took over 20 minutes for 6 people to finish translating one book. The translated notes were placed to one side, and the original was reassembled. Then, he moved on to disassemble the second book and translate it. About half an hour later, the second book was also translated. He dispelled the effect of the special item. The 6 figures merged back into one. He shook his head. Alright, I'm resting now. Don't wander around tonight, a mage has arrived on the island, Wu Hang said as he walked outside, leaving instructions. Got it, see you, uncle, Zhao waved goodbye. The other 2 ghosts also nodded their heads. Wu Hang went downstairs, thought a moment, and then pushed open Annette's room door. The bunny girl with drooping ears opened her eyes and immediately smiled upon seeing Wu Hang enter. She whispered, Master, then she got up and began to help him off with his clothes. I didn't disturb your rest, did I? Not at all, you can come anytime, Annette blushed slightly. Hold on to the desk for me. Obediently, Annette walked over to the desk, leaned forward slightly, and placed herself over it. Wu Hang undid her nightdress and gently steadied her waist. The following day, in the morning, Wu Hang asked Glenda to check on the association again. Ligui had already gone to the association, and everything else was normal. So he didn't pay it any more attention. He opened the boundary door and went to the zombie world. First, he knocked on Zhao Yanqiu's door. Leader. Zhao Yanqiu looked puzzled. Wu Hang took out 2 books, These are skill books, see if you can understand them. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask Zhao. As he spoke, he let Zhao out. Zhao declared, patting her chest, ask me if you don't understand anything. Wu Heng left right away. From behind him came Zhao's voice, Mom, the book uncle and I translated for so long has exhausted me. Wu Heng went downstairs. He went straight into the conference room. On either side of the elongated table, sat Chi Henke, Jiao Rong, a young man wearing glasses, and a middle-aged foreigner with sparse hair and a beard. This is Kadyrov, the Russian scientist we rescued. Chi Henkai introduced. Chapter 601, Someone is looking. Chi Henkai introduced the Russians and then gestured toward the bespectacled young man. Liu Yuming, one of our base members, currently in charge of translation. Liu Yuming stood up and bowed, saying, Leader. Wu Heng nodded. Chi Henkai explained, Kadyrov understands some Chinese, but sometimes he still needs translations. The big-bearded foreigner also stood up and spoke in halting Chinese, Thank you, Leader Wu, for saving us. I visited your country 5 years ago and liked it here very much. Please, sit down. Wu Heng sat down beside him and continued, Welcome to our team. Thank you. Kadyrov expressed his thanks. Wu Heng then asked, How many people are in your group? Kadyrov replied, 6, all members of our research institute. Normally, a refuge would have about this many people, too many would be a burden, too few would make it hard to sustain. I heard you were researching the electromagnetic cannon. How is that going? Can it be used normally? Wu Heng looked at him. Kadyrov appeared puzzled and glanced at Liu Minute for interpretation. Liu Minute translated. Kadyrov responded in Russian. Liu Minute turned back and translated. He said it has a range of 150 kilometers and can penetrate 5 meters of concrete. Wu Heng raised an eyebrow. Chi Henkai and Jiao Rong also showed shock in their expression. 150 kilometers, penetrating 5 meters of concrete. That could even break through buildings. Moreover, the range of a machine cannon is only within 2 kilometers. Compared to that, the range and power of the electromagnetic cannon are somewhat exaggerated. No wonder before the end of the world, all nations were competing to develop such weapons. Wu Heng continued to ask, So, can it be used normally now? Kadyrov spoke in Russian. Liu Minute translated, What they developed is a railgun. It can be fired in experiments, but it needs large-scale equipment to support and also a large electricity load. Even in modern society, it could not be put to use. Now it would be even harder. What about the blueprints? Wu Heng continued. All blueprints were brought over, and digital backups were made, Chi Henkai replied. Having blueprints could allow the mechanist to research further. Besides the electromagnetic cannon, what else do you specialize in? Kadyrov answered himself, research design related to electrical equipment, and we are also quite proficient with weapons. Wu Heng pondered for a while. The usability of the electromagnetic cannon was uncertain. Later, after moving the lab over, he would see. They could initially assign them some other work. Chi Henke, see what areas they might help with, and temporarily assign them some work. All right. Chi Henkai nodded. Liu Minute quietly translated for Kadyrov on the side. Kadyrov slowly exhaled, staying here was better than anything else. After discussing the matters concerning the foreigners, Wu Heng continued to look towards Chi Henkai and Jiao Rong. Any progress on your side? Chi Henkai said, No major events. The 2 skeleton armies are still clearing zombies along the railroad, and the next city for baking is Seaside City. Seaside City is near the coast. Wu Heng immediately said, Let them keep an eye out for shipyards or vessels. Okay, I'll notify them right away. Chi Henkai didn't ask further, just nodded and agreed. Jiao Rong organized some papers and said, The machinery for rifle production has entered the final stage of production adjustments. If no problems arise, it can start regular production. The printing press for newspapers also started reassembling its mechanical parts and will be experimentally operational soon. Tancheng Group gave Wu Heng some good news. Bullets could be produced here. If rifles could also be produced, they could extensively train skeletons proficient in shooting and form a modernized skeleton army. The newspaper printing press was intended for setting up newspapers everywhere. Although there wasn't any definitive progress yet, the printing press still needed to be made ahead of time. Good job. Let Chi Henkai know what you need and complete the experimentation as soon as possible. Understood. Jiao Rong nodded, then said, I have no other matters. Then, that's it for now. Chi Henkai, come with me to get the blueprints. Everyone else, go take care of your own tasks. Wu Heng said. All present stood and left the meeting room. Wu Heng followed Chi Henkai to the data room. 2 large boxes of blueprints were placed before them. They're all here, already backed up. If needed, we can print more. Chi Henkai glanced at the machine beside him. I'll look at the blueprints first, And we can discuss the rest later, Wu Heng said as he stored the blueprints in the space ring. The door to the data room was shut again. As the two walked out, Chi Hengkai said, Sister Yaong, knowing there's a beast taming shop, she might came to ask you for it in the next couple of days. I've prepared for that as well, Wu Heng said with a smile. It's convenient to buy directly from the beast taming shop on Gold and Silver Island. To prevent her from getting jealous and saying you play favorites, Chi Hengkai smiled. How could I? Both the palm and back of the hand are flesh. It sounds like we're both children, we joked. The two of them chatted casually as they walked outside. After getting the blueprints, Wu Heng went back to his dormitory to wait for Zhao to return. The original plan was to level up Bella in these 2 days. But an 18th level mage had arrived at Gold and Silver Island. That still needed some attention. He released Glinda and Bella, letting the two ghosts wander around while Glinda gave Bella a brief introduction to this world. When she found out Wu Heng was from another world, Bella's entire soul was filled with surprise. Wu Heng, sitting in a chair, was just about to take out the blueprints to pass the time when a system prompt suddenly appeared in his ear. Level up to 19th, Constitution +2, Intelligence +4, Perception +2, Charm +2, he had leveled up. A delight filled Wu Heng's heart. It appears the skeleton team had clashed with the zombies again while advancing. The feeling of leveling up while sitting at home was quite nice, actually. Wu Heng immediately opened his panel to check the requirements for this level up. Name, Wu Heng, level, 19th, 1452 out of 355,000, fame, 19th, 721 out of 66,000, attributes, strength 48, agility 35, constitution 55, intelligence 54, perception 33, charm 34. The experience needed after reaching level 19 had reached 355,000. An exaggerated number. But from his job change to now, it hadn't taken a long time. The leveling speed was faster than traditional professionals in the other world. The zombies were enough to boost him to level 20, making him a hero. This eased the pressure in his mind. Fame had increased from 58,000 to 66,000. Fame, indeed, was more troublesome than experience. The fame collection on Gold and Silver Island definitely wouldn't be enough for him to reach level 20. Expansion was still necessary. Jiao Rong's printing press had started producing parts, almost nearing the finished product. It was time to prepare for establishing newspapers in various locations. As he pondered these thoughts, Zhao flew back through the walls, her tone resigned. Ah. My mom is so clueless. What kind of way is that to talk? Wu Heng said, not pleasantly. Really? Whenever she looks at a skill book, she always asks me why this, why that. I don't understand all this, I just tell her this is how you train, Zhao immediately replied. It's normal not to understand when she's just started, he replied. She didn't learn anything even after reading it once. Uncle, you learn it all after reading once. Wu Heng paused, somewhat at a loss for words on how to explain this. After a moment of thought, he explained, I've leveled up, so my understanding of knowledge has improved, as well. It'll get better when your mom levels up. Zhao thought that seemed reasonable. Okay then. Go and call Glinda and the others back, let's head back. Wu Heng pointed towards the window. Zhao flew out and quickly returned with Glinda and Bella, and together they entered his body. Wu Heng opened the boundary door and returned to the zombie world. Back at the Island Lord's mansion, appearing in the study, Wu Heng walked downstairs, hearing the voices of the maids talking downstairs. Turning to see Wu Heng coming down, Annette and Roby saluted, while Minnie approached and said, Master, during the morning, Steward Zailigui sent someone over saying that someone from the main branch of the association has arrived, asking you to come over. Chapter 602, Having a guide will be faster indeed. A level 18 mage arriving on the island had some connection with himself. And he was a member of their own headquarters. It probably wasn't related to the incident with Luan. Since he had sent the newspapers over, it was unlikely they would be seeking revenge so swiftly. Prepare lunch first, and then we'll go, Wu Heng said. What would you like to eat, sir? Minnie asked with a smile. Seafood noodles, keep it simple. Okay. Minnie nodded and quickly headed towards the kitchen. Association, dormitory. The door opened, and a robust attendant, holding several newspapers, came in and handed them to Virgil, who was wearing a robe. The city hall does sell recent issues of the newspaper, it's not too much of a hassle. Virgil nodded, picked up the newspapers, and looked over each one. It doesn't say whether this street lamp is mechanical or a prop. It's not mentioned, but I believe it's a prop. If you stand underneath it, you can see something glowing inside the glass cover, the rest is just an iron pole, the attendant replied. After arriving on the island, they initially thought the newspaper was the most surprising thing. But then, at night, Bright white light shone through the window. After leaving the association, they saw the entire central district brightly lit. Under the lights, a large number of residents gathered to enjoy the cool of the night, and vendors were selling goods. It was even busier than during the day. This made all three of them widen their eyes. They also realized that the iron poles erected during the day were not for hanging flags. The headquarters of the association was nothing more than this. But that was a place where heroes gathered. And here? It was a small island at sea. An island seized from pirates. At dawn, they sent people out to inquire about the situation and buy newspapers. But they still couldn't confirm if it was indeed a prop. Virgil put away the newspapers and said, "Hasn't he come back yet?" "No news yet, I'll send someone to hurry him up." "No rush," Virgil pondered for a moment and continued, "Go and ask Zyligui, besides Emilo, does he have contact with anyone else?" The attendant was perplexed. "Do you want to take him as your apprentice?" "The professions differ greatly, just go and ask." Association. After lunch, Wu Heng arrived at the association. With a quick stride, he swiftly entered the steward's office. Zyligui furrowed her brows. "What are you doing? Is there an 18th level professional looking for me?" Wu Heng asked cautiously. Zyligui laughed at his demeanor. "Haven't you defeated an 18th level professional before? Why are you so nervous?" "I'm not nervous, just don't know what he wants." "Do you know what he's looking for?" Wu Heng asked. Zyligui closed the documents on her desk and said, "Virgil, a prophecy series mage, has come here seemingly to invite you to join the Hongwen Alliance." A prophecy series mage? This faction was rare and not highly combative. Its vocational traits leaned towards reconnaissance, forecasting, and detecting spells. When speaking with him, one still needed to be cautious and ensure nothing went wrong. "He came all the way to the island to invite me? Am I that famous?" Wu Heng wondered. He had heard of the Hongwen Alliance before. So much time had passed, and he had not been merely idling his days away. The Hongwen Alliance mostly consisted of mages, bards, and other professions, and to Wu Heng, it seemed to be a gathering place for intellectuals. "Take a look at this first." Zyligui handed over a letter. "Ms. Moya wrote this to me, she mentioned you in it too. Right after Virgil arrived yesterday, I think the Hongwen Alliance's invitation to you might also be related to your defeating Luan." Moya's letter. Wu Heng took it, the envelope already opened. He took out the letter and began to read it. The first part contained some routine inquiries addressed to Zyligui. The latter part read, "Wu Heng's letter was received by Lord Yamiro, who has issued a challenge to Mofati, who has been too disturbed to accept. Mofati and his disciples are narrow-minded, and the newspapers on Gold and Silver Island have spread in our headquarters. Be wary of underhanded tactics and write back if there's an issue." After reading, Wu Heng raised an eyebrow. Yamiro had also issued a challenge at headquarters, wanting to beat up Mofati. Actually, it made sense. If Luan could challenge Wu Heng, Yamiro could also challenge Mofati. But clearly, Yamiro was stronger, as Mofati didn't even dare to accept the challenge. Moya also mentioned being wary of underhanded tactics. This was suspecting that the other party might want to harm oneself. "Keep the letter with me for now, I'll publish this news in a new newspaper in a couple of days," Wu Heng said. Zyligui responded, "Aren't you worried at all about the dangers mentioned above?" "What's there to worry about? If I trip while going out, I'll just write to Administrator Yamiro and tell him I was assassinated and let him handle Mofati." "You." Impressive, Zyligui managed to say only those two words. Shiali continued to watch the two chat with a cheerful smile. Wu Heng put away the letter and then said, "That is to say, by making a name for myself at headquarters, the Hongwen Alliance thinks I defeated Luan and have potential, inviting me to join." Zyligui nodded, "I think so too." "Then you tell me, should I join?" Zyligui looked at him quizzically, "You're asking me? What do you think? You know more, help me think this through. The Hongwen Alliance has very high standards, and only those who are recognized are invited to join. I think joining would be beneficial for you," explained Zyligui. This was not far off from what Wu Heng had thought. He felt that joining would do him no harm, he would meet more mages and potentially acquire more spell books. "Then I'll take your advice." "You already decided, didn't you?" Blaming me, Zyligui shot him a glance, then stood up and said, "Let's go. We should head to the meeting room and wait for Virgil to come." Wu Heng also stood up, said goodbye to Shiali, and left the office. In the meeting room. After a short wait, the door was pushed open. A ruddy-faced mage in a long robe, accompanied by two attendants, walked in. Zyligui introduced, "This is Mr. Virgil, coming from headquarters." Then he introduced Wu Heng, Island Master of Gold and Silver Island. The three opposite looked curiously at Wu Heng, sizing him up. The newspapers sent to the association had his photo, indeed identical. Mr. Virgil, Wu Heng greeted with a smile. Island Lord Wu Heng, the veteran mage, also showed a smile. After both sat down, Virgil continued, I have heard about Island Lord Wu Heng's deeds at headquarters, a young and promising man. Wu Heng replied with a smile, Mr. Virgil is too kind. I am merely emulating the hero's deeds and doing my job well. Haha. Well said. Virgil stroked his beard and assessed him once more from top to bottom. He then said, you are very talented, yet you switched professions rather late. Having a mentor to guide you could smooth your path ahead. Reaching level 18 within 3 years. Chapter 603, How Street Lights Are Constructed. The message was clear, they wanted to take him as an apprentice. Zai hadn't mentioned this just now. He glanced at her, equally surprised. Having a guide, for any professional, would smooth the journey ahead, saving many detours. If it had been during his time in Blackstone Town or London City, he would have hoped for such a mentor. To receive guidance in spells and have a backer. At that time, a level 18 professional was almost like a deity. If anyone dared to bother him, just reporting the name of his level 18 master would solve many troubles. But now it was different. Level 18 professionals were a common sight on Gold and Silver Island. Even his skeletons were level 18. And no matter how powerful, they couldn't withstand machine cannon fire. Moreover, he himself had already reached level 19, higher even than the mage before him. It would obviously be inappropriate to become a disciple in that case. His thoughts raced. He said, I didn't have much opportunity before, and now I don't have such thoughts. Administrator Yamiro and Dean Jian Vito have also been guiding me. Virgil's smile stiffened on his face, seemingly not expecting Wu Heng to refuse him. Nor did he anticipate someone turning down a level 18 powerhouse as a mentor. He opened his mouth to speak, but the words were swallowed back. After pondering for a moment, he nodded without bringing up the matter again. Instead, he continued, the main reason for my visit is to ask if you are willing to join the Hongwen Alliance. So, it came down to the Hongwen Alliance. The information from Zai Ligui was accurate after all. Wu Heng curiously asked, after joining, is there anything I need to do? Virgil, as if prepared, immediately answered, there are no mandatory requirements. If you are willing to head to headquarters, you can conduct research at the Hongwen Alliance's research tower on the subjects you're interested in. If you can't make it there, we'll send some ancient documents, books, and rubbings for you to help decode. There are also some events to organize. The Hongwen Alliance initiates many activities to maintain the academic atmosphere among our members, such as alchemy classes and professional scroll distributions. When it involves Gold and Silver Island, we may need your cooperation. It sounded quite similar to a school club. Just assisting with some allocated tasks would suffice. He certainly wouldn't go to headquarters, it was full of high-level individuals, nowhere near as comfortable as his current situation. As for the decoding of documents and books, Wu Heng did harbor some expectations. The system could translate text, he wondered whether he could decode content that even mages and scholars could not. And as for organizing some events, such as lectures and scroll distributions, those were arranged by the local association, and Zai Ligui's affairs didn't concern him much. Thank you, I am willing to join, Wu Heng nodded. Virgil didn't find it strange. He took out an agreement and emblem of the Alliance and pushed them forward, sign your name, and you'll be a member of the Hongwen Alliance. Keep the emblem safe, it represents your membership. Wu Heng looked over the agreement, it was mostly formalities about joining the Hongwen Alliance. Not much different from the agreement when joining the association, there was nothing unusual. Picking up the pen, he signed his name directly. Virgil picked it up to confirm. He smiled again, welcome to the Alliance. Thank you. With the talk concluded, Virgil relaxed a bit and asked, are those street lamps props? The two attendants by his side also looked over. Wu Heng explained, you could understand them as a kind of mechanical. Did you invent them? Wu Heng shook his head, I don't have that kind of skill. It was the result of the combined efforts of several professions. Virgil nodded, it's an impressive invention. Thank you, but compared to the scholars of the Hongwen Alliance, these are nothing, Wu Heng politely said. Virgil laughed, for someone of your age, and as a member of the human race, you're doing very well. Mr. Virgil, you jest, Wu Heng replied politely, then said, Zai Ligui, have someone book a private room at the tavern to welcome the gentleman. Zai Ligui nodded in agreement, opened the door, and asked Shiyali to book a private room at the tavern outside the association. Then, Virgil inquired about the idea of selling newspapers and the details of serializing stories. And the latest issue, that tavern made Bella. Full of curiosity about Wu Heng and Gold and Silver Island. They sat in the meeting room and chatted for a while. Shiyali came back and said the private room was ready. Only then did Wu Heng stand up and say, "Mr. Virgil, let's go to the tavern. We can eat and talk there." "That sounds good." Virgil agreed. The group went out together and walked towards the tavern outside the association. The dinner party ended. The group had a rather good time chatting. They didn't bring up the matter of taking on apprentices again. Virgil and the attendant returned to the association dormitory while Zai Ligui and Shi Yali went back to their own mansions. Wu Heng returned to the island master's manor. Entering the living room, Minnie quickly came over and helped him hang his coat on the rack. She asked, "Master, was your day at the association smooth?" "Nothing special. That level 18 mage wasn't looking for trouble." Wu Heng manipulated the kettle to pour water and took a sip. "I thought someone else had come to the island to trouble you," Minnie said with a laugh. Wu Heng turned his head and said, "Do you remember the master and disciple who challenged me last time?" "I remember, you beat them pretty badly. Their robes were all torn up," Minnie said. Luan left a rather deep impression. Given his status and social standing, and the fact that he got beaten so badly by Wu Heng. Right, after they went back to headquarters, Administrator Yamiro issued a challenge to his master, who didn't dare accept it due to ill health, Wu Heng said with a smile. Minnie also looked surprised. "Really? Why didn't he accept it? Can you actually refuse?" "In the rules of the association, it is allowed to refuse a challenge," Wu Heng said. "That's a shame," Minnie felt somewhat regretful. "It's also a deterrence to them, so they don't strut around on Gold and Silver Island thinking nobody knows," Wu Heng explained. In fact, refusing a challenge had a bigger impact on Luan and his disciple. The newspapers had already publicized their incident on Gold and Silver Island. Why Nilo challenged him was something everyone could guess. In the small place of Gold and Silver Island, they showed off their might, yet didn't fight, and upon returning home, the teacher didn't dare accept a challenge. That was even more embarrassing than losing a fight. Of course, all these events happened at the association's headquarters and didn't have much to do with himself. But the Hongwen Alliance's interest in having him join was largely due to his victory over Luon. There was also the letter from Moya. He needed to be wary of the master-disciple duo, lest they don't dare to act overtly and strike him from the shadows. In truth, the problem wasn't big. He had reached level 19, with 2 level 18 ghosts and 2 level 18 skeletons. The likelihood of them threatening him was not high. Wu Heng looked at Minnie and said, "Moya is Administrator Yamiro's assistant. He said in the letter to be careful, in case the master and disciple duo cause trouble in secret. You all should take a skeleton with you when you go out. Those two are rather sinister, plotting things in the shadows, and they are even level 18 professionals," Minnie expressed in surprise. "Level doesn't represent one's character." "That's true, pirates can reach level 18 too," Minnie nodded. After resting for a while, Wu Heng patted Minnie's perky bottom. "I'm going upstairs. You should rest early too." "All right, master," Minnie called out sweetly. Then she hopped and skipped to the training room. From a distance, she began shouting about Luan being released and how Administrator Yamiro had sent a challenge letter. Going upstairs and entering the study, Wu Heng released all 3 ghosts. Realizing they were home, the 3 ghosts dispersed to busy themselves with their own tasks. Glenda continued revising drafts, and Zhao, along with Bella, flew to one side to watch cartoons. After thinking for a moment, Wu Heng turned to Glenda and said, "What do you think? If the newspaper serialized more great detective stories, would it increase our reputation even more?" Glenda looked up, pondered for a moment, and said, "There may not be any significant effect. Those familiar with the newspaper already know who you are. Adding more content to the serialized stories might just make reading them more enjoyable. It wouldn't have a big impact on fame." Chapter 604, Unfamiliar with Foreign Languages. That is to say, all those who should recognize me, have recognized me. Increasing the releases will just make the readers happier, but it won't greatly influence my fame. Is there a good way to promote it beyond the island? Wu Heng continued asking. Glenda replied, "The story of the first volume of Great Detective will come to an end in this issue. We can turn it into a book and have the merchants sell it outside." That was indeed a method. The original plan was to compile Great Detective into a book after serialization and sell it outside, but now that I've advanced to level 19, I'm a bit anxious about fame. Selling it by volume could work, though the content is a bit limited. Alright, let's organize it. Print it as a book tomorrow and sell it with the next issue of the newspaper. Wu Heng confirmed the plan. Glenda continued to remind him, "When you have time, take a photo for the book cover." Wu Heng touched his chin. "I'm not very photogenic." "It adds to fame, making it easier to gain fame," Glenda said. "Alright then, although I'm a bit shy." Glenda did not say much more and began editing the manuscript. Wu Heng moved to one side, and took out all the blueprints of the electromagnetic cannon that he had obtained during the day. This time, The blueprints included far more than just firearm and bullet diagrams, 2 large boxes of material. Wu Hang picked one up and looked through it, finding all the text in Russian. Damn, I forgot about this. During the day, I was worried about a level 18 mage coming to the island. And in my rush to get back, I completely forgot that the blueprints were all in Russian. Now looking at them, except for a few numbers like 1234, I couldn't understand anything. The system could translate the text from the other world. But it didn't translate other languages from my original world. I took out my phone and opened an app. It had an option for translating Russian, but it required internet. In the other world, there was no such thing as internet, and in a zombie world, the notion of a network was long gone. There wasn't a good solution. Wu Hang pushed the blueprints aside, deciding to check with Chihang Kitamura to see if there was a way. After sitting in the study for a while with nothing to do, I went to my room early to rest. In the bedroom, Wu Hang lay on the bed, pondering the day's events. I had leveled up to 19 and needed more fame. Acquiring fame was indeed a troublesome matter. Glenda's idea of selling books does compensate for the newspaper's delayed intelligence. It would be best if those merchant fleets came to me, so I could control the prices a bit. Also, hosting more events to attract more people to Gold and Silver Island would naturally spread the word about me. The second thing was that I had joined the Hongwen Alliance. It also signified those big shots at the headquarters had acknowledged me. I wonder if I could get any skill books from them. I'll see how it goes. I pulled my blanket up, summing up what I needed to do the next day. Firstly, I'll level up Bella, then take a picture for the cover, and print the books. Let's just arrange it like that. After deciding, Wu Hang closed his eyes to sleep. The next day, at the harbor. Mr. Virgil is in such a hurry to return? Wu Hang asked the mage who was ready to board the ship. Zailigui also said, stay a few more days, it would be nice to take you around the island. Virgil, with a smile, responded, maybe next time. Now that my mission is completed, I must return quickly to report back. If the Hongwen Alliance has any assignments, they will be sent directly to the association. Wu Hang, keep an eye out. I will pay attention, Wu Hang answered. Virgil went on to ask, I forgot to ask you yesterday, are streetlights convenient to deploy on a large scale? Wu Hang thought for a moment before explaining, streetlights aren't difficult, but the preliminary infrastructure is a bit of a hassle. What do you mean? It means that initially, one needs to set up something akin to a magic building to provide power for the streetlights. Wu Hang thought of a way to explain that he would understand. Virgil nodded, got it. My family has a territory, we can discuss the construction of these streetlights later. The price is negotiable. Good lord, every professional capable of reaching level 18 isn't ordinary at all. They even have their own territories. Alright, Wu Hang didn't refuse. Whether or not I could do it, whether I should help them build a power plant, that was something for the future. Perhaps, I could even set up an engineering team for such tasks. As they were speaking, an attendant came down, the ship is about to depart. Virgil looked at Wu Hang and the other person, then, I shall leave first. See you next time if there's a chance. Gold and Silver Island welcomes the three of you at any time. Goodbye, Mr. Virgil. Virgil boarded the cargo ship, stood on the deck to wave farewell, and the ship gradually left the harbor and sailed away. Zailigui said with a smile, it seems that he isn't upset with you for not becoming his disciple. It's all voluntary. Why should he be upset? Wu Hang said. Inviting him to dinner was also to dissolve this matter. It looks like the effect was quite good. No problem is certainly the best. As they talked, they walked to the roadside and took a carriage. Zailigui returned to the association, while Wu Hang went back to his residence. After returning to his residence, Wu Hang immediately went to Zombie World. He asked Chihang Kai to prepare a convoy to go out and clear zombies. After arriving in an area that had not been cleared yet, the soul-capturing Jade projected an array, and skeletons and zombies fought each other in a melee. Stream after stream of remnant souls floated up into the sky. Bella rushed forward directly and began absorbing the remnant souls in the sky. Ghost has leveled up to level 9, Ghost has leveled up to level 10, Agility +1, Intelligence +2, Perception +1, Ability unlocked, Push by Thought Power. Ghost has leveled up to level 11, Ghost has leveled up to level 13, Intelligence +1, Perception +2, Charm +1. When Bella leveled up to level 13, all the remnant souls had been completely absorbed. She was able to level up several times in each outing. It made Wu Hang somewhat envious watching her. At level 10, Bella unlocked Push by Thought Power. This ability wasn't anything profound. The effect was to simply influence some things with telekinesis. For instance, flicking a door or controlling a touchscreen pen to watch cartoons. These were the effects of this ability. Zhao and Gran came equipped with this ability naturally. In Bella's case, she unlocked it only after reaching level 10. But that wasn't a problem. As long as her level kept increasing, other abilities could be added to the ghost later with rituals. Bella flew back and said, "They've all been absorbed. You're now level 13. When we get back, let Gran and Zhao teach you how to use telekinesis," he said. "Wow, I'm level 13 now," exclaimed Bella. Back in Blackstone Town, she had never imagined reaching such a level. Higher even than a steward. "You'll be even higher in the future," Wu Hang said. Bella nodded, "Thank you." Wu Hang nodded, then began to give orders to the skeletons to clean up the battlefield. A vast number of skeletons started to move. They sorted the bodies. Evolved zombies and mutated zombies were dragged closer. After Wu Hang transformed the mutated and evolved zombies, he collected the corpse cores and continued to release corpse battlefield. Then, Chi Hangkai and the convoy came to check the shops on both sides. All needed items were loaded onto the trucks. Next, the convoy began to return to the military factory. Wu Hang then opened the boundary door and returned to Gold and Silver Island. Back at the Island Master's manor. After dinner, Wu Hang returned to his study. He took out 2 books from his space ring. Modern Russian Chinese Dictionary and Russian for Beginners, Learn Quickly, Platinum Bestseller Edition. These 2 books were scavenged from the zombie world. He tore open the books. With a thought, Wu Hang immediately split into 6 figures. Each one picked up a few pages. Chapter 605, the Coachman book was split into 6 parts. 6 Wu Hangs, each holding a part, found their own space and began to read. The enhancement of attributes made it easier to understand knowledge, and their attention and memory also greatly improved. This kind of stuff that required rote memorization with explanations and annotations was no challenge at all. As long as they forced it into their minds, that would do. All 6 read through their pages quickly in different locations. Then, they began to follow the pronunciation. The entire room was filled with the sound of their silent murmuring. 3 ghosts gathered together. Bella's face showed surprise. Are they preparing for sorcery? Necromancers really are good at curses. Glenda said, seems like they're learning something. Zhao moved closer, looked at the book cover that was torn off and placed to the side, and said, Uncle is learning a foreign language. What's a foreign language? Bella asked. It's the language of other countries. I almost had to learn it too. Zhao explained to the 2 ghosts. Hearing Zhao say this, they immediately understood. It was the language of other races. But this method of learning was indeed special. To split into 6 selves, dividing the learning between them. It was the first time they had seen it. Then let's be quieter, don't disturb him, Glenda said. The other 2 ghosts nodded. They didn't chat anymore and flew back to their spots. Glenda continued revising her drafts, and Zhao, controlling a tablet, took Bella to a slightly farther place to continue watching cartoons. As evening fell, the pages of the 6 people were finished one after another. One of them asked, How is it? Another Wu Hang replied, Almost done, just a rote memory thing, nothing like a magic book. Another Wu Hang said, When we have time, we'll go try to communicate with that foreigner. It doesn't matter much if there's a translator for communicating, the main thing is to understand the blueprints. There's one more book. After finishing that one, I'll have pretty much mastered it. Let's first dispel the effects of the special item, it has side effects. The 6 nodded, their bodies flickered, and they merged back into one person. What followed was a sharp pain, as well as a flood of information rushing into the brain causing swelling and the world to spin. Wu Hang held his forehead, the side effects slowly fading away. Zhao flew over, her tone somewhat worried, Uncle, are you alright? The other 2 ghosts looked at him with concern as well. Wu Hang showed a smile, I'm fine, it's just the side effects of dividing. Zhao said, it's the side effects from reading too much. Glenda also flew over, leave the last book for tomorrow, if you don't take care of your body now, how will you take care of so many women later on? You're driving again, Wu Hang said. Glenda laughed and glanced at Zhao, not saying anything. His expression seemed to say, if Zhao wasn't here, I would really let this car speed up. After hearing this, Zhao seriously said, Yes, Uncle, you need to take care of yourself, we all rely on you. Alright, I'll listen to Zhao. I won't study anymore today. Wu Hang got up and shook his neck. Hee hee. Zhao laughed, flying half a circle in midair. Wu Hang gathered the paper sheets scattered about and walked towards the doorway, then I'll go back and rest. Good night. Good night. Goodbye, Uncle. Returning to the bedroom. After washing up, Wu Hang went to bed and rested. Lying on the bed, he looked up at the ceiling. Last time when helping Zhao with the translation of the skill book, this time learning from the books. Splitting could be accomplished, and it needn't only be used in battle. The 100 Soldiers robe was indeed a special item with good effects. He frowned in thought. I wonder if it will also work for training? His swordsmanship had been stuck at a high level and had not been improving. Perhaps 6 divided selves practicing together might also be effective. I should give it a try when I get the chance. After thinking for a while, he fell into a deep sleep. After breakfast, Wu Heng headed to the zombie world. Stepping out of the boundary door, there was a drizzle outside the window. Wu Heng released the 3 ghosts. Zhao Zhao went to find Zhao Yanqiu, while Glenda and Bella flew out to wander around. It had to be said, bringing over Zhao Zhao's mother, he also helped her switch jobs, and learn from the skill book. But Zhao Zhao's unfinished wish was still not fulfilled. Wu Heng suspected in his heart. He couldn't really believe that Zhao Zhao's father and grandfather could be revived. If that was the case, she might never fulfill it in this lifetime. Glenda's unfinished wish was more straightforward. She wanted to find her husband and ask why he killed her. Wu Heng thought, if he really was dead, they could perform the Wenchai to dig out the reasons. The main issue was that the man couldn't be found. The last hope was Bella. The Heaven Destiny cult that murdered her had been destroyed, and the soul of that bishop was locked in the demon soul pot. Once Bella leveled up a bit more, allowing her to devour the soul of that bishop would count as personal revenge. It wasn't too far-fetched, and she could likely fulfill her unfinished wish. As for her skill limitations, they could be overcome through rituals later on. He pondered a bit more. He opened the door and walked downstairs. Just as he reached the first floor, he saw the conference room door open, with some people coming out from inside. It seemed they had just finished a meeting. Leader. Leader. The people greeted him. Go on with your business, I'm fine, Wu Heng nodded with a smile. The others left with their umbrellas to attend to their tasks, while Wu Heng entered the conference room. Inside the room, only Chi Hankai was left. Just finished a meeting? Wu Heng walked in. Chi Hankai showed a smile, just organizing the plans ahead so that the factories can cooperate well. Don't focus all your energy on work, remember to rest as well, Wu Heng spoke softly. Chapter 605, The Coachman, understood, Wu Heng replied, continuing, how are those Russians adapting here? It seems fine, but we can't separate them for now. Once they are in other groups, communication is impossible without Kadyrov to assign tasks, Chi Hankai said with a tone of helplessness. Originally, the idea was to assign them according to their expertise. Now, it appears that these people can't really be separated. At the base, only Lumina knows Russian, he can't run back and forth to translate. It's fine to arrange them together for now, Wu Heng said. Chi Hankai nodded and, after thinking for a moment, continued, Baking side is advancing towards the center of Seaside City. In the next few days, they'll bring back some survivors and the gold they've scavenged. Baking is quite diligent, it's the Skull team that's diligent. They do nothing but march and attack. Baking and his group barely keep up with the pace, Chi Hankai said with a bitter smile. It sounded like Baking had probably complained to her about this. Skulls don't need logistics and don't differentiate between day and night, they're focused on attacking. When thought about it, logistics would indeed be a bit strained. Just hold on a bit longer, it will be easier later, once they reach level 20, it will be easier. Just one level to go. What's there to endure or not endure? Being able to join the base is already much luckier than the others, Chi Hankai continued, I will urge them so you don't need to worry. After that, the two chatted in the conference room for a while longer. The rain outside showed no signs of stopping. Unable to go out to clear zombies. After eating lunch in the cafeteria together, Wu Heng returned to his dorm and waited until the few ghosts also flew back. He opened the boundary door and returned to Gold and Silver Island. Wu Heng walked downstairs, and heard the giggling of the maids, along with Philippa's loud voice. Philippa's back? Walking down the stairs and looking towards the living room, he saw Shainila, Philippa, and 3 maids. Oh great, Chief. The red crown parrot, noticing him first, let out a sharp cry and dipped its head in a bow. Wu Heng stroked its feathers. You're getting smarter. Hearing the parrot's voice, everyone in the living room turned to look. Master, the maids called out obediently. Shainila, too, revealed a gentle smile. The parrot then flew beside Philippa. Silly bird, Captain. You're the silly bird. I'll stew you. Philippa shooed it away with a laugh, then said, Wu Heng, did you miss us? Indeed, I thought you two had run away from home, being away for so many days. Wu Heng walked over and sat down. Philippa immediately leaned in, hugging his arm. So are you worried about me, or about Sister Shainila? As she spoke, she tightened her hold on his arm. Shainila also looked over with a smile, waiting to hear what he would say. Wu Heng replied, I was worried you'd have sold Shainila, she is the treasure of Gold and Silver Island, after all. Philippa nodded vigorously in agreement. Back then Shainila was worth 100 gold coins, it's a guaranteed profit investment. Are you crazy? You actually thought about it. Wu Hang pulled his arm free and pinched her face. Mumbling with puckered lips, Philippa retorted, as if I could, don't you know me? I'm kinder than Babuzzy. All the pirates in the Emerald Sea are dead now. So naturally, there's no more bounty from the pirate side. Wu Hang continued, did you find anything on the way? We chased off several fleets similar to pirate groups. Nothing else was a problem, the entire sea route is very safe, Philippa reported. That's good, Wu Hang said, oh, I came down to take photos. Minnie, bring the coat I prepared down here. Minnie quickly went upstairs and brought down a coat. Shayla asked, what photos are you taking? The first volume of a detective novel is about to be released, we need a cover, so I'm planning to do it myself. Everyone was stunned for a moment before they all started bustling about. Wu Hang dressed in the coat and put on the investigator's typical bowler hat. Under Shayla's direction, he began striking several specific poses. Shayla, after all, understood some art. Her skill in oil painting was quite high as well, and having her in charge saved a lot of trouble. After several shots were taken, they began to choose. This one looks the best, I feel this one also has a mysterious vibe, Dad. Philippa blurted out while looking at the pictures and immediately shut up under everyone's gaze. Wu Hang then decided, let's go with this one. They took the photo to the printing warehouse and uploaded it into the machine. And began printing. After having dinner, the maids were playing kick shuttlecock in the courtyard, while Wu Hang went upstairs and entered the study. After greeting the three ghosts, he took out the remaining Russian for Newbies, Platinum Best-Selling Edition and started tearing it up into 6 parts. His body split into 6 clones. Each one took a part and began to read. Time passed by, and all 6 books were finished. The 6 shadows merged back into one. Once the side effects wore off, Wu Hang pulled out a box from the side. He took out the electromagnetic cannon blueprints to examine them. This time, the Russian text was no longer unfamiliar symbols but text he could understand. As he studied the contents, Wu Hang's brows began to furrow. Creating an electromagnetic cannon was indeed difficult to replicate. The materials mentioned included high-performance rare earths and various precision components. In a world of zombies or otherworld, these blueprints were impractical, as they couldn't produce such a thing. Let alone mass-produce it or use it in battle. Chapter 605, The Coachman 150-kilometer range, 5-meter concrete penetration. From outside the city of Otherworld, one could bombard the royal palace. But such a thing could not be realized at the moment. It could only exist in blueprints. So many busy days for nothing. After looking at a blueprint, the day had also darkened. Wu Hang put the blueprint back where it belonged. He greeted Ghost and went downstairs to return to his bedroom. Wu Hang pushed open the door and entered the bedroom. There he saw Shayla in a white robe, sitting at the vanity, her hair upright. Her face was beautifully mature, her neck white and slender. And her collarbones delicate. Shayla glanced at the room's door through the mirror, working so hard now, cooped up in the study for so long. Wu Hang hung his coat aside. It wasn't easy for you to secure me the island lord, of course I have to work a bit harder. It's because you're competent enough for the position, the alliance isn't foolish enough to appoint you just because of a caravan's recommendation letter, Shayla said with a smile. Wu Hang walked over, placed his hand on her shoulder, and gently kneaded it, sliding down the loose neckline. He grasped the soft fullness. You've gotten tanned. Shayla squirmed a bit from the kneading, turned her head and asked, does it look bad? Not at all, it's even more charming, Wu Hang said, lowering his head to capture her red lips. Shayla responded fervently, venting her pent-up longing. Gradually, her robe slipped off, and Wu Hang lifted her entire body onto the bed. Wu Hang began to undress. Shayla, even more eager, stepped forward to help unbuckle his belt. Her clean legs hung over his shoulder. Shayla let out a moan of pain mixed with pleasure. Wu Hang held the delicate body in his arms. Gently stroking her back, he said, Starflower hasn't troubled you again, has she? Don't be so hostile, it's all about the handover of the merchant group, we're still wood elves, and my family writes to me asking about my life, Shayla said, leaning in his embrace and looking up. Good, as long as they haven't bullied you, Wu Hang said, kissing her lips again, and continued, I have 2 things I need your help with. Shayla playfully slapped his restless hand, we're like this already, just say it, no need for niceties. Wu Hang put his hand back around her waist, it's still about setting up the newspaper agency. Do you know anyone in other kingdoms or cities to set up newspaper agencies, to sell newspapers? The second thing, I want to hold a merchandise exhibition on the island to allow various caravans to showcase their goods. Can you help me gather the people from the major caravans and spread the word about this? Shayla furrowed her brows. After mulling it over, she said, the newspaper thing is tricky. It's difficult to have a country allow you to sell various pieces of information. I suggest you contact the Alliance, See if it can be distributed through them. As for the merchandise exhibition you're talking about, I understand your point, but what benefits does hosting this bring us? Wu Hang explained, it can attract more dignitaries to come to the island, high-quality goods are gathered on the island's shops benefit, and we can also choose some suitable caravans to cooperate with. We just provide the venue, so there's no burden. After thinking it over, Shayna still nodded, since you've decided, I'll help you make it happen. Wu Hang smiled, you're really wonderful, darling. Ugh, so cheesy, she complained. Wu Hang got down and picked her up, Shayna gasped, clinging to him like a gecko. Her chin rested on his shoulder, her legs tightly coiled around his waist. With each step, she let out soft moans. It was not until they reached the window that he set her down. Shayna said weirdly, what are you doing? What if someone hears us? Then let them come up here and join us. You are totally wicked. The next morning, dawn. Newspaper boys rushed to every intersection. Holding up the newspaper, they shouted, 7th issue, hot off the press, Administrator Yamiro challenges Master Luan at headquarters, the latter declines out of cowardice, Island Lord Wu Hang invited to join the Hongwen Alliance, the great detective story's murderer revealed. The voices selling the newspapers echoed across the entire island once more. Hearing it was a new issue, the crowd immediately gathered around the newspaper boy. Who is Luan? Why is Administrator Yamiro challenging his master? That prince from the Celt Kingdom, the one who was defeated by the Island Lord last time. So, his master got beaten up by Administrator Yamiro again, huh? Damn, this issue revealed the murderer. Damn it, stop squeezing if you're not buying. Golden Sail Tavern. Sabin paced back and forth, playing different roles. He declared loudly. Wu Hang shook his head lightly, smiled, and concluded, the case is over, there will be no more assassinations. It's over? Everyone else was anxious, asking what exactly had happened. Wu Hang winked slyly, only saying, you'll find out in a moment. Below the stage, the dense crowd of patrons held their breath, waiting for the final reveal. They had waited so long, and today they were finally going to get the results. Moreover, everyone had already settled on a suspect in their minds. Just waiting to verify their guesses. Sabin tapped on the wooden podium in front of him, mimicking a knocking sound. At that moment, a knock sounded, and a voice came from outside, Sir, the coach is ready. That's the voice of Wiggins, the captain of the Baker Street Patrol Guard. The expressions of the people tightened. In their wide-eyed stares, it seemed as if they were asking, is it him? Sabin's story continued. All right, have him come in and help me move some things. Wiggins entered with the coachman, who was tall and looked very strong. He reluctantly walked towards Wu Hang, reaching out to move the large suitcase Wu Hang had dragged out of the bedroom. Suddenly, Wu Hang sprang up and quickly clamped the handcuffs on the man's wrists. With a victorious smile, Wu Hang announced to everyone that he was the murderer who killed 2 people, Jefferson Hu. The audience fell into silence. Damn, it was the coachman. Chapter 606, Standing in the sun with a cry of alarm, other patrons also began to react. The coachman? Why him? What reason would he have to kill someone? Didn't you read about it in the papers? The crowd beneath the stage was in disarray. Clearly, the final murderer was one that most people hadn't guessed. Or rather, it was beyond their expectations. Sabin watched the reactions of the people, his expression unchanged. He continued telling the story. We were all stunned by the dramatic turn of events, somewhat at a loss. The customers fell instantly silent. There was more to the story. And not only them, but the others in the tale hadn't expected the culprit to be a coachman either. At that moment, the coachman took the opportunity to break free from Wu Hang's grasp, charging towards the window. He punched through the glass, ready to jump out and flee. Fortunately, we reacted quickly, rushed forward, and caught him. The coachman was fiercely struggling, and it wasn't until he fully understood the situation that he gave up the idea of escaping and leaned against the wall to catch his breath. I never thought I would be trapped here. Perhaps you'd like to hear why I killed those 2 scoundrels. Before we could speak, the coachman had already started to recount his own story. The customers' expressions turned serious in an instant, the patrons became serious again. Determined to listen to the reasons that could explain such an ending. Conch Tavern. 20 years ago, Hubo was a handsome young man, smart and capable, searching for silver mines in the valley with several partners. In the warm weather of June, he met the beautiful Lucy and was captivated by her charm, pursuing her ardently. Lucy also admired his talents and accepted his advances. Lucy and her foster father John had been living under the control of a sect ever since they received aid from its followers. The sect's doctrine dictated that the daughters of believers must marry within their faith. Lucy, being the prettiest girl in the area, had long been desired by someone, with the most influential being the sons of 2 leaders from the church, Enoch Zuiber and Joseph Stangeson. The parents furrowed their brows. Both the murderer and the victims had appeared. It seemed there would be no further twists in the story. The rest of the story was even simpler. Lucy's father was killed by the sect's followers, Lucy was taken back and forced to marry Zhu Iber, and she withered away and died of depression in less than a month. This time, Hubo found work as a coachman in this city and took the opportunity to kill them with his own hands. Hubo's story was over, and so was his life soon to be. The harsh life he led had caused him to suffer an incurable disease. The blood at Zhu Iber's death scene was the result of Hubo being overly excited when confronting his enemy, and of course, those words in blood were written on the spot with the blood he had coughed up. Having completed his entire plan for revenge, Hubo had no more concerns and died with a smile on his face the day after he was caught. The story ended, and the bard bowed and descended from the wooden platform. But the customers below were slow to recover from the story's events. The ending turned out this way. The murderer they had been following in the storyline was the coachman. But the outcome after solving the case was not as satisfying as imagined, as the initial victim turned out to be the real perpetrator, and those they had been investigating were only seeking vengeance for their loved one. This tale packs quite a punch after effect. Damn it, I feel like I became an accomplice. The island master should never have taken on this case. He wouldn't have lived long even if he hadn't been caught. He was sick. The patrons began discussing among themselves. At the counter, Philippa got up, walked to a wooden board on the side, and knocked on it forcefully. Pay attention now, the murderer is the coachman. Those who guessed right came to me to settle the bill. The tavern continued to be in chaos. Damn, who could have guessed the coachman? I'd say he's tough. Soon, the news that the murderer was the coachman spread like a tide from the island. Everyone was discussing it, becoming the hottest topic on the island. How could it be the coachman? He barely appeared a few times, how could it be him? I have the previous newspapers, I went back and compared, and indeed there were hints. Didn't you hear the coachman's memories? He had a lover who was killed by the victims. Then who is the victim? Hard to say. Central District. Outside City Hall, a long line had formed. The newsboys announced that bound volumes of detective books were available for purchase at City Hall. If anyone wanted to buy them for collection, they could go to City Hall. Soon, quite a few people gathered there. If it hadn't been for the association squad and skeleton keeping order, it probably would have become chaotic long ago. Just then, a figure squeezed out from the crowd, running towards a cloaked figure in the distance. Getting closer, they held up a newspaper and said, "Princess, I got it, it's one of the first signed by the former island masters." The figure in the cloak tucked a strand of golden hair under the hood, scolding a bit. "What are you doing? I've told you not to call me that in public." "Sorry, miss, I forgot just now. There were so many people back there, someone even groped me," the little servant said pitifully. The princess put away the book, speaking softly, "Next time you go out, wear a cloak, we can't draw others' attention." They walked away together. The maid continued to whisper, "Prin. Miss, will the person you're looking for be on this island?" "I don't know," the princess sighed and then added, "I saw him around Gold and Silver Island, I suspect he might be on this island." Chapter 606, Standing in the Sun. Could it be the island lord? He's very secretive and formidable. Not sure? The island lord is really amazing. The newspaper says he even joined the Hongwen Alliance. Yeah. The two chatted and gradually left the bustling Central District. In the Alliance, the steward's office. The two sisters leaned against each other, looking at the newspaper in their hands. "Damn it, it's the coachman, my pocket money, my pocket money." Shiyali screamed frantically. Xiligui glared at her, "Stop shouting, someone might think something's happened." Shiyali grabbed her arm and shook it vigorously. "I told you to ask him who the murderer was, but you wouldn't go." "My money." Xiligui widened her eyes. "How is this my fault? This month's living expenses are on you." Shiyali hugged her. "I can't deal with you," Xiligui said helplessly, but then added, "I'll pay, but in the future you're not allowed to get involved in these things." Paying once was a good thing. It would prevent them from getting involved in bad habits after coming ashore. "Don't worry, I didn't want to get involved anyway," Shiyali agreed, then leaned on Xiligui's shoulder. "The murderer, quite unexpected." "Yeah, he's also a pitiful person." Shiyali continued, "What's so special about Wu Heng's stories anyway? The Alliance has so many hero stories that no one reads when displayed, but his can be sold for money." Xiligui glanced at the newspaper and pondered before replying, "Maybe it's a matter of perspective." "What perspective?" Xiligui thought for a moment, then explained according to her own thoughts, hero stories are either full of great achievements or about growing up in noble families, already standing on a high platform, bathed in sunlight. Wu Heng's stories are the opposite. He didn't even have a professional scroll when he was a great detective, Maid Bella, coming from a village. They haven't seen the sunlight but still look like heroes. Shiyali raised her eyebrows. I see what you mean, that makes sense. Wu Hang tells stories of ordinary people, not like hero tales. Xiligui said, from the perspective of the islanders, which stories do you think they prefer? Shiyali nodded, understanding the point. Changing the subject, she asked, what level are you now? Xiligui frowned, level 13, why? What are you waiting for? Now that the newspapers are selling so well, you and Wu Hang together, once you reach level 15, it would be perfect for your promotion, Shiyali immediately said. Xiligui blushed, stood up with a stern face, I'm going out, you figure out your own living expenses for the month. Don't go. At Lady Shainara's mansion. Around the long dining table, representatives of the well-dressed merchant caravans were seated. The largest caravans were seated closest to the table's edge, close enough to reach the refreshments. Behind them were representatives of medium and small caravans, numbering over 20. Lady Shainara, just tell us what you have to say. One representative spoke after sipping tea. The Waddells had not made public the fact that the actual power of Shainara had been usurped. Aside from the high-ranking officials within the tribe, no one knew the real situation, only that there had been some adjustments within the Starflower. Shainara and the Elders' Council had some differences, but she remained the leader. In the eyes of the outside world, Shainara seemed to be delegating authority, no longer micromanaging everything. Still the leader, in the eyes of these representatives from Gold and Silver Island. Still possessing enough influence. As Lady Shainara saw that most of the people had arrived, she nodded and said, we are all old friends here, so I'll get straight to the point. Yesterday, Island Lord Wu Hang talked to me about something. He wants to organize a product exhibition on the island, where high-quality goods will be showcased. Starflower will participate, and those of you who are interested can register in advance at the City Hall. An exhibition? This was the first time they had heard the name. But they could understand from the term itself, it was about showcasing products. Lady Shainara, what's the use of it? Someone asked. Shainara smiled and began to explain, I've come up with a few points, listen up. The first is Gold and Silver Islands ordering since last year. The island's vast resource orders have reached a tremendous volume, and the island master will also select some satisfying merchant teams for cooperation. The second point is a form of external publicity, to expand the influence of the merchant teams, as well as publicity from the newspapers. There's only a benefit for us. The crowd exchanged looks and began to discuss quietly among themselves. It sounded like it indeed had certain benefits for their own merchant teams, but it seemed not to be a big deal. Lady Shainara continued, have you seen the recent newspapers? Everyone shook their heads, having hurried over early in the morning upon receiving the invitation. Nobody noticed whether a new issue of the newspaper had been published. Does this new issue of the newspaper have anything to do with the exhibition? Someone asked. Lady Shainara's tone remained calm. Wu Hang has already joined the Hongwen Alliance, and though it's not confirmed, someone of importance at headquarters wishes to take him as an apprentice. The entire Gold and Silver Island is receiving significant attention from the headquarters, and getting on good terms with him is also an opportunity to close the gap. The representatives of the various merchant groups were stunned, their expressions changing in an instant. The Hongwen Alliance, the apprentice of a personage of high standing. It was surely related to Luan's challenge. Last time, Lady Shainara led several merchant groups to endorse Wu Hang for the position of Island Master. In the end, he truly became the Island Master, and the merchant groups that had signed the agreement were tax-exempt for 3 years, with each individual also obtaining huge benefits. This time, Lady Shainara had new information again. It was certain to be credible. The affairs of the headquarters have nothing to do with our merchant groups, I am merely responding to the Island Master's call, and will have someone go to the City Hall to register when the time comes. Indeed, since Starflower has joined, the exhibition this time must be good, we'll join too. We will as well, we'll go and register. The Island Lord's mansion. Wu Hang stretched lazily, putting away the electromagnetic cannon blueprints in front of him. During the course of the morning, he had managed to go through part of the content and gain some understanding of the records there. After all, being design schematics, most of what was recorded were component names and sizes, and the ways they connect, with no overly specialized terms or knowledge. Wu Hang stood up and walked over to the side, then swung his hand and released the mansion skill. Towering space rifts and stone doors opened in succession, revealing the artillery tower and hidden arsenal cave behind them. Wu Hang looked inside and ordered, move the bullets and shells out, get everything out. Rustle rustle. The skeletons inside the hidden arsenal cave sprang into action. Carrying boxes of ammunition, they walked straight out. The machine cannons and machine guns had been created within the mansion skill, but the shells were real, Otherwise, they could not be fired. Last night, after his meeting with Lady Shainera ended, Wu Heng also pondered over the issue of the electromagnetic cannon. With the current technology, creating an electromagnetic cannon was clearly impossible, but within the mansion's skill, it might just be feasible. As long as the parts were created one by one within the mansion's skill according to the blueprints, it would be more convenient than actually researching and manufacturing them in the modern age. Soon, the skeletons had moved all the bullets out. Wu Heng's spiritual power mobilized, causing the entire mansion scene to collapse, transforming it into a vast and flat open space. Wu Heng picked up the blueprints, and starting with the information on them, began the creation process. As he injected spiritual power, one component after another began to take shape within the mansion. Following that, the components assembled themselves in midair, forming a more advanced part. Once assembled, he continued creating the second set and proceeded with the assembly. It's almost like building Lego from blueprints, Wu Heng muttered to himself. Before long, Wu Heng had completed the assembly of the blueprints, bundled together, as thick as a thumb. This seems feasible. Wu Heng felt a surge of joy in his heart. But he did not continue creating. Instead, he closed the mansion's skill and rested to recover his spiritual power. After a short rest, 3 ghosts flew back through the air, one after another. Chapter 607, Bombing Ghosts hovered in midair. Zhao eagerly said, "Uncle, none of those people could guess who the murderer was, and they were all throwing a tantrum in the tavern." If they had guessed it, the protagonist in the book wouldn't seem so impressive, Wu Heng said with a smile. Right. If everyone could guess who the murderer was, then everyone would be the great detective, Zhao agreed, nodding. On the other side, Glenda said, "I went to the city hall to check on the book sales, and there's already a long line. Given this popularity, the books printed in 3 days will sell out. I'll ask to increase the printing. The more we sell, the better for us," Wu Heng said, then asked, "What's the plan for the next part of the story?" Glenda immediately responded, "Continue serializing it in the newspaper, and once one story arc is complete, we can bind it into a volume for sale, creating a delay between releases." "Okay, let's schedule it as you suggested." Wu Heng nodded in agreement. "Then I'll go upstairs and continue revising the draft," Glenda said. Wu Heng nodded. Glenda flew straight to the 4th floor, and Zhao and Bella also left. Then, Wu Heng opened the panel and checked his reputation. Although unveiling the murderer had gained a lot of attention, there wasn't much increase in reputation. It also meant that it was becoming harder to gain the same exaggerated increase on the island as at the beginning. The effectiveness of the first volume of the books would now be evident. During the newspaper phase, there were merchants transporting and selling outside. Now that it's being bound into volumes, it should have some effect. It's all about how well the books do now. Wu Heng sat in the stone pavilion to rest for a while before getting up and opening mansion skill. He continued to assemble the parts for the electromagnetic cannon according to the blueprint. The giant stone door behind him, one by one, the created parts were assembled like Lego. It wasn't tedious at all. Afternoon. Andre Willow came back from outside, and Shainella came over to freeload a meal. They sat together at the dining table, eating and chatting. Andre Willow said, "Master, the books at the city hall are selling fast. Some merchants have signed purchase agreements with the city hall, totaling 50,000 copies. The book sales were good as Glenda had previously mentioned. But it seemed that the merchants had also started placing orders. The great detective books weren't very expensive. Additionally, with modern full-color covers and side-sealed compression instead of thread binding, they were considered deluxe editions in this world. It was no surprise they were selling well." Wu Heng nodded, "That's good news. I'll have the printing press increase production soon to complete these orders." Having finished talking about the city hall, Shainella picked up a napkin, lightly dabbed her lips, and said, "I've informed the representatives of the merchants about the trade fair. They all expressed a willingness to participate and would apply at the city hall. Wire, arrange for someone to meet these people and record the goods they plan to exhibit," Wu Heng directed Andre Willow. "Okay, Master," Andre Willow nodded again. Wu Heng thought for a moment, then continued, "Wire, have the dwarf designer come over tomorrow, accompany Shainella to pick a venue for the fair." Shainella widened her eyes, a bit surprised. "I'm carrying the title of Starflower President on me. It's not convenient for me to handle so much." "Minnie, you go with her. Just consider it accompanying her to check the place, helping other merchants' representatives evaluate a venue." Wu Heng found an excuse and added, "You've seen the world and know about art. You can help with suggestions on the decor." After being praised several times, Shainella agreed, "Then I'll go and take a look." "Good." After chatting for a while, they finished dinner. The maid and Shainella headed towards the backyard to deal with the seedlings. Wu Heng then continued in the front yard, assembling parts in mansion skill. As dusk fell, insects started chirping around him. Only then did Wu Heng pack up the blueprints and return to the bedroom. Shayna lay on her side in bed, reading a newly released novel. Wu Heng wrapped his arms around her waist from behind. Rest now, get up early tomorrow. Shayna nodded and closed the book. After turning off the light, she curled up in his arms and closed her eyes. The next day, in the early morning, after breakfast, the women of the Island Lord's mansion headed out together towards the city hall. According to the plan, Shayna, Minnie, Annette, and Roby would meet with a dwarves designer at the city hall and together choose a venue for the exhibition. Minnie, as the steward of the Island Lord's mansion, while Shayna accompanied her. As for Annette and Roby, having nothing to do at home, Wu Heng had them join the group as well. The women took several horse-drawn carriages and left under the escort of skeletons. Wu Heng also quickly packed his gear and headed toward Zombie World. Zombie World. Swarms of zombies crowded together, sweeping in like a tidal wave. They immediately crashed into the formation made up of skeletons. Chaotic fighting noises blended together. Strands of remnant souls rose up. Bella charged out, entwining and devouring the unconscious remnant souls. Experience points also began to rapidly increase. Ghost leveled up to 14, Ghost leveled up to 15, suddenly, they had reached level 15. ZZZZZ. A faint sound of electricity came about, as Chi Henkai's voice transmitted through a walkie-talkie. Boss, there has been a problem at Baking side, I need to report it to you. Wu Heng glanced at the battlefield situation and pressed the walkie-talkie, wait 10 minutes. Okay. Wu Heng issued a direct order, make the skeletons advance, end the battle quickly. Crash. The waiting skull team immediately rose and began to move. They pushed forward along the road, eliminating the remaining zombies. Before long, as Bella finished devouring the remnant souls and the skeletons were nearly at the end of their advance, Wu Heng signaled for the three ghosts to hide completely. Then took out his walkie-talkie and said, Chi Henkai, come over. Soon, Chi Henkai passed through the skeleton team and approached from behind. Without waiting to be questioned, he spoke first. At Seaside City, on the way to the port, they were ambushed by a group occupying the port. After the skeletons were attacked, they started to counterattack, and the assailants fled to the sea on their fleet. Ambushed? By survivors? Were there any losses? Asked Wu Heng. According to Baking, there were some losses among the skeleton troops, but not many. The survivors' logistics team had a few trucks damaged. They are now repairing them after taking over the port, Chi Henkai said, thinking aloud. Relieved there were no significant casualties, Wu Heng relaxed slightly. Explain in detail what happened? Chi Henkai stood still, gathering his thoughts before continuing. According to Baking, there was an explosion on their way to the port, targeting to blow up the convoy. However, the explosion occurred prematurely, before the convoy got close. Right after, the survivors were discovered, and the skeleton troops started to counterattack, with the assailants fleeing the port by boat. Chapter 608, The Wicked Sioux. First, Wu Heng organized the information about Chi Henkai in his mind. The survivor base at this port knew that the skeleton army would pass through here, so they had planted bombs in advance, waiting for the convoy to arrive to detonate them. The Skull team, before attacking a certain location, would notify the survivors in the vicinity via radio, allowing them to know about it and prepare for evacuation. Knowing the route, these people planted the bombs. Bombing the convoy wasn't hard to guess. They believed that the superpowered man controlling the skeletons was in the convoy, and if the superpowered man died, the Skull team would disappear as well. Do you know what their objective is? I don't know, they never communicated with Baking and his team, they just evacuated immediately after seeing the explosion did not succeed, Chi Henkai said and continued, shall we ask Baking again? No need to ask now, do you know what kind of ship it is? A cargo ship, a large cargo ship, Chi Henkai said earnestly. Attacking the port was mainly because Wu Heng was looking for a ship. Therefore, the type of ship, Chi Henkai specifically asked, and it was confirmed to be a cargo ship. But specific details like type and displacement, he couldn't elaborate. Wu Heng nodded and went straight on to say, go find out where the train is, I'll head there once things here are wrapped up. Okay. Chi Henkai nodded and turned to walk towards the back. Wu Heng glanced at the battlefield up ahead. The skeletons had begun cleaning up the battlefield, bodies of all types piled up together on the ground. Wu Heng could see it was almost ready. He began converting the bodies. A large number of skeletons stood up from the ground. Not long after, Chi Henkai's voice came through the walkie-talkie again. The vehicle is ready. Bring it over. Wu Heng pressed the walkie-talkie to reply. A truck drove up from behind. Wu Heng then said to the skeleton in a suit accompanying him, I need to step out for a bit, wait until these teams have scavenged everything, then I'll head back to the military factory, just guard it as usual. The skeleton in a suit straightened his collar, then nodded again. Wu Heng opened Chi Henkai's car door, sitting in the co-driver's seat. You going too? I've arranged everything at the factory. There shouldn't be any problems. I'll come with you. If there are places where it's not convenient for you to show up, I can help out, Chi Hankai said. Alright, let's go, to the station first, Wu Hang agreed. Most of the zombies in the city around the military factory had been cleared out. Chi Hankai being away for a day or two wouldn't be a problem. The truck started. It drove out of the Skull team, heading in the direction of the station. The train. The carriage jolted slightly, and on a screen on the table next to them, they could see the pitch-dark surroundings outside the window. Chi Hankai spread out a quilt on the floor, occasionally stealing glances at the man beside her. Just as she was about to say she was ready, a voice came through the walkie-talkie she was carrying. Sister Chi, are you there? Chi Hankai got up from the floor, took the microphone. I'm here, go ahead. Tune into the main station's channel. Those people are playing the victim first, Beiking's voice, clearly a bit angered. Okay, I'll switch over and listen, Chi Hankai responded, tuning the frequency to the main station. No sooner had she switched, than a woman's voice came through, aggrieved yet righteous. We can confirm. Those people are the skeletons from Zinfu City. They took over our base, making us too scared to approach. We hope the main station's rescue team can help us get our base back and maintain the principle of mutual aid among survivors in these tough times, said someone from another base. The main station began to respond. We've noted your issue, and we will contact Zinfu City to coordinate on this matter. Good, thank you. Our base was developing so well, we didn't expect this to happen. The other party's tone turned increasingly pitiful and aggrieved. After the main station had replied, people from other bases started to speak on the same frequency. Isn't Zinfu City rescuing people? Many survivors have been saved, how could they attack you? Indeed, there's news of rescues, but what exactly is going on isn't clear. I had heard before of people being rescued by Zinfu City. It must be true. It's unclear if this matter might turn around, so let's wait for the outcome. Chi Hankai and Wu Hang glanced at each other. There was a hint of surprise in their eyes. They really did come to the main station to complain. Should I say something? Chi Hankai asked. Might as well say something. They make it seem as if we don't know how to use the radio, lying with eyes wide open, Wu Hang said, adding, tell them, anyone who helps those people is our enemy. Chi Hankai nodded, pausing in thought. Then she took out the microphone and began, this is Zinfu City base. Our rescue team in Seaside City was attacked by hidden bombs. The targets were our survivors and supplies. We will not tolerate such banditry, and anyone assisting them will also be deemed an enemy. Damn. It really backfired. So vicious, laying bombs directly, leaving no chances for the others. Told you, everyone's been trading with Zinfu City, why would they target you? Makes sense. In the chaotic discussion, the voice that had just complained suddenly fell silent. The main station didn't reply either. After a short wait, the main station resumed broadcasting some slogans. Chi Hankai then switched the frequency back. She did not even send a message back to Beiking. We'll talk about it when we get there tomorrow. Wu Hang said. Okay. Chi Hankai freshly made the bed and said with a smile, we can rest now. Wu Hang took off his coat and hung it up. Dressed in a wool sweater, he climbed into the bedding. Chi Hankai followed suit, gently leaning into his arms. She half closed her eyes and fell asleep. Dawn broke at the harbor of Seaside City. A large group of skeletons occupied the port, white bones densely packed as far as the eye could see. Wu Hang stood on the shore, the sea breeze bringing a chill. Beiking repeated the story, matching closely with what Chi Hankai had said. Bombs were planted on the road, and they were attacked by skeletons, scaring some people into taking boats out to sea. The giant winged skeletons in our team wanted to fly over and kill those people. I was worried the boats wouldn't come back, and since they were hovering in the distance, I consulted with the skeleton captain and waited for your arrival. The giant winged skeletons referred to the Blood Clan members in the team. The skeleton captain was a level 18 Blood Clan leader, responsible for the team. A level 18 creature, capable of flying and easily landing on the island to finish those people off. I understand. You go check what's in those containers. I'll handle things here. Chi Hankai, come with him and inventory the important goods, Wu Hang instructed. Okay. Chi Hankai left with Beiking. Wu Hang then released all three ghosts. This isn't Gold and Silver Island? Glenda looked around curiously. Zhao and Bella also surveyed their surroundings curiously. However, seeing the vast crowd of dense skeletons, they could confirm this place was Zombie World. Wu Hang pointed towards a few small dots on the ocean horizon and instructed, those boats contain our enemies. Glenda, help me go check what's happening, but don't make a move yet. What about us? Zhao raised her hand to ask. Zhao, you and Bella scout around, Check for any special facilities or if there are other boats, Wu Heng replied. Okay. The three ghosts nodded in agreement, and Glenda flew towards the distant boats. Zhao and Bella began searching the port. Shortly after, Glenda returned, diving back into his body. The view was shared instantly. Inside the cockpit, two middle-aged men sat. One was somewhat balding, operating the control panel, while the other, a big bearded man looking somewhat Western, sat at a table, sipping red wine. What now? They still hold the port. I said not to provoke them, but you wouldn't listen. The wine-drinking big beard scoffed. Shit. There's no use talking about that now. Those damn skeletal frames don't look like they can swim. We've got plenty of food, no need to be scared of them. Chapter 609, Flying can't take that much away. Those skeletons can't swim, and we can't reach shore either. Are we supposed to drift at sea forever? The man controlling the ship said, annoyed. Damn, look at how little courage you have. Big Beard took another sip of his drink. The man controlling the ship continued, if you ask me, we should explain the situation over the radio to the other party and compensate them for some losses. I heard that Zinfu City has a pretty good reputation. Big Beard cursed, are you out of your mind? They've occupied the port, everything belongs to them. What do you have to compensate with? Then what do you suggest we do? Big Beard glanced at him and said, just steer the ship properly. They aren't moving, and I've found a spot too, so we won't be stuck at sea. As he spoke, he patted the radio on the table next to him. The man controlling the ship looked at him. He sighed softly but said nothing more. Glenda continued to wait in midair. Seeing that the two men didn't continue their conversation, she moved downward through the floor into the cabin below. In the cabin near the deck, there were some muscular men. There were 7 in total, 3 wearing pistols and the others had axes and knives beside them. Sitting together, they were discussing the failed ambush and the skeletons occupying the port. From the content of their conversation, this event had been prepared in advance, but the explosives weren't measured properly. They also miscalculated the timing of the detonation. After listening for a while, Glenda continued to fly further inside. In the adjacent room, there were 4 women crowded in a single room, hardly interacting at all. Each sat crouched in a corner of the room. Glenda continued to move downward through the wall, to another cabin with mechanical rooms, where some personnel were responsible for the operation of mechanical equipment. At this point, Glenda's shared vision vanished. Wu Heng released her again. Glenda floated nearby, and her first question was, why is your ship made of iron? Wu Heng was taken aback. Back at Gold and Silver Island, ships were made of wood, though some warships had iron reinforcements on certain sections. But the main structure was still primarily made of wood. The difference lay in the choice of keel. Our vehicles here are all made of iron, armored cars, and you've also seen the airplanes. It should be acceptable that the ship is made of iron too. Wu Heng said. Glenda swept another glance at the cargo ship on the sea surface, slowly speaking. I can accept that. Good to get used to it. If all these were brought to Gold and Silver Island, it would probably cause a bigger sensation, Glenda said with certainty. Wu Heng raised an eyebrow. I plan to take this ship over there, convert it into a warship, and patrol the routes. That's a good idea, Glenda agreed. Just one ship over there? Wu Heng brought the topic back to the ship. Just this one, Glenda looked at him and continued. There are only about 20 people inside, and to you, there's no danger, it just depends on how you plan to deal with them. Unless there are firearms of great power. Otherwise, in this world, there's basically no threat to Wu Heng. There are a few people on the ship who wear pistols, but their power is limited, and some caution is enough to handle them. Just kill them, keeping them around will only cause trouble sooner or later, Wu Heng said bluntly. Glenda said, down in the cabin, there's quite a bit of food and supplies piled up. It seems they had prepared in advance for a potential retreat after failure. It may not necessarily be for us. They might be preparing for the possibility of a horde of corpses or some other unpredictable dangers, just like how bases prepare evacuation vehicles in advance. Wu Heng shared his thoughts. Glenda thought for a moment, you're right, that's more probable. As the two spoke, Zhao and Bella also flew back in succession. Zhao excitedly said, Uncle, over there are containers, each filled with loads of stuff. I checked several, and it feels like opening blind boxes. Bella also added, there are a lot of goods, they must have relied on these goods to hold on. This place had grown like this. The stranded goods absolutely played a major role. Otherwise, these people wouldn't have lasted such a long time. Wu Heng nodded to indicate he understood. He then ordered the big head skeleton nearby, bring over the Blood Clan skeletons, and mobilize 2 skeleton flying dragons. The order was given. A whooshing sound swiftly approached. More than 10 huge meat-winged Blood Clan skeletons and 2 skeleton flying dragons landed in the open space in front. Kaizayu, Follow me, he said, and then mounted a skeleton flying dragon. Kaizayu also got on another one. To the cargo ship. The skeleton flying dragon soared into the sky, followed by a large group of Blood Clan skeletons, flying forward together. Cargo ship, inside the cockpit. 2 bottles of liquor downed. Big Beard also showed some signs of drunkenness. He continued to rant, why didn't they just get blown up? It wouldn't be such a hassle then, a bunch of damn monsters. I've noted this down, when there's a chance, I'll make sure they pay us back with interest. Damn it. The man steering the ship listened to the endless chatter and asked, what do you mean by you've found a good spot? You'll know when it's time. Just because the headquarters doesn't dare to mess with Zinfu City, doesn't mean other places won't, Big Beard sneered. The food on board was sufficient for them to survive for a while. As long as those skeletons couldn't make it across, there was nothing to worry about. What you better mean is... Thud, thud, thud. Amid the talking, a series of dull landing sounds arose. Both men looked outside and their faces instantly displayed fright. 2 massive skeleton flying dragons appeared, followed by humanoid skeletons with huge meat wings on their backs. Just like vampires in the movies. In the blink of an eye, they had taken over the large deck outside. Damn it. There are flying skeletons. Who said they couldn't come over, and here we are, foolishly lingering around, waiting for the skeletons to clear the port. Sound the alarm, damn it, Big Beard cursed and drew his gun, readying himself. The shrill alarm blared. At the same time, from the locked cabin door came sounds of it being pulled by tremendous force. With a bang, the door was directly flung open. Big Beard aimed his gun at the doorway and cursed, playing tricks, let's see if you can withstand bullets. I'll blast you. But a second after he cursed, Big Beard suddenly felt his body uncontrollably stiffen and begin to freeze. In a look of disbelief, the muzzle slowly turned and pressed against his own jaw. The drunkenness cleared instantly, his expression turned to panic. What have you done? Don't, I surrender. The explosion was just... Bang. The word misunderstanding was left unsaid. A gunshot rang out, a bullet pierced his jaw. Big Beard's body abruptly fell backward, blood staining the floor. The man at the helm, hands over his head, shouted rapidly, I'm the captain, don't kill me. Without me no one can steer this ship. We have supplies on board, you can't carry too much even if you can fly. Chapter 610, Shanfu Port. Wu Hang's gaze shifted toward him, then swept over the complex control station. He said to the skull, watch him. If he makes any move, kill him directly. 2 members of the Blood Clan skeletons walked over and stood on either side of the captain. The skeletons placed their palms on the captain's shoulders, one on each side, causing the crouching captain to shiver, nearly fainting. Immediately after, running footsteps echoed in the cabin. Zhao's voice sounded beside his ear, Uncle, many people are rushing up from below, carrying weapons and handguns. Go, kill everyone armed, Wu Hang ordered. The Blood Clan skeletons behind him drew their weapons. They rushed down the stairs toward the lower levels of the cabin. Gunshots rang out, followed by a bout of fighting and agonized wails. Wu Hang looked at the trembling captain, and asked, is there a loudspeaker on board for announcements? Yes, this is it. The captain crouched on the ground and carefully pointed to a microphone on the side of the console. Wu Hang picked up the microphone, turned on the communication switch, and directly said, I am from Zinfu City Rescue Team. We have now taken control of this ship. Lay down your weapons, and you won't be attacked by the skulls. After speaking, he put the microphone back. He also casually turned off the switch he had just activated. Wu Hang continued to look at the captain. What's your name? Qian Changfeng. This has nothing to do with me, the captain answered while crouching. Is this the only ship? Just one, I'm the only one who can pilot it. Answer only what I ask, Wu Hang said coldly. Qian Changfeng's expression stiffened. Yes. Are all the base's people here? They're all here. Tell me about the people below. Those carrying weapons belong to the base, he selected them personally. The rest, the women accompany them, and the men are responsible for maintaining the ship. Do you have any super-powered individuals? Qian Changfeng pointed to a nearby corpse. No, he consumed a corpse core but showed no superpower. He was the leader? Yes. Do you have any plans going forward? Wu Hang continued to ask. Qian Changfeng lowered his head in silence, then shook his head. I don't know, I'm just an ordinary person. Because I can pilot the ship, I was given some special attention. They wouldn't tell me their decisions. With that, Wu Hang did not continue to inquire further. Take him outside to squat, Wu Hang said. The skull dragged Qian Changfeng all the way outside. Wu Hang then looked at the corpse on the ground. He released communicate with the dead. Since he had only consumed the corpse core, his level was around level 5, which was not significant compared to the current size of the skull team. The corpse suddenly sat up, its murky gaze looking this way. Wu Hang directly asked, "What are your plans moving forward?" "I contacted a port in South Korea. If the skulls haven't left, we'll head there," the corpse answered. Indeed, there were still plans in motion. Moreover, this person had a broad network, capable of contacting a base at that port. Wu Hang asked, "Are they so willing to accept you?" "I have consumed a corpse core, they need people like me. Moreover, they are very curious about some situations here, especially the Zinfu City base. They are willing to allow us to stay after hearing about the conflict with you." "Uncle, our base is quite famous," Zhao exclaimed. Wu Hang didn't respond to Zhao and continued to ask, "What's their strength like?" "Not sure." Wu Hang thought for a moment. Asking about the South Korean port might not yield much. He then asked, "Who are the key people in your base?" "Me and Qiyong Changfen." "Isn't Qiyong Changfen the captain?" "Yes, he is the deputy leader." After 5 questions, the corpse lay back down. Wu Hang said nothing, while the 3 ghosts quietly discussed among themselves in midair. The middle-aged man, who appeared timid, clearly wasn't as simple as he claimed. Wu Hang waited in the control room for a while. The remaining survivors were brought out. Only 6 people were left, the rest had become corpses, piled together. Wu Hang walked out and collected all the searched handguns and weapons. He said to the skulls, "Lock them in a room. If they behave, don't bother them. If they show any intent to escape or attack, kill them directly." The survivors shivered. They followed the skulls into the cabin. They entered a room, with a skull guarding outside. Wu Hang returned to the control room and said, "Let's go, set course back to port." "Yes, yes." Qiyong Changfen maneuvered the ship toward the port crowded with skulls. Sizzle. On the way back with the ship, a portable radio nearby emitted a faint sound of electric current. Then, a clear and formal voice came through, "This is Shanfu Port. Condra, can you hear me?" Indeed, news had come from the South Korean port. Wu Hang looked towards Qiyong Changfen, who, wiping the sweat from his forehead, explained, He is called Condra, a foreign national. Go, tell them the man drank too much and is asleep," Wu Hang said directly. As Qiyong Changfen wiped his sweat, he walked over, opened the communication device, and asked, "Condra is drunk. I am the captain of this ship. Do you need anything?" There was a pause on the other side. But they still said, "This drunkard, when he wakes up, tell him that our port allows your approach. Bring the materials you mentioned. When the leader wakes up, I will convey it to him," replied Qiyong Changfen. He hung up the conversation. Qiyong Changfen's expression also looked somewhat unpleasant. He then said, "I was not aware of this matter, he arranged it himself." Wu Hang waved his hand and said directly, "Continue to approach the port." Oh. All right. The ship approached the port. Chi Hangkai came over with some people. Survivors were escorted down. Wu Hang stated, "I killed some, and the remaining survivors should be detained for now. We'll separate them for investigation later." Chi Hangkai turned and ordered. King immediately took all the survivors away. As people disembarked from the ship, bodies were also transformed into skeletons. Wu Hang continued to address the nearby big head skeleton, "Mobilize 1,000 skeletons to board the ship." Clatter. The multitude of skeletons at the port began to move. They boarded the cargo ship directly, some entering the hold and others stationed on the deck. Chi Hangkai, watching the moving skeletons, asked, "Are we going out to sea again?" "These people have contacted the port in South Korea. I plan to go there and ask if anyone in the team speaks Korean," Wu Hang briefly explained. Visiting the port in South Korea was a decision Wu Hang made after much deliberation. He was planning the arrangement for Gold and Silver Island. He needed quite a number of people. Chi Hangkai picked up the walkie-talkie and started to inquire about the Korean language matters. Before long, a man in his 30s came over. He saluted the 2 of them. "Leader, deputy leader, I know some Korean. I passed an exam, but I haven't spoken it much in years. I'm not sure if I can be of help." Wu Hang nodded, knowing some is fine. "Get on the ship." He turned and boarded the ship, with Chi Hangkai following him up. Wu Hang did not say much else. Entering the pilot house, he continued to Qiyong Changfen, "Let's go, to Shanfu Port." The cargo ship started again. Heading towards the target direction. Shanfu Port. In a well-arranged room. A burly man in pajamas sat at the dining table, eating his meal. Even in these end times, when food was scarce, his table was still full of fish and meat, leisurely savoring fine wine. Thud, thud, thud. The door was knocked. The man eating paused in his movements. "Come in." The door opened, and a middle-aged man in a suit came in, saluting and saying, "Chairman, a group of survivors just came to join us. They heard that the base has been doing well under your leadership, and their leader's wife wants to personally thank you." The dining chairman glanced at him. "Have they bathed?" "They have been bathed. Though they look a bit malnourished, the suit-clad middle-aged man stated. Good, the chairman nodded, seeming to remember something, then asked, the ship from the coastal port, it should be arriving soon, right? The suited man continued, it should be soon. The leader of the other side is called Kandra, a half-Italian who has consumed a corpse core, and has also brought in some recent intelligence from Xinfu City. Understood, bring that woman here, said the chairman. Yes, chairman. The middle-aged man left. Not long after, the door was knocked again. A young woman was pushed in abruptly. The chairman turned his head towards her, scanning her face and figure. He grabbed some rice, stirred it with soup, then threw it on the ground. If you are hungry, come eat this. Crawl over. The woman's eyes showed a hint of desire. She madly crawled over, beginning to scramble for the rice on the floor. The chairman then smiled, wiped his hands, and lifted the skirt of the woman kneeling on the ground to her waist. Chapter 611, On the Island Chief, Shanfu Port is in sight now. Qian Chengfen turned his head and said to those behind him. Wu Heng looked up, the dawn breaking on the horizon revealed a port at the edge of the sea. Let's not get any closer for now. Okay. Qian Chengfen responded. The vessel stopped advancing and began to drift in place. In the control room, Chi Hengkai and his accompanying interpreter Singh were also in the room. Chi Hengkai came over, looked outside, and asked, should we just go ahead and attack? This time they had brought 1,000 skeletons. Among them, there were a few particularly formidable ones, whose combat power was not inferior to the zombie kings. Taking down a regular base would basically pose no problem. Unless it was a base like the headquarters, well supplied with heavy firepower weapons, 1,000 would definitely not be enough. Let's see how it goes, Wu Heng said and continued, go prepare breakfast first, and then we'll talk after eating. Chi Hengkai nodded and gave a cue to someone nearby. Immediately, Singh said, I'll go prepare it. Saying so, he headed down to the ship's cabins. Wu Heng then walked out of the pilot house. On the deck stood a vast array of skeletons wielding axes, slightly swaying with the rocking ship. Looking into the distance, he thought for a moment, and 3 ghosts flew out. Remaining invisible, they floated beside him. Wu Heng directly said, that place is a base. Split up and check it out, then come back and report to me. Understood. The 3 ghosts responded and quickly flew away. Breakfast consisted of some canned food and instant noodles. For most survivors, this was already quite a treat. After breakfast, they waited for a while. Zhao was the first to return. Since there were others present, he directly entered Wu Heng's body. The images seen were shared in his mind. The view started from the cargo ship at his feet and proceeded towards the distant base. As they approached Shanfu Port, one could see cargo ships, many fishing boats, and what seemed to be a military vessel docked at the port. Continuing along the coast to the left, they flew onwards. All along the way, dilapidated makeshift tin houses were closely connected, their walls covered in various slogans and patterns. Having learned some Korean from Singh the night before, he could make out texts advocating unity till victory. Next was a square where people were lined up neatly in long queues, holding bowls or lunch boxes, waiting to receive something resembling thin soup. It appeared that life within the base was not very good. Then, Bella and Glinda also flew back consecutively. Bella went to another side, still encountering a similar environment. In an open area crowded with temporary tin houses, another square was seen, where food was being distributed. Glinda went to the military barracks within the base, where a number of armed forces were gathered, most congregating near the land side. He saw no armored vehicles nor any heavy weapons. Next, it was just a matter of seeing how to handle the situation. SSSSS. While Wu Heng was pondering, a static noise came from the radio. Then, in standard Chinese, someone said, "This is Shanfu Port. Kandra, are you still there?" Qian Chengfen looked at Wu Heng, his eyes questioning. Wu Heng said, "Tell them that we have already reached near Shanfu Port." Qian Chengfen picked up the microphone and said directly, "We have already reached near the port. Is that cargo ship in the distance yours? You can dock, and make sure your people don't make any rash moves." All those present turned their eyes to Wu Heng. If they were to launch a forceful attack, the early morning when people are still unresponsive, is the best time. They hadn't attacked yet, but if they wanted to dock now, the densely packed skeletons on this ship might provoke a battle as they got closer. Qian Chengfen looked back and Wu Heng instructed, "Say I will go over first to discuss terms, then we'll let the cargo ship dock." Qian Chengfen looked puzzled, covered the microphone, and asked, "Who's going over?" "Tell them Kandra will." Qian Chengfen was somewhat confused but still, following the other's intention, spoke into the microphone, "Our leader Kandra will go over first. After the discussions are settled, then we'll let the cargo ship dock." "Suit yourselves," the other party responded brusquely, ending the transmission. In the room, 3 people looked puzzled. Chi Hankai asked. It seems they knew him before. How are you going to go over? Kondra was the big bearded man Wu Heng had killed. Since he was already dead, he definitely couldn't land. Wu Heng said, I have a way to go over. Chi Hankai, stay on the ship, command the cargo ship, I'll take Kaizayu to the island. If there's any problem, I'll notify you, and let the skeletons launch an attack. Okay, Chi Hankai nodded, then added, won't you need Sing to follow you over? No need. They clearly have someone who speaks Chinese there, Wu Heng responded, then instructed Qi Chengfen, lower the small boat. Qi Chengfen pressed a button, and a small boat hanging from the side of the ship was lowered into the sea. Wu Heng walked out of the cabin, and Chi Hankai followed him out. There was still some worry in his eyes. Wu Heng took out a human skin mask and put it on, instantly transforming into the appearance of Kondra. His hair and beard, completely identical to the deceased's. Chi Hankai's eyes widened, face-changing technique. Don't worry, I'm fine here. Keep an eye on Qi Chengfen. If he makes a move, kill him directly, Wu Heng said seriously. Chi Hankai tilted his head back and glanced behind to make sure no one was there, then asked quietly, isn't he the captain? He's also the deputy leader at the port base. Sitting in such a position, how could he be an ordinary person? Understood. If there's a problem, I'll kill him, Chi Hankai nodded. The protector of Chi Hankai was a level 15 skeleton. Plus the ship full of skeletons, killing a man like Qi Chengfen was no problem at all. I'm heading over now. Keep an eye on the radio, yeah. Wu Heng started the speedboat and headed towards the island. All the way to the port. Wu Heng and Kaizayu disembarked at the port. Scanning the area, a man dressed in a suit with a coat over it came up, greeting in Chinese, Kondra, long time no see. Wu Heng, playing his part, replied, long time no see, you look like you've lost quite a bit of weight. With the current situation, I'm doing quite well. Your Chinese is getting more and more standard, even has a northeastern accent. Really? A lot of people have said that. The man in the suit dismissed the guards and waved, come on, I'll take you to meet Chairman Kui. We're recruiting super-powered men here, with your ability, you'll definitely be of great use. Wu Heng showed gratitude, thanks to your recommendation, my friend. In these times, we need to help each other out even more. The two walked out of the port and got into a car. The man in the suit turned to look at Kaizayu, who was sitting in the back, and curiously asked, what's your friend's name? He's covered up so tightly, isn't it stuffy? His name is Kaizayu, my friend from abroad. He doesn't understand what we're saying and is now in charge of my security, Wu Heng explained. Haha, fair enough. Wu Heng looked out the car window at the rows of buildings like those in a refugee area. Is food sufficient here? It's sufficient, don't worry about that. Then why does everyone look half dead? The man in the suit smiled, looking back through the rearview mirror. It's the end of the world, brother. Some people are worthless now, keeping them around, also fearing that when a wave of zombies comes, there'll be people to buy time. Wu Heng looked somewhat shocked. Many would do it, but he had not really seen anyone who had taken this as a rule beforehand. Wu Heng did not reply but changed the topic. Did the military come to rescue people? Which one? Korean military or US military? Didn't anyone come? No one came, the other scoffed and said. The car drove on. It stopped at a port hotel. There were armed guards at the door, and a banner resembling a guild was hanging from the roof. It had a feeling of another world, where the city lord's mansion stands independently in governance. Just as they approached, a woman in a long dress stumbled out of the place. Her eyes shifted dodgingly, scanning around. She ran towards a corner. A man stood up from the corner, asking urgently. Let's go inside, the man in the suit said. Wu Heng and Kaizayu walked in together. Top floor, outside a room. There were guards at the door. After a brief body search, they glanced at the tiger claws at Kaizayu's waist. The guards smiled and let them be. The man in the suit greeted and knocked on the door, saying in Korean, Chairman, Kondra is here. Come in. The door opened. They walked in together. The room's decor was quite luxurious, seemingly of a luxury suite standard. A burly man in a bathrobe was sitting casually on the living room couch. His gaze shifted to the two figures who walked in. The man in the suit said, Chairman, this is the Kondra I mentioned, and the other is his bodyguard, who is also quite skilled. What about their ship? The chairman asked. It didn't dock. They said they'll dock after the negotiations. Seems a bit too cautious. The two spoke in Korean. Wu Heng understood them from the side. After finishing, the man in the suit, with a smile, said, This is our Chairman Kui, the leader of the entire base. The burly Chairman Kui looked at the other, waiting for him to fawn over him. But he suddenly frowned. The other's gaze had changed, completely different from when they entered. Cold, as if looking at prey. Damn. Chairman Kui cursed and reached for the bottom of the coffee table. Wu Hang spoke indifferently, kill him. Chapter 612, Control the Situation. Crack. The crisp sound of bone friction echoed. The burly man sitting on the sofa. His neck twisted at an eerie angle, eyes bulging, and the pistol fell to the ground. His body also slumped onto the sofa. The man in the suit showed a look of terror. Everything that had happened was too bizarre. Chairman Kui was actually dead just like that. He turned to run but found his body stiff in place as if he had lost control of his legs. Behave, you don't want to die here like this, do you? Wu Hang spoke. The man in the suit backed up to the sofa and sat next to the deceased body. Kandra, we are friends. You're his interpreter? Wu Hang asked. Secretary. What's your name? The eyes of the man in the suit widened even further. You're not Kandra. Answer the question. Wu Hang stared at him intently. Liu Minlong. Wu Hang looked at him seriously and said, I'm going to replace him, give me a plan. If it succeeds, you live, if it fails, you go down and continue to be his secretary. Everyone in the base has guns, they won't listen to me at all. Wu Hang snapped his fingers. A formidable force began to twist Liu Minlong's neck backward. I have a way, I have a way. Liu Minlong said in terror. Let's hear it. Liu Minlong immediately said, there are 4 squads in the base, 2 responsible for defense on land, 1 for internal security, and 1 guarding the port. They are all quite loyal to the chairman, you must replace them, and then find a way to control the military. How many in the military? Just over 50 people. Wu Hang nodded and cast communicate with the dead at the corpse, which abruptly sat up. The head was still twisted backward, but the eyes tried hard to look toward Wu Hang. Liu Minlong was so frightened that he trembled but couldn't move. What was happening today? It was as if he was seeing ghosts. Wu Hang asked the corpse, how many teams do you have? 5 teams. Wu Hang glanced at the man in the suit. The other man started to explain, but Wu Hang continued to ask, what are the 5 teams? 4 defense teams, 1 is my guard team. The corpse answered. I want to take your place, any suggestions? Wu Hang asked directly. The corpse answered, kill those team leaders, they are all people I have supported and trusted. The answer from Chairman Kui was surprisingly straightforward. Indeed, killing them all was a simple and effective method. Wu Hang continued to ask, where are the rifles from? A warship is docked at the port with weapons on board. Who can operate the warship? Wu Hang asked. Some of the people guarding the port from the 3rd team are from the Navy. After the 5 questions were answered, the corpse lay back down. Liu Minlong, in his business suit, began to tremble, hastily trying to explain, the guard team only has 8 people, they take turns guarding the hotel and bedroom doors, that's not really a squad, spare my life, please. The people from the 3rd team can control the warship? Yes, the other vessels are also under their control, Liu Minlong immediately replied. Wu Hang pondered for a moment and then said, let the 2 guards at the door come in. Liu Minlong, forced to his feet, walked to the door, paused, but still said, guard team, come in and throw out the stuff. The door opened. 2 guards walked in. At a glance, they saw the chairman's corpses inside. Kaizayu turned into a blur, appeared in front of the 2, and quickly threw 2 punches. Necks broken, heads hanging on their chests. With 2 thuds, the bodies fell to the ground. They were dragged by Kaizayu and thrown next to the chairman's corpse. Wu Hang continued, go call all the team leaders over, tell them the chairman wants to have a meeting. Okay, I'll go now. Contact them with the walkie-talkie. Okay. Liu Minlong picked up the walkie-talkie and sent out consecutive messages. He told them to come to the hotel for a meeting to introduce the captain of the newly added 5th team. Before long, there was a knock at the door, and a man in a leather jacket walked in. Uncle, where's your guard at the door? They've all fucking slacked off. Liu Minlong introduced, captain of the 1st team. Killed. Kaizayu stepped forward and was instantly in front of the other man, swinging his fist and shattering his chest. The body fell backward. The man had just died. Behind him, the captains of the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th teams also walked in one after another. All met by Kaizayu at the door and killed in turn. Liu Minlong's eyes widened almost out of their sockets. He really killed them all. Not a single one was spared. And this person, so thoroughly covered up, who exactly was he to kill with a single punch? Not one person needed a second punch to die. Wu Hang kicked at the body. It didn't immediately transform, and then he said, let's go, to the harbor. The ghost released Liu Minlong. The latter obediently followed behind, leaving the hotel with Wu Hang and getting back into the car to head for the harbor. Compared to the ride over, Liu Minlong didn't have much to say, keeping silent the whole way. Only the driver, who had casually made a couple of remarks, sensing that the atmosphere was a bit off, then fell silent and just drove. Upon arriving at the harbor, Wu Hang said to Liu Minlong, "Get all the soldiers at the harbor over here." Liu Minlong called out loudly, gathering all the guards and the nearby crowd at the port. They lined up neatly, waiting for the next instruction. Wu Hang stood on the platform, holding the spine staff in his hand, and said, "Everyone, look into my eyes." All eyes immediately turned towards him. Deep sleep. Whoosh. All the figures collapsed in droves, including Liu Minlong, who also slumped to the ground. Wu Hang took out a portable radio, tuned the frequency, key on Changfen. "Here, no trouble on this end." The reply came from Chi Hankai. The voices were familiar to each other, and it was clear who it was just by listening. "Bring the ship over, dock it at the port." "Roger that." In the distance, the cargo ship drew closer and slowly docked on one side of the harbor. Chi Hankai and Sing disembarked. Qi Changfen was escorted by 2 skeletons. Then, a vast crowd of skeletons surged onto the shore. They densely packed and occupied every inch of the harbor. Wu Hang took off his mask and placed it into the space ring. Chi Hankai walked over and said, "Qi Changfen tried to escape on a speedboat, but the skeleton subdued him in a couple of moves." "We'll deal with him later," Wu Hang said, and then he turned to the newly arrived skeletons, "Tie all these people up." The skeletons advanced, binding the guards scattered on the ground. After dealing with the scene, Wu Hang unfolded a suggestion map of the harbor and said, "Chi Hankai, you take Sing to the hotel over here, the one with a green flag hanging at the entrance. Find the radio, announce our taking over the place, that there will be no attacks on those who lay down their weapons. I will take the skeletons and bring the remaining forces under control." "Okay." Chi Hankai nodded. "Be quick about it, have it all sorted out before nightfall," Wu Hang instructed once more. The skeletons divided into 2 teams. They quickly spread out and moved toward their destinations. Inside the car, the driver waiting at an intersection, watched the skeletons pass by outside. He curled up in his seat, his face filled with terror. Chapter 613, I'll leave this here with you. The skeleton army rushed through the narrow streets. Their dense footsteps made the row of corrugated iron houses on both sides clatter loudly. In screams, survivors scattered in Banakor locked their doors and windows, hiding in their shabby shanties. While the skeleton army moved swiftly, Chi Hankai had also successfully taken over the harbor's Grand Hotel and found the broadcasting equipment. The voice from the base's broadcast system could be heard. "We are the Xinfu City Emergency Response Team, and have now fully taken over Shanfu Port Base. Please, survivors, stay inside and do not go out. Those who remain outside, find a safe corner to hide. If you see any moving skeletons, do not take any drastic actions, as they will not attack survivors on their own." The announcement was made 3 times through the loudspeakers. The voice wasn't loud, but it was enough to cover the entire base. Only then did the chaotic survivors realize that it seemed some kind of rescue team had taken over the place. The skeletons they had seen were not some new type of monster. Perhaps they were a new superpower as spoken of in rumors. On Wu Hang's end, hearing the broadcast's content, he confirmed that Chi Hankai had entered the hotel. He signaled again for the skeletons to increase their pace. Without any stops along the way, they quickly neared the inner wall on the landward side. Bang, bang, bang. No sooner had they rounded the corner than intense gunfire erupted. Bullets rained on a skull team, chipping away at their armor and peppering walls and the ground around them with chips and sparks. "Attack, kill them all," Wu Hang ordered directly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of slicing air filled the sky as the Blood Clan skeletons took flight and dove into the crowd, causing panic. The gunshots became disorganized instantly, and the base's military scattered, fleeing in all directions. Below, the skeleton army surged forward, engulfing the encampment beneath the wall. There wasn't much resistance. The sounds of fighting quickly ceased, and the attacking skeletons returned to standby mode. Roar. Just as things quieted down inside, the sound of zombie howls came from outside the walls. Zhao flew down. "Zombies have been attracted here, about 20 or so." Wu Hang raised an eyebrow and looked at Glinda. She nodded in agreement. "About that many." "Uncle, what do you mean?" Wu Hang gave an order to the skeletons, Blood Clan skeletons, "Go kill those outside." The Blood Clan skeletons flew out again, diving down to attack the zombies. Meanwhile, Wu Hang continued to command the remaining skeletons, "Clear the battlefield, gather up the weapons and armor, and search the nearby rooms as well." The standing-by skeletons immediately sprang into action. Dead bodies were dragged together, and their clothing was stripped off. Before long, the battle outside the walls concluded, and the Blood Clan skeletons all flew back. Rifles and bulletproof vests were all collected and piled to one side. Some bullets and canned food and other rations were found in some of the rooms. After gathering up the rifles and bulletproof vests, Wu Hang released, "Corpse Battlefield." A gray-white ring expanded, transforming all dead bodies, including those of the zombies outside, into standing skeletons. The sound of bone rubbing against bone creaked and snapped. "Open the gate, let those few skeletons outside come in," Wu Hang said. The steel door, welded with several layers, was slowly opened. The skeletons transformed from zombie corpses shook off chunks of rotting flesh from their bodies and stepped in slowly, joining the ranks of the skeleton team. Next, Wu Hang began to take inventory of the skeletons. He selected 200 axe-wielding skeletons and 10 of the Blood Clan skeletons. "You continue guarding here to prevent zombies from approaching. If there are survivors who provoke or attack, you may retaliate," Wu Hang told the skeletons left behind. The skeletons climbed back onto the ramparts. Armed with weapons, they resumed their roles as guards. Wu Hang then waved his hand and led the remaining skeletons back the way they had come. Returning to the hotel, Chi Hankai explained, "The people who were tied up at the port are all locked up together. What should we do with them next?" The rest were killed, but the small team that managed the ships at the port hadn't been directly executed. After pondering for a moment, Wu Hang said, "There are people from the Navy among them, get them out. Let the survivors identify the rest. If there's anyone suspicious, kill them." "Okay," Chi Hankai nodded, then added, "There's a storeroom on the first floor with a good amount of food and supplies. It looks like they were controlled by the leader here. Are there any weapons?" "There are firearms and bullets." "Come on, take me there," Wu Hang said. The two headed towards one side of the building, where the locks and chains on the iron door had already been opened. Inside the room were skeletons organizing the supplies. They separated food, weapons, and everyday items. On one side of the shelf, there were also stacks of banknotes and gold bricks, each in the shape of a pyramid, 10 bricks high, each brick weighing 100 grams, totaling 5 stacks. The rest included various gold and silver ornaments, all packed in a box. This fellow's preparations were quite thorough. He had even put aside funds for when order was restored. Wu Hang put the firearms and gold into his space ring. Glancing at Chi Hankai next to him, he searched through the space and found a protection pendant, which he handed to her. He said, "This pendant can protect you in critical moments. There might be someone related to those we've killed, be careful." Chi Hankai took it and looked it over. "With the skeletons protecting me, where is the danger?" "There may be no danger this time, but it can still offer protection later on." "Okay." Chi Hankai didn't say much more and immediately put it on around her neck. The two then headed upstairs. Chi Hankai continued to ask, "Is there anything else that needs to be done?" While walking, Wu Hang thought for a moment, "Just manage it the way the base was managed before. If you don't understand something, ask Sing to translate more." "I got it." The pair made their way to the top floor. Wu Hang chose an inner suite. "I'll leave this to you. Also, send a message of safety back to our base." Chi Hankai nodded. Wu Hang entered the room and after checking thoroughly, he opened the boundary door and stepped through. Wu Hang left. Chi Hankai also made her way back downstairs. Sing was waiting on the first floor and approached her, saying, "Sister Chi, what should we do next?" After thinking for a bit, Chi Hankai said, "Broadcast an announcement that survivors will be registered in the square, where they can receive rice and flour. Those with special skills will be allocated additional housing and living spaces." "Understood." Sing went to the broadcasting room and began to make the announcement as instructed. Soon, a new broadcast was heard throughout the base. When people living in the makeshift accommodations heard that they could receive rice and flour and that those with special skills would receive better treatment, they began to stir with excitement. One by one, they came out. With nervous expressions, they eyed the guarding skeletons and started queuing up to receive their items. Chapter 614, Changing the Stage Play Gold and Silver Island. Wu Hang walked down from upstairs, and Minnie and a few others were serving dinner on the table. Seeing him come down, they immediately smiled. "Master, we're just about to start dinner. What's for dinner today?" Wu Hang sat down at the dining table. "Coconut fish soup, beef and shrimp cakes, and 2 kinds of side dishes. Is there anything else you'd like to add, Master?" "I can have the chef prepare it," Minnie asked with her large eyes looking over. "It's quite a feast," smiled Wu Hang. After a thought, Minnie walked briskly to the kitchen and shouted, "Add 4 servings of grilled oysters." The remaining maids also revealed smiles. After Minnie returned, they all sat down at the dining table to eat. Andre Willow said, "Master, the great detective books have gotten a few more orders from merchant caravans and City Hall, surpassing a total of 70,000 copies." Wu Hang paused in his eating. "It's rising so fast." In the 3 days he was away in Zombie World, local merchant caravans had begun to place orders for the books one after another. Of course, this was good news for him. It meant better publicity and a chance to earn some money. "You just tell the printing side to print more," he said. "Very well, Master, replied Andre Willow with a nod. With that matter settled, a skeleton came with 4 servings of grilled oysters and placed them on the table, passing them all the way up to Wu Heng. Minnie then said, "Master, we, along with Sister Shangla, have chosen the venue for the exhibition. It's a commercial shop in the newly constructed area." Sister Shangla said it is quite nice and spacious enough. Wu Heng picked up an oyster with his chopsticks and placed it in his bowl. "If it's decided, then have the designer Yusef do the decorations, and do it according to Shangla's ideas. She has more experience with business," he instructed. Yusef was the name of a dwarf designer. He now owned his own design firm, and his staff were responsible for the development of the island and various renovation plans. "Understood," Andre Willow responded. After chatting for a while, dinner concluded. The maids went to the training room, while Wu Heng continued to study the plans of the electromagnetic cannon in the courtyard. Assembling complex components. He felt that if he followed the blueprints, there shouldn't be a major problem. Deep into the night, the sound of insects outside the window interrupted the silence of the night. Wu Heng lay in bed, his gaze fixed on the canopy overhead, mulling over things involuntarily. Progress in Zombie World had been significant. Not only had he found modern ships, but also a military vessel. Bringing it to Gold and Silver Island would significantly enhance the security of the Emerald Sea. The situation at sea was different from that on land. Even if pirates were wiped out in one go, as time passed, there would still be people turning into pirates. For ordinary people, a successful sea route could mean a lifetime's worth of wealth. It's just the problem with piloting the ships. Military vessels require maintenance and operation of some facilities, which can't be done by one person alone. In Zombie World, bodies transform into zombies starting at level 1, so it's difficult for them to retain any skills. Wu Heng didn't kill the captain of the cargo ship, Qian Changfen, largely because he feared that once transformed into a zombie, the captain might become dull and lose the ability to navigate. If the ship ends up adrift at sea, that would be quite an issue. Perhaps teaching the skeletons, or finding a way to let zombies retain the ability to pilot after transformation, he pondered with some anxiety. "Why are you awake, Master?" asked Andre Willow, who was nestled in his left arm, looking up at him. Wu Heng gently hugged her. "It's nothing, go back to sleep." Andre Willow smiled. Wu Heng glanced at Minnie, still sound asleep on the other side, and pulled the thin blanket over the 3 of them. Embracing the 2, he closed his eyes and fell asleep. The next day, after breakfast, Wu Heng exercised a bit in the courtyard. The island had experienced a bit of light rain last night, leaving droplets on the flowers and leaves, and the air was damp. Wu Heng rested in the living room for a while. There came a knock at the courtyard gate. The cat girl Roby ran to open the door, exchanged a few words with the visitor, and then hurried back. "Master, Sister Vera sent someone over. There's a bard who specifically went to City Hall wanting to meet you, proposing to adapt The Great Detective into a stage play," she reported. Wu Heng paused in his act of drinking tea. An adaptation into a stage play. This world too had stage plays, popular among noble ladies. The stories were usually about aristocratic love affairs. Changing The Great Detective was a kind of breakthrough. "Where's the bard?" Wu Heng inquired. Roby shook her head. "It was someone from City Hall who came. Whatever your commands are, they can take them back." Wu Heng thought for a moment. I indeed should meet this bard. But it seemed somewhat inappropriate to bring the person to his home. "Let that bard go to the association's meeting room. I'll be there shortly," Wu Heng said. "Understood." Roby left again. He conveyed the message once he was outside the door. Wu Heng then adjusted his mansion skill and put on a coat. After telling a few maids, he also left the house and headed to the association. The carriage stopped in front of the association's entrance. Wearing a headscarf, Wu Heng stepped down. The entrance to the association was bustling with a surprisingly lively crowd coming and going. In contrast, the Snake Badge Consortium on the opposite side looked desolate, with only a sparse few entering or leaving. It was completely different from when Wu Heng first arrived at Gold and Silver Island. Wu Heng only took a glance. Though he was very dissatisfied with the consortia on Gold and Silver Island, the opposition was strong, and there was no need for him to actually do anything. Maintaining this situation wouldn't last long on the island. Wu Heng shifted his gaze away. He walked directly into the building of the association. The lobby was even livelier, with many people looking at the notice board, while others sat in the rest area chatting. He briskly crossed the hall. Walking into a side corridor, he came face to face with Kavina, who was looking down at some documents as she walked toward him. She was one of his earliest teammates from Blackstone Town. It seemed there had been no change in her. "Kavina." Wu Heng greeted her. Kavina, who had been walking with her head down, looked up at him, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. Wu Heng took off the headscarf, revealing his real face. Realizing it was Wu Heng, Kavina immediately smiled. Wu Heng? No, Lord Island Master. With that, she made a slight bow. How have you been lately? Wu Heng asked with a smile. The last time they had met was when Luan came to challenge the island. But at that time, with so many people around, they didn't speak much before each got busy with their own matters. Kavina walked over and said, pretty good, everyone knows I came to join you, and things have been going smoothly. That makes it sound like I've given you special treatment, he said. Kavina shrugged, that's the reality, and everyone thinks so. Wu Heng reminded her, don't say that in public, I have quite a few enemies. I understand, only people in the association know, Kavina said gravely, then added, I read Bella's story, it's about Blackstone Town, right? I remember that maid. Wu Heng also lowered his voice, it's Blackstone Town, but there's nothing dangerous in the town, and the steward and the captain are fine, so there's no need to worry. Good to hear. I was planning to ask you about it if I hadn't run into you today, she replied. Wu Heng continued asking, are you still renting a place to stay? Ah, it's still the same place as before. Wu Heng thought for a moment and suggested, a new residential area has been built. When you have time, go to City Hall and find Andre Willow, my former assistant. Let her pick a good spot for you. Kavina immediately waved her hands, there's no need, I'm quite content with my current place, really. The island is still expanding, and there will be more and more houses. Plus, being closer to the central district is a bit safer, Wu Heng said. After pondering for a moment, Kavina nodded, then consider it a purchase from you. I'll pay you back when I've saved enough money. Sure, you can pay me when you've made your fortune, he replied. It's certainly convenient having someone on top, Kavina remarked. Wu Heng looked at her again, what are you doing? There's a fugitive. I was just about to take some people over there to investigate, Kavina patted the documents in her hand. Then you go ahead with your work. Let me know when you've picked a place, and I'll send someone to install air conditioning, he offered. Kavina nodded with a smile, I'm almost at the point where you could just provide for me. Goodbye. Goodbye. Wu Heng parted ways with Kavina. He proceeded to the meeting room of the association. Upon opening the door, he saw a middle-aged man dressed in a bluish-gray robe sitting on the outside of the room. The man, upon seeing Wu Heng enter and giving him a look, promptly stood up and said respectfully, Level 10 Bard, Saban, at your service, Lord Island Master. Sit down and let's talk, Wu Heng settled on the inside. Saban also sat down across from him and said, Lord Island Master, thank you for the stories you've published. Reciting them to the patrons at the tavern led me to a realization that allowed me to advance to level 10. It appeared the other party had leveled up while recounting his stories. The stories are one aspect, but most of it is due to your hard work, Wu Heng stated. Advancement in any profession wasn't so easy. Moreover, for the other party to reach level 10, even if the story accounted for part of his progression, it couldn't possibly be solely due to a single story. Hearing this, Saban's respect for the young island master deepened even further. He said directly, My lord, I'd like to establish a performance troupe to stage your stories as plays and present them to a wider audience. Wu Heng was already aware of this before his arrival, and he agreed with the idea in his heart. Have you found all the personnel? Saban looked a bit embarrassed. Not yet, I was planning to seek others after our conversation. Chapter 615, Count Me In. Mr. Saban's response was quite reasonable. At least he needed to obtain permission from the Island Lord's mansion before looking for the stage play personnel, not too late for that. Wu Heng then asked, what kind of format are you planning for the performance? Mr. Saban replied, I'm thinking about an open kind of performance. In this world, the concept of story copyrights wasn't so well established. Even the performances in theaters could hardly bring any profits to the original authors. It was only on Gold and Silver Island, under one's own watch, otherwise organizing a stage play wouldn't involve anyone coming to greet you. And an open performance, that's similar to the ones in taverns. Anyone can watch, and there's no charge. So Wu Heng didn't need to hassle with the other party over copyright fees. He said directly, since you want to try adapting it into a stage play, I permit you to perform. Hearing these words, joy immediately surfaced on Mr. Saban's face. Things were going more smoothly than he had anticipated. The Island Master didn't put on the airs that nobles often did. Thank you, Lord Island Master. Let me finish speaking. Wu Heng spoke again. Mr. Saban's expression froze, and he became serious again. Wu Heng said, I permit you to adapt the story, but the story must not deviate from the theme, nor bring any negative impact to Gold and Silver Island or the Island Lord's mansion. The story had raised his positive reputation considerably. He likewise hoped it would continue, without any issues arising because of the stage play. Lord Island Master, we will respect the story and the author, and we will not bring any negative impact to you or the work, Mr. Sabin assured solemnly. Go back and prepare then, I'm looking forward to your subsequent performance, Wu Hang said with a smile. Mr. Sabin suppressed the joy in his heart. We definitely won't disappoint you, Lord Island Master. Wu Hang nodded. Mr. Sabin bowed again and then left the room directly. Wu Hang continued to sit at the desk without leaving immediately. He had talked about the play on his way here with a few maids as well. In this world, there wasn't go back and prepare well. I'm also very eager to see what kind of story you can perform, he said. Saban forcefully suppressed the elation in his heart. We will definitely not let you down, sir. Saban bowed again and then left the room directly. After he left, Wu Hang also left the meeting room. Walking along the corridor and heading outside. Passing by the steward's office, Wu Hang thought for a moment and knocked on the door anyway. After hearing a response, he directly entered. Inside the office, Zai Ligui and Shi Yali were both there. Why have you come to the association today? Zai Ligui asked with a smile. Wu Hang sat down beside them and casually mentioned, I came to use the meeting room. What do you need the meeting room for? The bards on the island plan to adapt the first volume of the great detective stories into a stage play. I was discussing this with them, Wu Hang explained. Shi Yali brought over some tea and snacks, bending down to place them on the coffee table, her big eyes curious as she inquired, the first volume? Are there follow-up stories? Wu Hang sipped his tea. Of course there are. The next newspaper issue will continue the serialization. The entire set of great detective stories was about 500,000 characters. With this kind of serialization in the newspaper, it would last for a year and a half or so. In short, the serialized stories in the newspaper weren't something to worry about for a while. Are the follow-up stories also about solving cases? Shi Yali's eyes sparkled as she leaned in. A new case. What's it about? Shi Yali pressed on. A royal scandal. Shi Yali's eyes shone even brighter, and she leaned in further, wrapping her arm around his. Which royalty? Is it a noble love affair? Has someone died? If I tell you, it won't be interesting, Wu Hang said. Zai Ligui, sitting behind the desk, furrowed her brows as she scanned the spot where her sister was clutching the other's arm. That's enough, Shi Yali, don't overdo it, she said directly. Shi Yali immediately realized and explained, I was just asking casually. After speaking, she also got up and returned to her own desk to work. Zai Ligui looked again at Wu Hang. Didn't you need the conference room? I finished using it, then came here, Wu Hang replied. Ah, that explains it. You're not in a rush at all, Zai Ligui realized. Wu Hang proceeded to ask, what profession do you say is more appropriate to captain a ship, to control a vessel? Zai Ligui pondered for a moment. There's not much of a difference. Sailing and controlling a ship depend more on navigational experience and understanding of the vessel rather than a specific profession. Warriors, rangers, either is fine. Wu Hang felt he hadn't quite gotten to the crux of his question and asked again, what about controlling machinery? Like those mechanical trains? Actually, it's the same, no significant difference, but if I had to say, mechanists should understand these devices better, making it easier for them to control, Zai Ligui answered once more. Wu Hang nodded. It was quite similar to what he had in mind. The mechanical devices were designed for use by others. Any profession could control them. You make a good point. Seeing him, Zai Ligui asked, what's all this for? Do you have some plan? I'm planning on researching a new kind of mechanical device. You're into this stuff too? Zai Ligui raised an eyebrow and then said, don't you think you're spreading yourself too thin? Not to discourage you, but wouldn't it be better if you focused on spells, instead of wasting time on things unrelated to your profession? For others, having too broad an array of hobbies and not focusing on their own profession was indeed considered unprofessional. But Wu Hang's situation was different. How about we make a bet? Wu Hang suggested with a smile. What bet? Zai Ligui glanced at Shi Yali out of the corner of her eye and emphasized, just to be clear, I'm not betting money or anything like that. Bet on whether I can produce a sufficiently astonishing mechanical device, Wu Hang said, looking directly at her. You're really stubborn, you know that? You, a mage, studying mechanical devices, Zai Ligui said, exasperated. So, are you betting or not? Bet on what? Zai Ligui asked indifferently. Wu Hang thought for a moment, the winner gets to ask the other for a favor. Fine, but I have to be impressed, Zai Ligui stressed. After all, she was the one who would decide whether or not to be amazed, so she figured there was no way she'd lose. Shi Yali immediately raised her hand, count me in. All right, the three of us it is, Wu Hang agreed with a smile. This was an unexpected addition. Golden Sail Tavern, in the top floor private room. Ladies and gentlemen, The Lord Island Master only hopes the play adheres to the original story and has no other demands. Those willing to join, please give me a straightforward answer, Sabin said, standing straight as he smiled at the few people gathered around. Several people were also gathered in the room. All of them were bards of level 5 and above on the island, some of whom often recited stories from the newspaper at various taverns. If before the distribution of newspapers bards on Gold and Silver Island did not hold a very high status, with the increasing popularity of newspapers, this profession also began to receive some attention. Mr. Sabin, I have some questions I'd like to ask first, a middle-aged man in a purple robe said, standing and bowing first. Sabin quickly returned a bow. This man was also known to him, a level 12 bard from the island named Vandal, who had considerable prestige on Lighthouse Street. Vandal spoke in a soft voice, "What form will this stage play take, and have we made any commitments to the island lord's mansion?" Everyone turned their attention to this question. Reading newspapers at taverns, the taverns also provided some compensation. Sabin replied, "The island master has not made any conditions. My personal view is that if we present a good production, the taverns, too, will invite us to perform. Neither level advancement nor earning money should be hindered." Vandal nodded and further inquired, "Will the stage play interfere with everyone's time narrating the newspapers? I suspect many would need to be there all day for rehearsals." This issue raised immediate interest. Those with regular tavern gigs perked up their ears. Sabin took a sip of tea and said, "It won't, we can coordinate our schedules. Moreover, selecting suitable roles for everyone would also take some time. To participate in this play, taking some time to read the script and rehearse is something we must do." Vandal nodded again, "Of course." Without waiting for another question from him, Sabin continued, "The sale of the newspaper has given us an opportunity. This is the second chance the Lord Island Master is giving our profession. Whether we can completely change the status of bards depends on this." Chapter 616, I have lived there before noon. Wu Hang returned to the island lord's mansion. After having lunch with the maids, Wu Hang selected 20 level 10 skeletons in the courtyard and took them back to the study with him. After opening the boundary door, he walked straight in. On the other side of the boundary door was still the hotel's luxurious suite. "You go to the inner room first," Wu Hang ordered. The skeletons that followed him turned, opened the door, and entered the bedroom inside. Wu Hang put on a coat. He picked up the walkie-talkie and said, "Chi Hang-kai, can you hear me?" "I can hear you." Chi Hang-kai's voice came through. "Come to the suite." Received. Not long after ending the conversation, there was a knock on the door. Wu Hang looked up and gestured, and the skeleton cashew opened the door, and Chi Hang-kai walked in directly with a little owl. "No problems, I hope?" Wu Hang inquired. Chi Hang-kai sat down on one side and said, "The survivors in the base are all fine. The noodles cooked for them last night didn't incite any rebellious sentiments. The captives attempted to kill the guarding skeletons and break out in the middle of the night. The skeletons were not damaged, several of the escapees were killed." Wu Hang frowned, "So many skeletons standing guard, and they still wanted to escape? They probably thought they were more formidable than the skeletons." "Oh, Qian Chengfeng died in there," Chi Hang-kai answered. Wu Hang didn't say much more. If he was dead, he was dead. "Are there any survivors who can pilot a military ship?" "Yes, 2 of them are active-duty soldiers from the ship. I was worried about complications, so I locked them up separately," answered Chi Hang-kai. "Bring them here," Wu Hang said. "Okay." Chi Hang-kai left the room. When she returned, skeletons were escorting 2 men behind her, along with the interpreter Sing. Sing spoke directly, "This is our leader. Answer whatever he asks you." The 2 men's expressions stiffened, and they immediately saluted respectfully. From their attitudes, they seemed quite acceptable. "What are your names?" Wu Hang asked in Korean. The first man answered, "Li Chingson." The second man said, "Liu Zhou. You are soldiers from the port's military ship." Wu Hang inquired further. Wu Hang then asked, "What is the name of this military ship? What weapons and features does it have?" Li Chingson answered, "Incheon-class frigate, with a displacement of 2,300 tons." Wu Hang turned to the other men and asked, "What weapons does it carry?" The questioned man immediately responded, 5-inch naval guns, ramshore-trained surface-to-air missiles. Judging by the speed of their responses, they likely came off the ship. Otherwise, they couldn't recite this information so quickly. Wu Hang continued, "How many people are required to operate this escort ship?" 3 can navigate normally. "Do you know how?" "Yes. I know too." Wu Hang raised an eyebrow, "You both know?" Li Chingson explained, "Everyone has to systematically study everything once on board to ensure any vacancies can be filled quickly." Wu Hang nodded, then glanced at the 2 men again and asked, "Do you want to live?" "Yes, yes." The 2 men nodded hurriedly. "I'll give you a chance. If you do well, you can still enjoy a decent life. If not, you can probably guess the consequences, Wu Hang stated plainly. The two men trembled, bowing deeply. We are willing to be loyal to you. Chi Hankai, take the skeletons out of the bedroom, Wu Hang directed towards the room beside him. Chi Hankai went over and opened the bedroom door, and 20 skeletons in leather armor with weapons hanging from their waists walked out. The two men began to panic. Their bodies also retreated several steps. Wu Hang pointed to the skeletons and said, your task is to teach these 20 skeletons how to pilot a warship and use weapons. Can you do it? The two who retreated to the corner of the wall were both surprised in their eyes. Teach skeletons to sail? How do you even communicate with these things? But faced with the only choice, they could only nod in agreement. Yes, we'll do our best. Good, it's great to have confidence. Wu Hang looked at Sing, take them down to rest. Training for these skeletons starts tomorrow. Yes, leader. Sing nodded, leading the two men and the 20 skeletons out. The door closed. Wu Hang then said to Chi Hankai, when they go aboard the ship, arrange for someone to follow them, don't let them sail away. I'll follow them tomorrow. With skeletons there, these two won't be able to escape, said Chi Hankai with a smile. Arrange some more, there might still be weapons on the warship, Wu Hang instructed. Understood. Chi Hankai continued, our people will also come over tomorrow, and it will be more convenient to manage when that happens. Do we have someone who knows how to pilot a ship? We found 2 people who know how to sail. Very good, first have them bring people over, then also train the skeletons. Later we'll let the skeletons handle the piloting. Alright. They talked a bit about the details of the base. Chi Hankai took him around the base. Unlike the initial refugee shacks, this time almost every person had been allocated a house. However, the problem of dining was still being handled through a mass distribution in the square. As Wu Hang walked around, he also drew quite a bit of attention. People gathered together and whispered among themselves. After inspecting the base, Wu Hang then returned to his suite. At the Island Master's manor, in the living room, Shayna held an effect drawing and introduced it. This is the interior decoration plan for the exhibition. I discussed it with the Yusuf designer, and since you weren't here these past days, I went ahead and decided on the decoration. The effect drawing was not a modern printed image, but a hand-drawn plan. But the effect was still very clear. The whole decoration style was closer to that of the consortium's previous auctions, retro and luxurious. How many merchant caravans are preparing to join the exhibition? Wu Hang asked. Almost all are joining. They will come over one after another in the next few days. I've also written to some friends in the area, and they might came to see this exhibition, Shayna said. With your help, everything goes smoothly for me, Wu Hang hugged her shoulder. Shayna glanced at the maid not far away and shook off his hand. What are you doing? We're still outside. Master, Sister Shayna, dinner is ready, Minnie's voice came from the kitchen. The two stood up and walked towards the dining room. Emerald Sea. Inside the cargo ship's cabin. The illuminating stone chandelier above the dining table swayed slightly with the movement of the ship. 2 men, dressed in extravagant clothes, were sitting at the dining table enjoying their dinner. One had a straight posture and appeared to be in his 40s, the other had white hair, but it was neatly groomed, like a noble who cared greatly about appearances. The Merchant Guild actually sent us to participate in this merchandise exhibition, the elder spoke softly. More importantly, they place great importance on this island master. He defeated Luan and joined the Hongwen Alliance. He's quite a talent among the human race's younger generation, the middle-aged man said, taking a sip of his drink. Oh? You've piqued my interest. Tell me about him. The elder dabbed his mouth with a white handkerchief and put down his cutlery. I don't know much, said the middle-aged man as he too set down his utensils and reflected. I heard he comes from a small town in the Hueco kingdom, was later transferred to London City to become a captain, and was then exceptionally promoted and brought to Gold and Silver Island. To London City? Did he go there? You know about that place? I hear it's quite remote. The elder suddenly fell silent, his voice carrying a tinge of indescribable melancholy. I lived there once. The middle-aged man slightly turned his head, waiting for him to continue. With my wife. Chapter 617, Naval Guns. As they talked, the old man's gaze drifted upward as if recalling past events. What happened after that? The middle-aged man asked curiously. An accident. The old man's voice seemed choked by something, pausing briefly before continuing. An accident took her away, and to escape the longing for her, I left London City, left that place. She was so kind, and so intelligent. I often think that if none of this had happened, things might have turned out differently. As he spoke, the old man took another sip from his glass. The two fell silent again, the boat still gently swaying with the waves. The middle-aged man also took a sip from his glass. It's not your fault, And she wouldn't want to see you trapped in sorrow. I hope so. The next day, Shayla got out of bed, took a new corset from the space ring, slipped her arms through it, and patted the man beside her. Help me tie it up. You are so clueless. I don't like this one. Wu Heng sat up and fastened the hooks at the back for her. Shayla rolled her eyes at him. I'm wearing it to go out, not for you to look at. Fair enough. After tying it, Wu Heng gently kissed her uniquely elf ears. Still can't get enough, huh? Shayla retorted, patting his cheek affectionately. Then, curiously, she asked, how did your skin become so good? Unbeknownst to him, Wu Heng's skin had improved remarkably, not only becoming paler but also gaining a luminous sheen. It seemed that its elasticity had also significantly improved. Really? Wu Heng responded. In his heart, he knew that the change had occurred after he had ingested the level 3 corpse nucleus potion and awakened the keratin carapace. Even without the black keratin covering, his own skin had become much finer. Of course, it's so obvious. How did you do it? Teach me. Shayla said enviously. It's due to a natural ability of my own. When it's more developed later on, you can try it too, Wu Heng explained. Shayla's eyes lit up. There indeed was a way to enhance the effects on her skin. I'll listen to you. Having said that, she continued to eye him up and down. It feels like you're growing too fast. Isn't that good? I can protect you better in the future. Good, I love that. They talked, dressed, and went downstairs together. The skeleton chef had already prepared breakfast. The group gradually came down and sat at the dining table, chatting while they ate. After breakfast, Andre Willow went to the city hall, and Shayla took Minnie and 3 others to the exhibition area to oversee some decorating work. Even if she couldn't be much help, it gave her something to do, much better than moping at home. Everyone from the house had left. Wu Heng then went upstairs to his study and entered Zombie World. Stepping through the boundary door, Wu Heng picked up the radio and called Chi Heng Kai but got no response. Moving to the window, he looked outside. The skeletons were on guard, nothing had changed. He opened the door and walked down. Exiting the hotel's main door, he asked the skeleton guarding like a statue, "Where is Chi Heng Kai? Point to him." The skeleton pointed towards the sea. He must have gone to the navy. Taking the skeleton, Wu Heng went straight towards the direction of the docked ships, already spotting figures moving around on the warship from a distance. Wu Heng approached, drawing the gaze of a few people. Chi Heng Kai gestured and then came over. The 2 South Korean soldiers are teaching skeletons to pilot a ship. I watched for a while. It's all automated equipment, not difficult. Let's go over and take a look. Wu Heng led the way onto the warship. Chi Heng Kai followed behind. Seeing Wu Heng board, 2 soldiers along with Sing promptly came over to salute. Wu Heng nodded and said, "Show me around this ship, please." 2 South Korean soldiers, after some shuffling below deck, brought up a man called Lee Ching-sun, who cautiously said, "The ship is 114 meters long and 14 meters wide with a standard displacement of 2,300 tons, accommodating 145 personnel." Lee Ching-sun recited as if reading from the book, all in one breath. Wu Heng looked puzzled. It can only fit 140 people? It's designed with only that many bunks. More people could be carried if sleeping arrangements are not considered, Lee Ching-sun quickly explained. Meaning the ship is designed with sleeping spaces for 145 people. If it were only for transporting skeletons, they wouldn't need beds and could fit many more. In Gold and Silver Island, our vessels could carry 300 to 400 people. Such a large warship shouldn't be able to carry fewer. Of course, modern warfare is much more complex within the ship's body, and it isn't about having a greater number of personnel anymore. It's all about heavy artillery battles. Go on, Wu Heng said. Lee Ching-sun continued. The ship is equipped with a 127mm naval gun, a system for launching ram-point defense missiles. There's a platform at the stern originally for a helicopter, which was stolen when the zombie outbreak occurred. The group walked from the boat to the stern of the ship, with each part being introduced. In Wu Heng's hands was a machine cannon loaded with 23mm cannon shells. The naval gun on this ship was 127mm, indeed a formidable weapon. As for the anti-missile system, it might not be so useful in the other world. Not many things can fly there, and even if they encountered a flying dragon, they could deal with it more conveniently, so there was no real need to use the anti-missile system. The platform at the stern, marked by a painted circle, according to Lee Ching-sun, was used for docking aerial vehicles. Chapter 617, Naval Gun. It's just that when the zombie outbreak occurred, someone had driven it away. But that wasn't a big issue. Parking a skeleton flying dragon would serve the same purpose. And it didn't even require fuel. How far is the range of the 127mm naval gun? Wu Heng continued to ask. The other party replied, effective range is 10,000 meters. 10,000 meters. That was certainly far enough. Wu Heng nodded and proceeded to walk around the cabin. After coming out, he said, train the skeletons to operate the warship within 3 days, and check and maintain some of the equipment. The 2 ship soldiers following behind were starting to sweat on their foreheads. The time is too tight. There's not so much time to train slowly, hurry up. Wu Heng said, walking outside. Okay, the 2 said, wiping their sweat. Wu Heng glanced around, pointed at several high-level skeletons. You few, protect these 2 and also don't let them do anything dangerous. Hearing that the naval gun had a range of 10,000 meters, Wu Heng still arranged for the skeletons to watch over them, in case they really operated the naval gun and fired at the shore. The 2 immediately promised, we won't do anything out of line, please trust us, leader. Keep it up, you won't be treated unfairly when the time comes, Wu Heng said, patting their shoulders. The 2 saluted again and whispered their thanks. Wu Heng disembarked from the ship and walked towards the base with Chi Hengkai. On the ship, Li Qingsun and another started to immediately explain the ship's operations to the skeletons that were following them. Then, Chi Hengkai took him for a tour around the base. In the afternoon, they returned to the port to wait. Before long, a freighter came into view. It approached slowly and docked at the port. Over 20 people disembarked from the ship, men and women, all from the original base. Leader, Sister Chi. The crowd saluted and greeted them. You've all worked hard, Wu Heng nodded. Chi Hengkai also smiled and said, let's go, rest up first, then we'll assign tasks to everyone. After taking control of Shanfu Port, management was somewhat difficult, firstly due to the lack of trustworthy people, and secondly, communication was an issue. Having only Sing as an interpreter was indeed challenging. Now that his own people had arrived, things would be much easier. They entered the base together. Chi Hengkai first arranged rooms for them, then assigned some tasks. From now on, be it food distribution or warehouse management, it would all be handled by their own people. Once everything was arranged, they returned to the hotel. Chi Hengkai came to the outside of Wu Heng's room and knocked lightly. After receiving a response, she opened the door and walked in. Inside the room, Wu Heng said, first, establish the logistics team. I plan to use this place as a base to advance inland. Chi Hengkai raised an eyebrow. Are you going to lead the team personally, or are you planning to send the skeletons to attack? I will take care of important locations personally, the rest will still be carried out by the skeletons, Wu Heng answered. This place wasn't as large as the domestic areas. The entire nation was about the size of one province back home. The military factories or military research institutes here could be found just by following the road. It wasn't as difficult as back in the domestic areas, where those locations are hard to find. Chi Hengkai thought for a moment, then said, then I'll have someone find a map and mark all the important locations here, so we have clear targets. I'll leave these matters to you, Wu Heng said with a smile. Chi Hengkai also smiled faintly, of course. Wu Heng gestured, and Chi Hengkai came closer to lean gently in his embrace. Gold and Silver Island. Wu Heng delivered the corpse core to the alchemy room and glanced at the finished elixirs. There were quite a few of the level 1 and level 2 elixirs made. There were no new level 3 corpse nucleus potions yet. But there was no rush, it was just a matter of time. Wu Heng came down from upstairs just as Minnie entered from the outside, throwing herself at him with joy. Master. You're quite happy. Wu Heng caught her and spun her around in midair. Not really, I've been with Sister Shayla watching the construction site all day, it's so tiring, but seeing Master makes me feel so happy, Minnie said softly and coquettishly. How's the renovation over there going? Wu Heng sat down beside her, letting Minnie sit on his lap. Minnie thought for a moment and said, it's progressing very smoothly. That designer said while chatting with Sister Shayla that it could be done in 2 or 3 days. Not bad, the pace. As if suddenly remembering something, Minnie added, oh right, the designer also said that the preparations for Lighthouse Street are all completed, and tomorrow the street lights will be erected and then powered. If you have time tomorrow, go to the Design Institute and tell them to start work earlier, put up all the street lights, and try to make the island look better before the exhibition. Wu Heng patted Minnie's bottom. Got it, Master, Minnie said softly. At that moment, the door opened. Andre Willow came in with an owl that was much larger than before on her head, glanced at the two of them, and said smilingly, Minnie is clinging to Master again. Not at all, you bad fox, Minnie retorted, looking up. Wu Heng opened his arms. Come here, Wire, let Master give you a hug too. Wire, who had just been mocking Minnie, blushed slightly and walked over slowly. She leaned into the embrace and softly called, Master. Such a good girl. Before long, dinner was served on the table. Roby and Annette also returned from the courtyard and after saluting Wu Heng, they quietly took their seats at the table. They dined together. Zombie World and Gold and Silver Island were both developing in the direction they had been planned. In another 3 days, the exhibition could start. By then, the skeleton would have almost finished learning about the battleship and figured out a way to bring it to this city. Early in the morning, Wu Heng went straight to Pier Number 2. The dwarf designer Yusef followed and asked, Lord Island Master, do you have any instructions? Wu Heng pointed at the gap next to the port. I plan to build a bigger dock there, mainly needing a sufficiently large door. Are you referring to the kind of dock used for ship repair? Yes, keep the length at 200 meters, the width above 30 meters, and a minimum draft of 5 meters. Wu Heng recollected the dimensions of the escort ship and began to explain. Yusef, who was originally noting down the numbers, paused and his eyes widened in surprise. After a moment of contemplation, he still reminded him softly, Lord, the length of a warship is only about 60 meters, are you sure you need it that big? Wouldn't it be better to build multiple smaller ones? The numbers are correct, build it as I said, Wu Heng said with certainty. Very well, Lord, the dwarf quickly took down the instructions. Finish it within 3 days. If time is tight, then first get the door made, and it must have a lock. 3 days is a bit tight, I'm afraid we'll need to pull workers from the construction site. Reassign them here, get this done first, Wu Heng continued to instruct. The dwarf designer nodded, I will have it done for you within 3 days. I leave it to you, Wu Heng said and then got back into the carriage to leave. After returning to the island lord's mansion, he thought for a bit, took out the train captain's hat, and put it on his head. The Phantom train appeared, and Wu Heng boarded it. Lighthouse Street. Clatter. A team of skeletons, carrying metal poles, marched into the main thoroughfare. Under the watch of surrounding onlookers, the slender poles were erected, and electrical skeletons began to connect the wiring, and install the bulbs and lampshades. It's street lights, the island master is putting up street lights for us. Someone recognized them as the same as the streetlights in the central district and immediately shouted out loud. Following that, the surrounding crowd also erupted with excitement. The island master really installed streetlights for Lighthouse Street, just like in the central district. The island master is installing streetlights for us, he didn't deceive us. From now on, our place will be as bright as during the day. The news about the streetlights quickly spread through the shouts. The entire street was gradually crowded with people, looking up, watching the streetlights being erected, lampshades being fitted, and the gold and silver island flag being hung on the poles as decoration. The island master really installed streetlights for the common residential area. What was announced in the newspapers was true. Lopez City. Wu Heng, still wearing his mask, remained disguised as the masked fisherman. He sat in the consortium's VIP room for a while. The door opened, and the local head Retili walked in directly. With a smile, she greeted, Good afternoon, guest. Wu Heng smiled and asked, Did the commission I requested last time yield any results? Retili smiled confidently, Of course. Chapter 618, Quite impressive. Retili clapped her hands behind her back. The staff carried in 2 wooden coffins. As they jostled, dirt fell from the cracks in the coffins. Thud thud. With 2 dull sounds, the coffins were placed in the middle of the clearing. The staff turned and left, closing the door behind them. Retili glanced at the stone coffin and said, I have collected 2 mage corpses for you. It took some effort and involved some risks. You have worked hard, Wu Heng said. About the risks mentioned by Retili, Wu Heng wasn't too concerned. A business primarily involved in the gray market inherently comes with risks. Of course, her point was also quite clear, mage corpses are harder to come by than those of other professions. Wu Heng waved at the skeleton, and his skeleton attendant quickly walked over. It opened the coffins, revealing 2 corpses in different states of decay. Retili introduced, the first corpse is an 11th level illusionist mage, the second is a 7th level mage, the sect was not identified, possibly curse magic or energy shaping. I am very satisfied. How much more do I need to pay you? Wu Heng asked blandly. You still need to pay 2 gold and 150 silver. The price of the corpses was much higher than usual. The bounty for a level 10 fugitive was only around 300 or 400 silver. The corpses actually fetched gold. Wu Heng nodded, casually took out 2 gold coins and a pouch of silver coins, and handed them to Retili. Retili gladly took them and then asked, Shall I continue with the commission? Continue, he said. Retili went out to get the commission, while Wu Heng had the skeleton cover the coffins and stored them in his space ring. After a short while, Retili came back. She was carrying a tray of pastries, her pale fingers picked up a piece, and brought it to Wu Heng's mouth. Try some of the pastries just ordered from outside. Wu Heng didn't open his mouth, turning his head away. I am getting older, can't eat too much sweet stuff. You talk as if you are very old, Retili said, unfazed, and put it into her own mouth. Humans age faster because they have shorter lives, Wu Heng remarked. Retili, while filling out the commission, said, even if you age, you're not older than me. Many envy your elf race for looking good and living long, Wu Heng lamented. Or rather, all of the human race would envy the elf race. A race that looks elegantly beautiful and lives longer. Retili casually continued, there are some ways to extend one's life. When you really need it, I'll post a commission for you. It's not that easy. Even the old king of Hueco Kingdom couldn't escape the fate of death, let alone ordinary professionals like us, Wu Heng said, his gaze falling on the glimpse of her pale chest as Retili bent down. Do you have some misunderstanding about ordinary professionals? Retili seemed to notice his gaze, smiled, looked up briefly, then bent down again to continue writing the commission. The royal family has its own rules, they do not allow extreme methods to extend life. But there are still many ways to extend life, such as the necromancy sex undead and the secret cultivation hall. They are always collecting methods to prolong life. Indeed, life extension is a direction constantly researched by the secret cultivation hall. These people, having money and status, think about how to make themselves live longer. Wu Heng had come across two special items. One was the sacrificial staff. Blackstone Town's former steward, Yazd, wanted to use this special item to possess himself, but he had not expected his own powers to elevate so quickly, and he had not succeeded. The second was the blood cup, a special item of the blood clan. Using it to drink blood could gradually transform one's form closer to that of the blood clan. Later, he had given it to Lilith, thus establishing a connection with her. Such items are indeed plentiful in the secret cultivation hall. Now that you mention it, joining the secret cultivation hall might not be a bad idea, it could even help extend one's life, Wu Heng said. It's not just anyone who can join, and, moreover, the secret cultivation hall places great emphasis on obedience, often proposing conditions that push the boundaries to test your obedience, Retili said with a smile as she placed the completed commission form aside. It sounded like Retili knew quite a bit about the secret cultivation hall. At the very least, she knew about the obedience tests. An organization like that is better left unjoined. Retili nodded and continued, aside from them, I've also heard rumors about other things like organ transplants or blood transfusions, becoming a follower of some divine spirit, or even having oneself reborn. At the last one, Wu Heng widened his eyes. How can one be reborn? How should I know? These are just things I've heard, Retili laughed as she responded. Then, shifting her gaze, she scrutinized him carefully and took a book out of her space ring. Have you seen this new book that arrived in town recently? On the cover was an image of Wu Heng wearing a trench coat. At a glance, it was clear it was a great detective novel. Wu Heng didn't expect she had read it. I've heard about it. It's quite popular on Gold and Silver Island, and it's written based on the personal experiences of the new island master. Yes, an incredible person. It's as if he appeared out of nowhere and then everyone around him got to know him. Retili's eyes sparkled. Do you like the story? Anyway, it's more interesting than those typical hero tales. I heard there are signed copies for sale on Gold and Silver Island. I've sent someone to buy one for me. I don't know if they'll be able to get it. Retili said seriously. Spend some money, and he'll sign one for you. It shouldn't be difficult. Then it wouldn't hold the same meaning. Retili looked up again with a smile, fixing her gaze directly on him, and asked, what do you think? Will Island Master Wu Heng become a hero? Wu Heng lightly raised his eyebrows, his gaze unwavering. Her tone seemed probing as she spoke with him about this. He collected bodies, accompanied by a guard likely to be a necromancer attendant. And his emergence was very close to when the island master was gaining prominence. Retili oversaw a local consortium. Even if she appeared merely contractual, she was certainly intelligent. She had probably been speculating about his identity for a while, or perhaps had already figured it out. Whether guessed or not, it didn't matter. Now at level 19, with the association as his backing, not everyone could pose a threat to him. Wu Heng chuckled and said, if he's as remarkable as you say, he should be able to become a hero. Since you've said as much, he might not be far from becoming a hero. Return to Gold and Silver Island. The time had reached the afternoon. Traveling back by carriage, they passed Lighthouse Street, where the road became a bit crowded due to the throng of people. Street lamps were erected one by one, and the crowd moved forward little by little along with the lights. Without electricity, no lights could be seen. It was unclear what the crowd gathered around was actually looking at. The carriage moved slowly, and the chatter from the surrounding crowd began to filter into the carriage. These past few months, there have been more changes on Gold and Silver Island than in the last few years. The island master is no ordinary person, so powerful and also a mage, certainly stronger than those before. I have a daughter at home, not much younger than the island master. Isn't your daughter just 6 years old? How is that not much? Just start them off together. After a few years she'll be old enough. I hear the island master likes beastmen girls, the ones he always brings guards to visit here on Lighthouse Street. Liking beastmen, that's indeed rare. Quite impressive. Chapter 619, What exactly happened? Wu Hang sat in the carriage, his eyebrows raising upon hearing the chatter. How did the conversation turn to him? Moreover, he didn't prefer the nearly 3-meter-tall, robust type of beastman. Had these people misunderstood something? Sir, the road ahead is too congested. Shall we take a different route? The driver's voice came from the front. Let's take another route, Wu Hang said. The carriage slowly turned around, avoiding the main road and continued toward the direction of the island lord's mansion. Upon reaching the closest district to the island lord's mansion, Wu Hang got out of the carriage and walked some distance before returning to the island lord's mansion. He walked in through the gate. 3 maids came out to greet him. Many helped him take off his coat and said, Master, they have started installing street lights on Lighthouse Street. I saw it on my way back, he replied. The residents of the Lighthouse Street area are quite happy. I heard someone shouting thanks to the island master and such. Minnie looked pleased. Is that so? I came back rather late and didn't hear that, he responded. Hee hee. Minnie chuckled. Master, would you like lunch? No need, let's eat together tonight. Okay. Minnie and the other 2 maids returned to the living room, while Wu Hang went straight to the corner of the courtyard. With a casual wave of his hand, 2 coffins appeared on the open ground in front of him. He ordered the skeletons to open the coffin lids. Peering inside, he cast Corpse Battlefield on 2 corpses. Necromantic power rippled out. 2 skeletons stood up from the coffins, shaking their bodies as the decaying flesh and rotting clothes fell off. Skeleton Mage, level 11, Skeleton Mage, level 7, Wu Hang opened and glanced at their attributes. Under traits, they retained Hollow Skeleton, Intermediate Soul. Expertise retained included Cloth Armor Specialization, Staff Mastery. However, the skill slot was blank, not a single skill had been retained. Wu Hang knew what this was about. Any mage from any sect, once transformed into a Necromancer attendant, would lose all skills, and even if they learn new ones, they could only learn those from the Necromancy sect. It was a way to lock down their options. Come on out, Wu Hang commanded. The 2 skeletons stepped directly out of the coffins and stood orderly at the side. Wu Hang told other skeletons to clean up. He then said to the 2 mage skeletons, come with me upstairs, I have tasks for you. The skeletons followed behind him. They continued upstairs into the study. Wu Hang walked up to the bookshelf and took down 2 skill books. He approached the level 11 skeleton mage and handed over, Corpse Battlefield, start with this book, learn the skills as quickly as possible. Then, he walked over to the level 7 skeleton mage, handing over, Bone Manipulation Skill, you read this. Find your own spots to read. Both skeletons found places and began flipping through the books. Wu Hang sat down nearby and released 3 ghosts, allowing them to move around freely. Read books or watch cartoons. Uncle, that's my spot, Zhao pointed meekly to where one of the skeletons was situated. Wu Hang looked at the spot where the level 7 skeleton was, the same spot Zhao usually watched cartoons from. On the windowsill, there were colorful stuffed animals and various oddly shaped, valueless trinkets. Understood. Wu Hang nodded, took a sip of water and said to the 2 skeletons, you 2, come with me to the next room to read. Thank you, Uncle, you're the best, Zhao cheered from the side. Wu Hang led the skeletons out. In the neighboring room, he let them start reading. Skeletons didn't need light, so it didn't matter whether the light was on or off. As long as there was a quiet place, it was fine. Wu Hang had been sitting in the study when Minnie's voice calling for dinner came from downstairs. He opened the door, went downstairs, and joined the maids for dinner. Click, click, click. As the sky grew darker, the streetlights on Lighthouse Street, one after another, lit up. They illuminated the entire main avenue of Lighthouse Street brightly. The surrounding crowd instantly erupted in cheers. Closed shops reopened for business. Vendors started weaving through the streets with their goods, selling various items. A young bard looked up at the streetlights shining as bright as the sun, his eyes dazzled. He surveyed a spot under the light. Then clenched his fists. He pushed through to the front, carried a wooden box to the spot under the streetlight, and placed it down. Stepping up on the box, he cast 2 spells on himself. He declared loudly, Bard gave ear takes this opportunity to read a great detective story to everyone. After making a bow, he began the story. My name is Watson. I was sent back home due to an injury to recuperate. The crowd surrounding him gasped in surprise. Watching the street lamps was indeed pretty uninteresting. Someone telling stories here was another way to pass the time. As he started telling a story, more people began to gather, making the crowd even denser. At that moment, another person stood under the next street lamp, the light converging as if it were a spotlight on a stage. He shouted loudly, "Let me tell you a story too." Before long, one after another, figures stood under the lights along the street. It was as if each was on a small stage, performing for everyone in the crowd. "This place is much livelier than the central district," Shiyali said, holding her sister's hand and turning her head to speak. Even when there were street lamps in the central district, it drew quite a few people. But it wasn't as lively as it was here. Xiligui said, "Perhaps Wu Heng never imagined that these street lights would become a stage for low-level bards. Newspaper stories are all the rage. But low-level bards don't have the chance to enter pubs and tell them to others. Whereas here, so many people had gathered. Although there was no compensation, they could still improve their levels and enhance their professional skills. Maybe he thought of it long ago. Didn't he say he wanted to support bards and change the theater?" Shiyali said. "Hey. Perhaps he didn't think of that." Elsewhere, Philippa, wearing a beige long dress, had a green parrot on her shoulder. Looking at the bright street, her face lit up with excitement. "Wu Heng is amazing, he really installed street lamps on Lighthouse Street. I knew I saw something in him, he didn't disappoint me." "Silly bird." Philippa turned around and flicked the parrot on its forehead, "Don't you talk about him like that." The parrot glanced at her and flew away. Philippa, Millicent, draped in a cloak, came over and grabbed her hand. "What are you wandering off for? What if we get separated?" "Lighthouse Street. How could I not find my way home?" Philippa asked, looking at her. "With so many people around, it's always good to be cautious." Smack. Philippa smacked her on the buttocks forcefully. "I'm the captain of the Gold and Silver Island Fleet, who would be blind enough to mess with me?" Millicent's face immediately turned red. She carefully glanced around and tightly held her daughter's hand. Philippa continued, "Tomorrow I'll go find Wu Heng and ask him to install one of these right by our door. Don't bother the Lord with that." The next day, morning. After breakfast, Andre Willow went to City Hall. Wu Heng came downstairs from the room with the skull learning books. A night had passed, and he still hadn't unlocked the skill. It seemed he still had to wait a few more days. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps, and at the stair corner, the cat girl, Roby, ran into his arms. She rubbed her nose and immediately said, "Master, some people are here outside. They say they are representatives of a merchant caravan, here specifically to visit you, and they also brought some gifts." Visit him? Wu Heng had basically met all the permanent merchant representatives on the island. He had cooperated with many of them. Those coming this time must have just arrived on the island, planning to participate in the exhibition. "How many people came?" Wu Heng asked. 3 representatives of the merchant caravan, with some attendants, and they brought gifts, Roby replied. Wu Heng thought for a moment, then said, "Take them to the sitting room, and go find Shayla, tell her to get up quickly and come over." "Right away." Roby replied and ran downstairs. Before long, many came in with 3 lavishly dressed individuals, leaving all the attendants in the courtyard. Looking at the full yard of skeletons, they appeared somewhat restrained and uneasy. "Lord Island Master." "Nice to meet you, Lord Island Master." The 3 of them bowed slightly. "No need to be formal, have a seat and let's talk." On Gold and Silver Island, inside a tavern. The story, Blushing Maid Benny, had just finished. The tavern fell quiet once again. Even though they had heard it many times, there was still an inexplicable melancholy amidst it. In an upstairs private room, a lavishly dressed elderly man and a middle-aged man sat facing each other, with several accompanying guard attendants sitting near the entry. "It really does make one reflect, telling the story from the perspective of a maid," the middle-aged man said. The elderly man nodded slightly, stayed silent for a moment, then spoke slowly. "My wife also used to write little stories about the common folk." His gaze suddenly turned sad. "We used to sit together and listen to her spin tales." The atmosphere in the room grew even more somber. The middle-aged man pondered for a while before asking, "Forgive me, but what exactly happened back then?" Chapter 620, What's the ex-husband's name? Hearing the middle-aged man's inquiry, the elder leaned back in his chair, looking toward the shed's roof, his gaze turbid, as if he was recalling the past. He spoke softly. "She rarely went out, planting some of her favorite flowers in the courtyard and the basement, or she would just be in the study, reading the books she bought. At that time, we were very happy. Once, when she went out, she was attacked by a wild beast in the mountains. Fortunately, a mercenary passing by saved her, but since then, she became increasingly strange." The middle-aged man frowned with a telling, and the guards behind him kept quiet, waiting for the rest of his story. The elder continued, "At first, I didn't notice anything, just thought she was frightened, mentally distracted, but as time passed, things got weirder. She lost interest in gardening and reading, sometimes talking to the air, sometimes dancing wildly. One night, she completely lost her mind. She ran around screaming madly, dashed into the basement, knocked over the oil lamp, and stood in the great fire, looking at me with a hee-hee laugh, like a demon who had finally gotten her way. The fire grew bigger and bigger. I wanted to go down and save her, but it was impossible. I could only watch as she was gradually engulfed by the flames and disappeared. I was too low-leveled then. If I had been higher, maybe things wouldn't have ended this way. In the elder's tone, there was full of regret and unwillingness. It sounded like the story had been told before. The cause and the process were very clear. Seeing the story not continuing, the middle-aged man had some sympathy in his eyes. This isn't your fault. There are many monsters that confuse the mind. Similar stories can be heard in the past tales and rumors. Low-leveled humans, in wild mountains, are most prone to such incidents. The elder nodded. It's all in the past. I just hope she doesn't blame me. How could she possibly blame you, a gentleman as devoted as you? The middle-aged man comforted, seeing the room's atmosphere to be too oppressive. He searched for a new topic. This afternoon, I will visit the island master. Will you join me? The elder pondered, shaking his head. I need to visit friends on the island first, then I will visit the island master later. That's fine, too. As the two talked, below became chaotic again. Looking down through the open window, the bard, who had rested, stepped back up, applied 2 buffs to himself, and said loudly, "Next up is the Great Detective Story." Finally, we're at the Great Detective Story. Miss Penny's story was too depressing. I prefer this one. No matter how many times I listen to it, these plots about finding the murderer through details are still so exciting. No one can deceive the Lord Island Master, no matter how good he is at lying. Amid the patrons' discussion, the bard also began his tale. In the upper private room, the middle-aged man listened to the story intently. The elder's eyes twinkled. Island Lord's mansion. After the 3 merchant representatives seated themselves respectfully, the maid served tea and pastries. The first spoke up, "Lord Island Master, I am the deputy head of the Stag Commerce Association. This is a gift I brought for you, I hope you won't find it lacking." With that, 3 exquisite wooden boxes were taken out from the space ring. Each was opened in turn. The topmost held a pair of beautifully patterned silver cups. Inside the middle box was a porcelain dish with enamel-like craftwork at its center. The bottom one contained an ivory white, hollowed-out ivory carving. Each item was extremely delicate, belonging to the kind of collectibles favored by the wealthy. "Lord Island Master, I am the regional representative of the LV Commerce Chamber, and these are our gifts, all products made by our chamber. I hope you won't dislike them," the second representative of the Commerce Chamber spoke. He also took out gifts from the space ring. There were 2 items, one a finely crafted jade, the other porcelain as well. "My lord, this is the gift I've brought." Following suit, the third person also presented his gifts, consisting of a finely made rolled-up carpet, along with several brightly colored fabrics. These must be their respective Commerce Association's products. The design and style were very exquisite, also the kind of luxury goods favored by the elites of this world. But for Wu Heng, actually, these things weren't that appealing. They seemed good for nothing but looks. Not as useful as some copper to melt down for bullets. "Many thanks, I like the items very much," Wu Heng said with a smile, thanking them before turning to say, "Minnie, take these down for now, then go to the study and bring back 3 sets of the items I prepared." "Yes, Master," Minnie replied as she took the gifts and placed them on the cabinet shelf behind her. She then went up to the study. With Minnie out of the room, the deputy head of the Stag Commerce Association finally spoke up respectfully, going straight to the point. "Lord Island Master, besides being invited to attend the exhibition, we also wish to open stores on the island. Gold and Silver Island is expanding. You are welcome to open stores on the island," Wu Heng said frankly. The other continued, "Just wanted to ask in advance, will the street lamps of Lighthouse Street and the Central District be used in the new streets under development? As you know, the main road shops are all sold out, and if we want to open stores, we can't pick a location there." One person spoke while the other 2 nodded in agreement. It sounded like they were looking for a location with street lamps to open their stores. Wu Heng assured with a definite tone, "You can rest assured on this matter, the street lamps will cover all the newly developed commercial streets. Just avoid picking somewhere too remote, and you'll be fine." "Then we have no worries," the 3 said with a smile, nodding in agreement. Chapter 620, What's the ex-husband's name? During the conversation, Minnie descended from upstairs. In her hand, she held 3 slim gift boxes. "Master," Minnie called out obediently, placing the gift boxes on the table. Wu Heng waved his hand and said, "These are for the 3 of you, our latest manufactured gifts." The 3 of them exchanged pleasantries, but accepted the gifts in their hands all the same. Upon opening the gift box, a round-shaped object was revealed. Its surface was smooth and glossy, evidently very finely made. Wu Heng began to explain, "This is a steel pen, a product improved from the quill, allowing easier carrying and writing, and it will eventually replace quills." The three looked at the steel pens in their hands with a hint of confusion in their eyes. After examining it closely and applying slight pressure, they effortlessly removed the cap, revealing the nib inside. The patterns on the nib caught their attention, and their gazes grew intense. Such fine detail. There were even patterns on it. "Let me demonstrate for you." Seeing that they didn't understand how to use it, Wu Heng took out a steel pen from his space ring. In front of their watching eyes, he started to demonstrate. "This is the cap. Once it's removed, you can start writing," he explained. Then he unscrewed the back end of the pen, revealing where the ink sac was. "This is the ink sac. You just need to fill it with ink and you can write normally, without needing to prepare like you do with a quill." With just a brief demonstration, the three of them had already understood the use and features of the steel pen. They exchanged looks, their eyes filled with surprise and disbelief. It didn't seem difficult, but to improve from a quill to this steel pen was undoubtedly a very clever design. Not everyone has a space ring to carry quills and ink. This steel pen nicely resolved all the drawbacks of a quill. It might look like just an improvement, but its practicality had skyrocketed. Without question, such a product would definitely sweep the market and become the best-selling writing tool. And the craftsmanship was extremely fine, especially the soft ink sac. One wouldn't even know what material to use to attempt to replicate it. "Did you design this? Lord Island Master, has the steel pen already hit the market? I think we can talk about the possibility of distributing it." The three of them spoke, slightly excited. Wu Heng smiled. "We haven't started selling it to the market yet, but it will be exhibited at the upcoming exhibition. Once we have set a price, we can discuss cooperation. And there are also many different styles which look quite nice too." The three of them were taken aback, but quickly nodded in agreement. It looked like this exhibition would indeed feature some revolutionary new items unlike anything before. As they were chatting, footsteps echoed from the courtyard. Roby arrived with Lady Shainala, dressed in a lavish gown, along with her attendant housekeeper. Scanning the room and the few people inside, she inclined her head slightly. "Lord Island Master." Wu Heng nodded and introduced, "This is the president of the Starflower Commerce Association, Lady Shainala, who is also an advisor for the Gold and Silver Island exhibition, tasked with the responsibility of arranging the venue and selecting the items." The three came from outside. Certainly, they had heard of Lady Shainala's reputation. They immediately stood up. "Lady Shainala. Please, sit down," Lady Shainala said indifferently. The three sat down, and Lady Shainala, possessing a strong presence, asked, "Are your associations all participating in the exhibition?" One replied, "Yes, we have already registered at the City Hall." Lady Shainala inquired further, "What goods are you presenting?" "We export exquisitely crafted silverware, which is very popular among the nobility and royals," one answered. "We've prepared some fabrics and tapestries, all of good quality," another added. "We deal with jade jewelry," said the third. Lady Shainala nodded. "The household items section is on the first floor. You can bring your goods tomorrow afternoon. Don't come too early to give room for the upper floor's exhibitors to set up." "Yes, yes." The three nodded immediately. The arrival of Lady Shainala turned the conversation purely into business matters. The topic of the exhibition dominated the discussion. They sat and talked for a while in the room. Then the three stood up to take their leave. Wu Heng and Lady Shainala accompanied them to the door, waving goodbye. Returning to the room, Lady Shainala inquired, "There's nothing major, so what do you need me for?" "I feel more assured with you here," Wu Heng said, moving forward to embrace her shoulder. "You're just lazy, leaving all the work to us," Lady Shainala complained slightly. No sooner had she spoken, Minnie went to open the door again, and then came back, saying, "Master, 2 more merchant caravans have arrived." Wu Heng glanced at Lady Shainala. He kissed her forcefully on the face, then stepped back. "Bring them in." Dusk. After dinner, Wu Heng went straight upstairs to his study. He had intended to go to Zombie World to upgrade Bella today, but many people who had arrived on the island continuously visited the island lord's mansion. He didn't want to refuse guests, so he received them. And just like that, the day passed by. The influx of so many people onto the island wasn't a bad thing. The arrival of these distinguished businessmen was good publicity for the smaller island and helped expand his own renown. Later on, turning it into a resort and tourist destination wouldn't be a bad idea either. As for the exhibition, tomorrow was the time for all goods to be brought in, and it would open to the public the day after. Wu Heng returned to his study. Sitting down at the side, Glenda put down her pen at the desk and said, "Tomorrow is the distribution of the newspaper, coinciding with the exhibition. Should we postpone it a bit? It was time for the newspaper circulation again. Wu Hang shook his head. No need, just sell it as usual. It will work out well with the merchant caravans arriving on the island, also showcasing the popularity of our newspaper. That does make sense. You've thought it through more than before, Glenda said with a smile of approval. Zhao put her hands on her hips. Uncle has improved a lot. Chapter 620, What's the ex-husband's name? Bella snickered. Wu Hang looked at Zhao. Zhao, once this is over, let's visit your mother's place and check how your skill training is going. Okay, I miss my mom, but don't get your hopes up too high about the skill, Uncle, Zhao said with a knowing look. You have to have faith in your mother. Alright, let's hope she succeeds, Zhao replied. Wu Hang glanced at her and asked, when your mother has learned the skill, in what ways do you still want to help her? Me? Zhao fell into thought, circling in the air a couple of times before saying, get her to a higher level, or find her a boyfriend, I don't know. We'll talk about it then. What a modern thinker. Even thinking about finding a boyfriend for her own mother. Then we'll talk about it then. I'm off to watch a movie, Zhao said and left the place immediately. Bella also left, going to watch a movie together. Wu Hang stood by himself, pouring a cup of tea. His eyes fell on Glenda, who continued to browse through books. Out of curiosity, he asked, Glenda, I haven't asked before, what was your ex-husband's name? Ex-husband? What a strange way to refer to him, it sounds as if I've had several, Glenda said, looking annoyed. Call him whatever, I just don't know what to call him, Wu Hang said, taking a sip of tea. Magno, a bard. How are you so sure it was he who set the house on fire, or perhaps you became a ghost and saw it was him? Wu Hang continued to ask. Glenda suddenly became somewhat cold and panicked. Even in her semi-transparent state, the panic was apparent. Who wouldn't be reluctant to recall a terrible experience, especially death? Glenda said, I was still conscious at the time. He tied me to a chair in the basement, broke the oil lamp, and watched as the fire consumed me. I became a ghost, not knowing how long it had been, but the house was already in ruins. It must have been a long time. Wu Hang nodded. It seemed the person really wanted to kill her. Took her to the basement, broke the oil lamp. In that situation, there was no escaping. I see now, try to remember where he might go, and after the exhibition ends, we'll go find him, dead or alive, Wu Hang said outright. Such vengeance was good. No room for easing the resentment. Alright, Glenda forced a smile, if you had taken over London City earlier, maybe none of this would have happened. Don't overthink it, I'll help you take revenge, Wu Hang said earnestly. Glenda nodded. I'm going to rest. Okay, take care of your health, and tell those little maids of yours to keep it down, Glenda teased. You're the one eavesdropping. A night passed. The streets in the early morning were filled with a heavy moisture. Gradually, the street began to fill with more and more people. At this moment, the newspaper boys appeared in everyone's sight. They quickly took their positions at each crossroads, holding up the newspapers in their hands. They shouted, take a look, come and see, the new issue of the newspaper. The Western Street exhibition officially starts tomorrow, all merchant caravans displaying their goods together. The Great Detective's new story released, new cases, news stories, just as thrilling, 65 copper, first come, first served. Almost at the same time, similar shouts could be heard in every part of Gold and Silver Island. With a whoosh, the dense crowd instantly swarmed the newspaper boys. Surrounded them from all sides several layers thick. There's a new story, the Great Detective series isn't finished. Great, there's a new story to hear. I wonder what this case is about. Don't push, what's there to push about? Chapter 621, Let's not argue anymore. Golden Sail Tavern. Bard Sabin stood on the wooden platform, vividly narrating the latest serialized story. The area below was packed with patrons, even the busy bartender stood aside, not attending to customers, listening to the story. Sabin continued, so, I took out my pocket watch and handed it to Wu Hang, with a teasing tone, here, you always say that you can identify the traits of the user from any item's traces. This is a newly acquired watch of mine, see if you can discern the original owner's character and habits. Just to clarify for everyone here, a pocket watch is a tool for keeping time, which can determine the time more precisely. Here is an illustration, it looks roughly like this. As he spoke, Sabin had someone draw a rough shape on a wooden board, following the pattern from the newspaper. The crowd nodded. The story continued. Wu Hang took it over, first examining the face of the watch, then opened the case to inspect the inside components, and even took out a magnifying glass to observe for a while. Watching his dejected, busy demeanor gave me a sense of satisfaction from my revenge, convinced he couldn't make anything out. Although the traces left are minimal, I have still observed something, Wu Hang squinted and said, leaning on the recliner. This watch belonged to your brother, and it was left by your father. I deduce it is a family heirloom. Precious items are mostly passed down to the eldest son, so it should belong to your brother. I was somewhat surprised but nodded, yes. Your brother lived a debauched life. Due to his love of drinking, led a dissolute life, and eventually died of good wine. I suddenly jumped up and roared, Wu Heng, this is pointless. You have already investigated my brother and then you make fun of me with this method. I've only deduced based on my observations and haven't investigated you. That would not have been polite, Wu Heng said indifferently. I couldn't help but ask, then tell me, how did you come to that conclusion? Look, this watch has lots of scratches, indicating he often kept coins or keys with it. A high-value pocket watch that was treated so carelessly shows he was not too scrupulous, wouldn't you say? Here, there are also traces of pawn tickets, indicating he was often in a tight spot. Wu Heng analyzed. I found myself nodding involuntarily. Furthermore, Wu Heng continued, look at the inner cover where the watch is wound. Around the winder hole are thousands of scratches. Incidentally, no drunkard's watch fails to bear such marks. I'm sorry, you're absolutely right. I was amazed at his reasoning, which was so accurate, and I sincerely apologized. Why provoke him? Someone slapped the table. It's well known the island master would figure it out, yet you offered it to him willingly. Well, that's not a fair comment. I too was a bit skeptical and wanted to test it out. It's quite terrifying to think about. Having such a person around, you can imagine they could even find out who you shared your bed with at night. I think he is more suited to the prophet profession. No, a prophet's combat strength isn't high, intelligence without combat strength is useless, he would fit well as a necromancer too. Stop talking, all of you stop talking. Let's keep listening. Someone stood up to help maintain order. Sabin went on with the story. Mrs. Landlady brought over a business card, it belonged to a lady named Mealy Mustan. Wu Heng and Watson met with this lady. And Mealy began to recount her own problem. She received an anonymous rare pearl every year on the same day, for 6 years now. Her father had mysteriously disappeared 10 years ago. Today, the person sending the pearls asked to meet with Mealy. Overwhelmed, Mealy sought Wu Heng's help. Mr. Wu Heng, what do you think I should do? Mealy asked with a worried frown. Go, we must go. Wu Heng replied earnestly. All right, I will come again at 6 o'clock tonight. Ms. Mealy smiled gently, took her leave, and left. Just after seeing off the guest, Wu Heng, who still seemed a bit listless in the morning, suddenly became like a lion awakened, happily whistling and stepping out. Speaking of which, Sabin's tone paused. The people below all developed a bad feeling. The rest of the story will be continued in the next serialized release. The tavern patrons immediately realized what was happening. Damn it, not this kind of ending again. It's so uncomfortable to stop the story halfway. Last issue was about investigating a death, and this issue is about who sent the pearls? Is that even worth writing a story about? Who knows who the ghostwriter is? I'll go break his hands. Could it just be a start, and there will be more deaths later? In the association, steward's office. Zai Ligui walked in, wiped off some sweat, and turned the air conditioning down 2 degrees. With the merchant exhibition currently being held on the island, some merchant group representatives and royal dignitaries from various places have all gathered on the island. The island is now bustling, with all the taverns and inns filled with people. But security has also become busy. Even she, as a steward, sometimes has to go out and patrol. Her workload has more than doubled compared to before. I see the new newspaper is out. Zai Ligui removed her armor and stored it in the space ring. Shiyali lifted the newspaper in her hand. I bought it at City Hall. You can't even get it from the newsboy at the corner. Zai Ligui poured herself a glass of water and said, next time, tell Wu Heng to leave some newspapers here at the association, too. Tell him it's convenient for us to have access as a distribution point. Good idea. Shiyali's eyes lit up. Zai Ligui sat down beside her and took the newspaper passed to her. Is this a new story? A new story, but it seems a bit different from the last, Shiyali said. What's different, the story? Zai Ligui first looked at the local news published on the paper. The intelligence network of Gold and Silver Island was gradually taking shape. Traveling merchant caravans would bring various local intelligence reports here. Some reports were selected to be published, those that could be confirmed and had no negative impact. As a steward, Zai Ligui also had to get some information from the newspaper. Shiyali walked to the side, brewed a cup of tea, and brought it over to Zai Ligui. Last time Wu Heng said it was some royal scandal story. It doesn't seem like that now. It's just the start, it can't happen so fast. Zai Ligui commented, then added, maybe he made it up to prevent you from entering any more betting pools. Shiyali's eyebrows shot up. I'm not going anymore. Stop bringing it up like I'm a gambler or something. Xyligui stopped talking and started to read the story below. After reading it carefully, she put the paper aside and said, "The writing style is the same as the last story, and the place where it breaks off is the same, making people uncomfortable. Did you see Mealy in the story? Could there be another one coming over?" Shiali raised an eyebrow and suddenly asked. Xyligui was taken aback. "What do you mean?" "Kavina, Bella, those little servant girls, aren't they all who came over?" Shiali spoke seriously. "Sister, I am getting worried for you." A thought crossed Xyligui's mind. Seeing the smile in the other's eyes, her face turned serious. "Work, call by title. Steward Xyligui, if you don't make a move, he's going to have more and more women by his side," Shiali continued. "I think you quite like him too," Xyligui retorted. "Let's not fight over him, we're sisters after all." Chapter 622, Somewhat Familiar Lighthouse Street. All the taverns were crowded with people. On the streets, numerous bards stood on wooden crates, stone bricks, or makeshift stages, reading out loud the stories from the newspapers. The entire street was teeming with people. The island seemed to be enveloped in a literary atmosphere. Those aristocrats visiting gold and silver for the first time. They were unspeakably astonished by the scene before them. The whole island was like it was celebrating a festival, with everyone's emotions stirred up. And it was all because of a newspaper that hadn't been issued. "I've found out, the newspaper is published by the island lord's mansion, once every 7 days, and apart from posting some news from around the regions, it primarily serializes great detective stories, which are said to be written based on the island lord's own experiences. It's very popular on the island," an attendant whispered after gathering information. The group of aristocrats gathered together furrowed their brows. "You mean to say, this scene occurs every 7 days?" The attendant shook his head. "I heard that for the first few issues, they were released every 3 or 5 days. The onlookers' eyes widened even more as they gazed at the crowd. "I know about the newspaper, our caravan sold it externally, it had average success. I didn't expect it to be so prevalent on the island. Isn't this supposed to be a pirate island? Why do they like reading such materials? This island master is indeed formidable, the island has changed so much. I heard you can even buy the stories from the first issue at the city hall. Let's go take a look. I want to see what experiences he's had before. Let's go, together." Island Lord's Mansion. Wu Heng sat on a stone bench in the courtyard, holding a blueprint in his hands. Opposite him was an open crack and a stone door. Inside the stone door, one after another, components were conjured out of thin air, then continued to assemble into new components, forming even larger components. Even watching them being created out of nowhere was quite complicated. Without following the blueprint, page by page, one might not even know where one was in the process. "I hope this will be successful," Wu Heng muttered. For the electromagnetic cannon, he had cancelled all the constructed turrets and hidden arsenal cave, losing their previous combat effectiveness. Now it looked more like a large warehouse. If this was not successful or couldn't achieve the expected results, he would have truly wasted a lot of effort and time for nothing. While the parts were being assembled, 3 ghosts flew back in succession. "Uncle is playing with building blocks, huh? Make me a castle," Zhao said from the side. "I'm assembling a weapon, modern high technology." Wu Heng patted the blueprint in his hand, then asked, "How's the response to this issue?" "About the same as before, the taverns are filled with people," Zhao replied. Bella added, "They're all guessing the next part of the story." Wu Heng looked at Glenda. "Glenda, as the author, haven't you done some research?" Glenda, as if coming out of a trance, replied, "I did." The reaction was similar to before. The story has a limited number of words at the beginning, it will get better once the crime appears. Wu Heng gave her a peculiar look, then nodded. "As long as the effect is good, that's what matters. You all go on with your work, many people have been coming to the island recently, there might be some of a higher level. Be careful when you go out to have fun." "Okay," Zhao agreed. "Sister Bainey, let's go watch a movie." Bella nodded and followed Zhao towards the steward's office. Wu Heng then turned to Glenda. "Glenda, what's wrong?" Glenda hesitated before speaking. "When I was out, I saw a silhouette that looked very familiar, but in the blink of an eye, it was gone. Maybe I've been thinking too much about the past these days." Yesterday, Wu Heng inquired in detail about her husband. Whether outwardly or to herself, she believed all that was behind her now, and her current life was quite pleasant. She could read books, write stories, the very same writing that her husband had spurned was extraordinarily popular on the island. Of course, the type of welcome might not have been wholly positive. However, since last night when it was brought up again, she could no longer remain calm, always picturing herself being dragged into the basement and watching as he knocked over the oil lamp. The pungent scent of oil enveloped the entire basement, and then came the great fire that filled the room. Her husband just stood at the top of the stairs, watching her struggle for help, watching her slowly being swallowed by the flames. "Can you be certain it was him?" Wu Heng asked, frowning. Glenda thought for a moment. Probably not. He didn't have your abilities, nor could he have lived that long. It might have only been a resemblance in figure and from behind. Wu Heng said, "Don't put too much pressure on yourself. After the exhibition ends, we'll go find him." "Actually, it doesn't matter whether we find him or not," Glenda said. "There should always be a conclusion, to give yourself an explanation." "Leave the rest to me," Wu Heng promised. Glenda smiled. "Okay. Come, let me give you a hug." Wu Heng opened her arms wide. "Sick, even flirting with ghosts." Glenda floated down and embraced the void. At the entrance of the association, an old man dressed in sharp noble attire slowly descended from the carriage. It had been a difficult journey. The roads were frequently congested, waiting for the carriage to push through the crowd before it could proceed slowly. It was probably not much faster than walking. He glanced around and walked into the hall with his attendant. After asking the staff, he headed straight for the vice executive's office. He knocked on the door lightly and upon hearing a response, he smiled and entered directly. Behind the desk, the vice executive Skeeter was looking at the newspaper in his hands. He raised his eyebrows at the incoming figure. "Mr. Magno, I almost didn't recognize you." The elderly Magno gave a gentle smile and performed a nobleman's bow. "Vice Executive Skeeter." Skeeter put down the newspaper and immediately stood up to come out. "Please have a seat, let's not stand on ceremony." Magno straightened his back and sat down, and the vice executive Skeeter also took a seat opposite him. "Mr. Magno, are you here to attend the exhibition?" Skeeter inquired. Magno nodded. "Island Lord Wu Heng is a young talent and esteemed by the association. The Chamber of Commerce asked me to represent them at the exhibition and to foster closer relations." "Are you coming from the Island Lord?" Skeeter asked. "Not yet, I came here first." Skeeter was taken aback. "Mr. Magno, that's quite courteous of you. Logically, one should visit the Island Lord first, taking care of official matters before visiting friends." Magno said with a smile, "I do indeed plan to visit the Island Lord, but I'm not familiar with Island Lord Wu Heng. I was hoping to use your help, Vice Executive, to learn about his preferences, or what kind of gift might best represent my regards." Skeeter realized he was here to gather intelligence. "To be honest, I haven't had much contact with Island Lord Wu Heng myself. How about I introduce you to the steward? She might know him better." "That would be too much trouble," Magno shook his head. "I was just asking out of curiosity." He leaned forward slightly. "I heard that Island Lord Wu Heng once served as a team leader in London City, is that true?" Chapter 623, Genius Improvement. Skeeter filled the other party's cup with tea and said offhandedly, "I heard that he served as a captain in London City and was awarded second-class merit, which led to his exceptional promotion to vice executive." Magno stroked his beard, seemingly pondering something. Skeeter asked curiously, "Why do you ask about this?" Coming back to his senses, Magno said, "I also lived in London City for a while and was thinking of something to talk about when I meet the Island Master." Skeeter laughed. "Mr. Magno, you're joking. With the financial power of your caravan, a normal visit would suffice. There's no need to consider so much." "It's still better to be somewhat prepared," Magno said as he flipped his hand, pulling a gift box out of his space ring. Upon opening it, he revealed a short sword inside, its scabbard studded with gemstones, and pushed it forward. "I happened to acquire a short sword made by the short people. It doesn't suit my profession, and I've kept it unused in my space ring. It would make an appropriate congratulatory gift for you becoming a vice executive." "This." Skeeter's gaze was immediately drawn to the short sword inside the box. From the material on the exterior, it was also definitely not cheap. But such weapons are mostly ornamental, used to decorate studies or to be collected. Weapons meant for combat would not use such flashy but impractical materials. "Mr. Magno, if there's something you want to ask, just say it." "We are old friends after all," said Skeeter, diverting his gaze and continuing. Magno smiled and said directly, "Is the Island Master as incredible as they say? Can he really guess many things with just a bit of observation?" "It should be true. Whenever the steward encounters a difficult case, they go to the Island Lord's mansion. After returning, they could directly capture the culprit. Every catch is accurate," Skeeter said. Magno's eyes widened in disbelief. It was indeed as impressive as the stories claimed. "The Island Master is a necromancer, so he must have a spirit servant, right?" Skeeter thought for a moment. "It seems there is one, the one from the stories, Miss Penny." In the afternoon, at the Island Lord's mansion, Wu Heng continued assembling parts of the electromagnetic cannon. He created each part and then continued to put them together into larger components. Wu Heng was still looking forward to this weapon. If he could indeed simulate it with mansion skill, then in the current otherworld, He could truly kill an enemy from thousands of miles away. Regardless of 18th level professionals, heroes or not. All beings are equal. Tap tap tap. The sound of footsteps arose, and Minnie, Annette, and Roby came over carrying big and small bundles. Minnie popped her head out from the side of a gift box. Master, more people from different caravans have arrived, bringing these gifts. In the past 2 days, people from different caravans had been continually visiting the island to see him. For other nobles during this time, mutual visits, balls, and banquets were rather common occurrences. But in Wu Heng's view, spending most of the time on this was a bit overwhelming. He simply had Minnie tell the visitors that he was not in. Those willing to visit another day could be discussed later. Those wishing to leave their gifts could leave their names and the names of their caravans. That way, their visit's purpose would still be achieved. Take them inside. Use whatever is useful, and store away what is not for now. We can give them away another day, Wu Heng said. Yes, master. At dusk, after dinner, Wu Heng, Shayla, and Andre Willow sat around a table. Shayla said, everything for the exhibition is ready, it can take place as usual tomorrow. Wu Heng nodded and then looked towards Andre Willow. Wire, there are no problems with the patrol guard, right? I have given the orders. A certain number of patrol guards will be deployed to maintain order, Andre Willow replied. She continued, Xiligui, the steward, has also arranged personnel for the exhibition. There shouldn't be big issues with safety. Then let's proceed as planned. After saying this, Wu Heng looked at Shayla. Are you going back tonight? Shayla thought for a moment and said, the island is quite crowded now, so I won't stay over. Fine, we'll dig a secret tunnel after this is over, Wu Heng replied. Shayla gave him a look. What you said sounds so awful. Night fell, bringing a chill. Lighthouse Street, the street lamps lit up one after another. The shops were still open for business, and vendors began calling out with their goods as they emerged from both sides, starting to hawk their merchandise. Crowds surged onto the streets, seeking respite from the heat and engaging in conversations. The whole city seemed to come alive again. Bards with their wooden boxes stood under the street lamps, reciting the latest newspapers. Residents began to gather in groups, listening intently to the stories or chatting from a distance. The merchants and nobles who had just arrived on the island today were also pushing open the windows of the tavern private rooms, surprised by the scene before them. Truly a magical little island. The next day, at the exhibition, a large crowd had already gathered outside the exhibition hall. According to the plan, the exhibition would only be open to registered businesses and nobility on the first day, to prevent any potential dangers or conflicts. After all, being a world where everyone has a profession was very different from the modern world. Once the first day had passed, it would be open to the public, allowing anyone to come and see with fewer restrictions. Mr. Magro, you have arrived somewhat late, said a familiar figure who had arrived on the same boat, coming to meet him accompanied by guards as he stepped down from his carriage. Mr. Mashiu, it hasn't started yet, so I'm not that late, Magro said with a smile, behaving maturely and elegantly. Chapter 623, Genius Improvement. Mashiu nodded with a smile. It seems we've arrived early. This time, they've invited quite a number of people, from all different races, which is truly rare. Magro glanced around. Besides the human race's merchant caravans, one could also see merchant teams from other races. Elves, short people, dwarves were all present. Inviting a merchant guild was nothing special, but inviting so many different racial merchant guild members was not a simple matter. It also sufficiently proved that the island master was not as simple as he appeared on the surface. Mashiu continued, Mr. Magro, have you visited the island master yet? I was delayed due to some matters. I'll visit the island master after things settle down, Magro said softly. Mashiu didn't really care whether the other party had visited or not and went on to say, I heard that the first few visitors received a pen as a gift, but the later visitors didn't get such treatment. Magro smiled and said, we haven't lacked for experiences. These things are also not worth fussing over. That's true, Mashiu agreed. While they were talking, the exhibition officially began. The barriers in front of them opened, and people began to walk inside in groups of 3 or 5. Even though today only representatives from the merchant guilds and some important dignitaries were invited, they all brought guards or attendants, making the crowd look quite substantial. Passing through the corridor, they entered the first floor of the exhibition hall. Tall ceilings, bright chandeliers, and meticulously designed booths were arranged in an orderly fashion. The first floor area was dedicated to lifestyle items and utensils. Exquisitely crafted dining ware, intricately carved decorative pieces, brightly colored, tightly woven fabrics, and decorative pieces rarely seen on the market. The moment one entered the hall, it was like a treasure trove that felt like entering a grand palace. Wow, simply a genius idea. To think it's been improved to this extent. Noisy exclamations arose from the central district. The shouts attracted everyone's attention, and more people gathered towards that spot. In the middle of the hall was a small booth that occupied a modest space. Displayed in the glass showcase were several different styles of pens, and on the large screen in the middle, an elegant elf girl could be seen using the pen, smoothly writing down text. They've actually transformed the quill into this. It's Gold and Silver Islands merchandise. Whoever thought of this must be a genius. I feel like it was invented by the island master himself. He must have noticed the inconveniences of a quill pen and made improvements. Such a frightening young man. Yes, his future achievements must be incredible, people whispered among themselves. Meanwhile, some approached the counter to inquire about the prices and conditions for collaboration. More and more people gathered in the center until several layers had formed. Some, seeing that they could not squeeze in, simply decided to go up to the second floor. The exhibition hall on the second floor was a bit dimly lit, showing weapons and armor. Swords and blades, crossbows were displayed on weapon racks, and various styles of armor and leather armor hung on the walls. From different races, different types. Equally myriad. However, when everyone followed the exhibition around to the inner middle position, everyone's eyes widened once again. In the glass showcase were displayed goods, and the screen above showed images of an alchemist distilling elixirs while timing the process. It's the pocket watch. Mentioned in the latest story, the great detective's tale is indeed true. It's not a pocket watch, it says wristwatch on it. It must also be something that's been improved. Being able to precisely measure time, it's really suitable for alchemists. It's also a product of the island lord's mansion. How does he have so many things? Let's go up to the third floor, to see what's up there. Let's go to the third floor, the crowd urged, heading for the stairwell and making their way to the third floor. On the third floor, the items for sale were elixirs, magical scrolls, and magical props. Everyone surged to the third floor. They glanced over the other booths, heading directly towards the position of the central district. As they got closer, everyone's steps paused. The central district's booth was even smaller, only about 4 or 5 square meters, and inside the glass cabinet, a bottle of elixir was displayed. And around it, 2 layers of skeletons had gathered. Clad in armor, long swords hanging from their waists. Damn, what kind of elixir needs such a grand display? The crowd hesitated for a moment. Seeing no danger occurring and with the sounds of urging coming from the staircase, they still moved forward to get a closer look. Frowning, they looked carefully at the elixir. The elixir was enclosed in a glass case, and the potion bottles used were the same as those for ordinary healing potions. On the left and right, there were 2 authentication certificates. The one on the left was from the association, naming the elixir, strength-enhancing potion, with effects that refine the constitution, enhanced bodily functions, and strengthen the self. The certificate on the right was from the Snake Badge Consortium, naming the elixir, strengthening potion, with effects that included enhancing the body, including but not limited to strength, constitution, and other attributes. Different from the excitement on the lower floors, the crowd of spectators was silent, save for those behind who didn't know what was happening, who kept asking what was going on, what was being sold, and the like. For the wealthy tycoons and nobles present, personal improvement or life extension was the most pressing matter of the moment. After exchanging looks, one of them asked, "This elixir, is it for sale by the island lord's mansion? How is it sold?" In front of the showcase stood a rabbit girl with drooping ears, who said with a smile, "It is a product for sale by the island lord's mansion, but at present, it is only for display. The method of sale will be announced later." No one was surprised by this response. In fact, they found it quite reasonable. If it could be mass-produced, then such elixirs wouldn't be a rare commodity anymore. Chapter 623, Genius Improvement. If we decide to sell, through which channels should we receive news? Another person asked politely. The others remained quiet, all waiting for an answer. The girl with bunny ears still smiled. "You may leave your information. We will inform your guild in advance, giving our guests ample time." "Good, thank you. Where do I leave the information?" "Over here." One by one, people stepped forward to fill out their information and then quickly turned to leave. The news of this exhibition had to be sent back quickly. The 3 items from Gold and Silver Island would each become bestsellers and rapidly dominate the market. At the entrance of the exhibition hall at the moment, people continually entered while many others hurriedly left, bowing their heads as if in a rush. It was somewhat odd. 3 ghosts moved ceaselessly throughout the exhibition, observing the expressions of the attendees. When arriving, Wu Heng had warned them that the island might have some high-level professionals. They were to maintain a certain distance to avoid being detected by the ghosts, which could easily lead to misunderstandings. To most beings, necromancy creatures were met with hostility and caution. First sight would likely cause problems. Of course, As long as one kept a certain distance, the perception of living beings was limited. After observing the exhibition for a while, Glenda thought of returning. She still had a novel to rewrite. Yet just as she was about to leave, she caught sight of a familiar figure in the corner of her eye, following the crowd out. Boarding a carriage, they left for the distance. The shape and silhouette, the way of walking, everything was so familiar. "You're not dead? Why aren't you dead yet?" A surge of intense anger and fear rose from her heart. The soul's facial features began to contort as they teetered on the brink of rational collapse. Glenda forcibly suppressed her own twisted, frantic emotions and flew off in the direction her target had gone. "How did it go?" Wu Heng asked Zhao as she returned. Zhao floated midair, saying, "It's explosive, so many people at the exhibition, and they are very interested in our displayed goods, all asking how to buy them. Whether it was pens, watches, or strength potions. Each was a novelty that overturned tradition. Once launched, pens would instantly replace quills as the new writing tool, and watches would become a device for keeping time. And as for strength potions, needless to say, to some people, money was just a number, their personal improvement mattered more." "Just as I expected," Wu Heng said with a confident smile. Zhao also followed with praise, "Uncle is amazing." "Of course." As they were talking, Bella returned, saying, "There were 2 fights at the venue, but they separated on their own once Skeleton intervened, nothing serious." Wu Heng nodded, "A small matter if they didn't make a big fuss, they dare not be too outrageous on the island." As they spoke, footsteps were heard. The 2 ghosts concealed their forms. Many approached with a paper. "Master, Annette has sent the first list, all names left at the elixir display." The layout of the exhibition had City Hall staff arranged on the 1st and 2nd floors as guides. The 3rd floor was managed by Annette. The strengthening potions today were just a warm-up to let more people know of its existence. For the subsequent sales, Wu Heng planned to hold an auction-like event. After all, they couldn't be mass-produced, and he needed to consider maximizing profits. "Let me see." Wu Heng took the paper. Names and guild names were filled out in boxes on the sheet. Some even wrote down the cities they were from. And Wu Heng's gaze fell on a particular name, Magno. "It sounds so familiar." Wu Heng frowned, taking out another paper from the space ring and opening it to look at the names. Identical. What a coincidence. As many left for the front yard, Wu Heng turned to the air and said, "Zhao, Bella, why hasn't Glenda returned?" "I'm not sure, maybe she went off to play." Zhao replied. Bella also added, "I didn't see her, Lady Glenda wasn't at the exhibition when I left." The name of a former husband appearing on the list, and Glenda not returning, made Wu Heng's heart tighten. Seeing Wu Heng's frown deepen, Bella suggested, "Let's go out and look for her. If she's not at the exhibition, maybe she went to Lighthouse Street." "Is Aunt Glenda in danger?" "She's so powerful." Zhao found it hard to believe. During the pirate invasion at Gold and Silver Island, Glenda was wielding a sword, chasing and slashing at people. How could she be in danger? Wu Heng thought for a moment and replied, "No need, let's not wander off." Immediately, he walked inside the house, went upstairs, and headed to the Skeleton Prophet's room. The Skeleton Prophet was sitting by the window, looking outside. Wu Heng approached with the 2 ghosts. "What are you looking at? If you want to go out, you can go downstairs." The Skeleton Prophet stood up and bowed slightly, a respectful attitude. A high-intelligence skeleton was capable of independent thought. Wu Heng went straight to the point. "One of my ghosts is missing, show me where it has gone." The Skeleton Prophet grabbed his arm. The next second, Wu Heng's pupils dilated, and countless fragmented images started to emerge in his mind. Chapter 624, I Can Sleep Peacefully Too in a Tavern's Private Room. "Mr. Magno, why the sudden decision to leave the island? Is there some special news?" Ludiu asked curiously. After the exhibition, everyone was paying attention to the 3 exhibits from Gold and Silver Island. Only Magno suddenly returned and wanted to leave the island. Magno answered in an even tone, "I've come across some matters that need my attention. They have nothing to do with the exhibition, so don't worry." With the announcement of the strengthening potion, who knows how many people will came to Gold and Silver Island. "If we stay, we might make an even bigger profit," Ludiu continued. Magno smiled and shook his head. "I'll come and visit the island lord again after some time. The gifts have already been sent over in the name of the Merchant Association, so my personal presence doesn't make much of a difference." Having heard this, Ludiu had no more persuasion to offer. Originally, he thought that the other's hasty departure was because he found some issue with the island, which is why he also followed back. Now it seems it's entirely due to the other's personal affairs. Nothing to do with Gold and Silver Island. "What time is your ship ticket for?" Ludiu asked. "Before dusk." "That's quite urgent," Ludiu remarked. He then redirected the conversation back to the exhibition. This time, Gold and Silver Island introduced 3 products, which will soon be spread by various merchant associations. If any of them can get their hands on the goods first, they could make a fortune, maybe even elevate their association to a new level. Even someone not sensitive to market trends could see the importance of this exhibition's items. Fountain pens will definitely replace quills, and watches will become tools for precise timekeeping. Not to mention other professions, alchemists definitely need watches for timing, and mechanists will probably buy them to dismantle for study. And currently, mechanists have one particular characteristic. They can make big things, but if it comes to small, precise mechanical items, they can hardly complete them. Which means, even if they buy and dismantle them, they won't be able to replicate them in the short term. As for the strengthening potion, it's simply the trump card. Once the news spreads, it's not just the merchant associations, the royal nobles will want to discuss purchases too. The competition will only be greater. Mangekyō also nodded in agreement. Yes, it will depend on how Gold and Silver Island arranges it at that time. If they choose to sell exclusively to just a few companies, the remaining associations may not even get a taste. I wanted to discuss this too. If this really happens, our associations could try to form a partnership to secure a chance at the pie, Ludiu said. No problem. I'll discuss this with the higher-ups when I get back and make a decision, Mangekyō said with a smile. With the matter settled, Ludiu also stood up with a smile. I won't disturb you further then. I should also check with the other associations. We can discuss further if there's any news. Mangekyō escorted him to the door. Take care. Feel free to write to me if there's any new information. Sure. Ludiu replied and left, descending the stairs. Mangekyō then returned to the dining table and lapsed into silence. On Lighthouse Street, in the middle of the road. My lord, the road ahead is blocked again, the coachman's voice rang out as the carriage began to crawl forward. The island's newspaper circulation and today's exhibition had turned the entire small island into a buzz of activity as if it were a festival, with traffic congested 3 times already since entering Lighthouse Street. The closer to the direction of the harbor, the more pedestrians there were on the streets. Uncle, let's go have a look first. In the carriage, Zhao hung over his shoulder and whispered. Wu Hang thought for a moment and then shook his head. No rush. We already know the location, let's hurry over. Glenda, level 18, could directly possess and kill her former husband if she found him. Without a result, the opponent's level might be too high to allow for easy possession, or they might have some means to counteract ghosts. Without a way for Glenda, both Zhao and Benny going there would basically be tantamount to sending their heads on a platter. Just pull over to the side, we'll walk the rest of the way, Wu Hang said directly. Alright. After the carriage stopped and Wu Hang paid, he called out to a nearby patrol guard skeleton, follow me. Clatter clatter. The patrol guard skeleton pushed through the crowd and quickly came over. Wu Hang took out a flying carpet and flew up into the sky, continuing to hurry on his way, while below a small troop of patrol guard skeletons followed at a brisk run. Seeing the flying carpet in the sky and the running skeletons below, gasps of astonishment rose from the crowd along the way. Tavern Hall. Ever since she saw that familiar figure, Glenda had not left and followed all the way to the tavern. Her appearance had aged, but her movements and the way she walked hadn't changed at all. She wanted to know why he wanted to kill her. Back then, they had such a good relationship, why did he have to torment her in such a cruel way? She had to get to the bottom of this. After all, she had long been dead. There was nothing to fear anymore. Inside the tavern, a bard was telling the story of blushing maid Benny. Following the content of the tale, the guests occasionally sighed, and some cursed the evil cult angrily. It seemed that only after coming to Gold and Silver Island did she truly start living the life she wanted. As she was thinking this, the door to the private room across opened. The merchant who had followed her came down the stairs and left with his attendant. Glenda's gaze turned icy again. She flew straight towards the private room across. Today, there had to be a resolution. Inside the private room, Mangekyō sat alone at the wine table, pouring one cup after another into his mouth. His gaze was unfocused, as if he were recalling something. Ever since he had come to the island, he had a premonition. It made him very reluctant to go to the island lord's mansion, especially after hearing the stories in the newspaper. His unease had grown. Now that the exhibition was over, he could explain himself once he got back. Then, whoever wanted to come to the island, it didn't matter, it would no longer have anything to do with him. Wu Hang. This body might be of great interest to those above, Mangekyō murmured softly to himself. And as he spoke, suddenly, he felt a cold chill fill the room. Before he could react, crack. The pendant on his chest exploded suddenly, forming a honeycomb-shaped shield that deflected a soul attack. Startled by the sudden attack, Mangekyō's drunkenness swiftly dissipated. Looking towards the air, he saw the figure of the ghost emerge, his eyes showing terror, doubt, and avoidance. Glenda. It's me, Magnekyō, I'm here to kill you. Glenda's soul body, hovering in midair, was somewhat unstable. That protective amulet was clearly a fine item. It had the ability to fend off ghost possession. Then, Glenda charged directly at him again, like a fierce ghost. Magnekyō stumbled back in panic, his body emitting a divine light which blocked the rushing ghost. Glenda had reached level 18, and all her attributes had greatly improved. But this light, too, was like a powerful force specifically designed to subjugate necromantic beings, and her soul body was instantly blown away. The soul body was unstable, and if it had been a lower level, it might have been scattered by this energy. Magnekyō, seeing that she couldn't attack him, quickly shifted from panic to disbelief and relief on his face. Looking at the air, he said softly, Glenda, is it really you? You've become a soul body. Glenda swiftly stabilized her soul body, her eyes slightly narrowed as she watched him. Don't say my name, it's disgusting. Magnekyō still smiled. His behavior was still as graceful as an aged noble. He said softly, my dear, without you, I've been living aimlessly, and now that you've came to me, it's truly wonderful. If I kill you, I'll finally be able to sleep peacefully. Chapter 625, Why Didn't You Die? The confrontation between a person and a soul within the private room still attracted the attention of the guards at the door. They burst through the door and rushed in, taking a glance at Magnekyō standing on the inside, then their eyes widened at the sight of the soul floating to one side. A ghost. Mr. Magnekyō. Are you alright? The guard immediately approached, shielding the other behind him. Magnekyō's eyes flickered quickly, and he blurted out, a ghost suddenly appeared here, trying to kill me. Could you please witness this for me so that we can pursue the assailant behind this? Glenda's appearance on Gold and Silver Island left no second possibilities. It was the island lord who had served as captain in London City who had brought her here, otherwise, relying on a ghost alone, she would not have been able to fly this far. Therefore, I must control the conversation, or else the problem would become even more difficult to solve. As soon as Magnekyō finished his sentence, he immediately took out a scroll and tore it open. Whoosh! A lance formed of holy light thrust forward. Glenda, while invisible, dodged, and the energy lance struck the wall behind her, dispersing into countless beams of light, forcibly revealing Glenda once again. Whoosh! Then, another scroll was opened, and a powerful sword shadow of holy light shot forward again. Bang! Suddenly, a silvery white lightning snake shot in from the doorway. It collided with a sword shadow, the two magic forces clashing. Various elements entangled and ravaged each other in the air before dissipating into nothingness. At the same time, two figures quickly rushed through the door, one with fists bearing tiger claws, the other wielding a long sword. Their forms turned into two bolts of lightning and reached their opponent in an instant. Thump puff. Two guards collapsed to the ground, responding to the sound. Downstairs, the accompanying patrol squad began entering the tavern to maintain order. Meanwhile, they guarded the staircase to prevent other patrons from coming up. Magnekyō's gaze was fixed intently on the person in front of him. Black hair, black pupils, the island lord of Gold and Silver Island. The relief and chill that had just emerged vanished immediately, transforming into the demeanor of a genteel merchant. He bowed slightly. Magnekyō, representative of the Kui Valley Chamber of Commerce, I have the honor of meeting you, Lord Island Master. Wu Heng examined him up and down before asking, did you know that Glenda could become a ghost? You prepared so many items for dealing with ghosts. Magnekyō's gaze shifted evasively as he hastily explained, indeed, it's because of Glenda. Years ago, she ventured deep into the jungle, was ensorcelled by evil spirits, and burned herself to death after breaking a lamp. Since then, I have carried many items to counteract necromancy. Wu Heng looked towards Glenda at the side. She floated there, her expression filled with desolation. She had just nearly killed him, adding to the cold words he had spoken, leaving no semblance of emotion. Looking at her, he suddenly chuckled, Magnekyō, how does someone like you deserve to live? Why are you still alive? Don't get agitated, Wu Heng turned and said. Magnekyō continued, Island Lord Wu Heng, I am willing to undergo your investigation, hoping to follow the association's procedures and also to notify our Chamber of Commerce to inform them of my status. No need for such trouble. Wu Heng smiled and gestured towards the front. Two skeletons acted simultaneously. In the terrified gaze of Magnekyō, the shield shattered once again, and the newly formed shield could not stop the increasingly large fist shadow. Kaizayu smashed his throat with one punch. Magnekyō's body staggered back 2 steps, and in a look of unwillingness and fear, he collapsed in agony. Glenda looked at the fallen body, wanting to speak but holding back. She simply dove back into Wu Heng's body and did not come out. What is this mess? And Glenda has left. You're in unlocked status now. In fact, the earlier struggle between the two saved Wu Heng from a lot of potential trouble. Magnero's attempt to kill the soul of Glenda was enough to prove his intentions, also causing Glenda to give up hope. Especially for someone like Glenda, constantly wanting to ask why. To say Wu Hang had no lingering thoughts would be unbelievable. Now, it's settled. First a murder, saving the trouble of dealing with later complications. But there were also troubles. A delegate arranged by a Chamber of Commerce to attend the exhibition had been killed by him directly in the tavern, which was indeed difficult to explain. If necessary, he would have to use a mask to disguise him as boarding a ship and leaving. In time, once he disappeared without a trace, there would be no connection with Gold and Silver Island. Strip the body of its gear, Wu Hang said. The skeleton bent over and stripped the clothing and space ring from the corpse. Devout priest robe, description, engraving protective runes, increases resistance to enchantment, confusion, and possession effects. It seemed he was indeed afraid of ghosts seeking revenge. A bard was actually dressed in the garb of the church. Wu Hang continued to pick up the space ring and inspect its contents. Personal items, a pouch of gold coins, 3 large bags of silver coins, and various tools along with several scrolls. Wu Hang frowned. With a flip of his hand, 2 rings appeared in his palm. One ring had a pattern of an eye on it. Secret Cultivation Hall. The former husband was a man from the Secret Cultivation Hall. Such rings, Wu Hang had seen them before. People with certain statuses within the Secret Cultivation Hall would wear this kind of ring. It could represent one's identity when meeting with certain people. The other was a ring with a cat's head on it. It looked to be of a similar design to those of the Secret Cultivation Hall. Seems like it was from some sort of organization as well. How could he be connected to the Secret Cultivation Hall? Wu Hang wondered. If he's from the Secret Cultivation Hall, then it's even easier to deal with. Just turn him over to the association, he mumbled. He pulled out a straw mat, wrapped up all 3 bodies, and stored them in the space ring. He then reopened the door and walked downstairs. Inside the tavern. Just as he descended the stairs, both the patrol guards and the tavern's patrons looked up at him. Lord Island Master, they greeted with a bow. Wu Hang nodded with a smile. Sorry to disturb everyone. I've just received a message that criminals have infiltrated the island under the guise of the Chamber of Commerce. The crowd was shocked, realizing that they had come to apprehend criminals. No wonder there were so many skeletons present. Lord, is everything all right? The tavern keeper asked tentatively. Wu Hang reassured him, it has nothing to do with you. The association will announce this matter in due time, there's no need to worry. Please continue enjoying your stories. With that, he led his people outside. A host of skeletons also exited the tavern. Only after everyone had left did the tavern once again become bustling with noise. The island master is quite amiable. We haven't done anything wrong, he wouldn't arrest us all. He's much more agreeable than those noble lords. At the association, in the conference room. The door was closed. All 3 ghosts were released. Glenda floated to one side, appearing somewhat absent-minded. Wu Hang took out the ring from the Secret Cultivation Hall and the other ring with a cat's head and asked, Glenda, these were found on your former brother-in-law. Was he a member of the Secret Cultivation Hall? Glenda pulled herself together and took a careful look. I didn't know about this, she replied. Chapter 626, I love you. Glenda's expression revealed confusion. About the Secret Cultivation Hall, she had only begun to encounter it after following Wu Hang. Before that, whether alive or as a ghost lingering in the basement, she had never heard of the Secret Cultivation Hall. Even if someone from the Secret Cultivation Hall appeared, she wouldn't know what it was. Yet, she hadn't expected that her own husband had had contact with them. Wu Hang continued, the situation may not be as simple as we think. He is a member of the Secret Cultivation Hall.